Chapter 101, The 90 of Destruction, The Black Coffin, Subscription. Don't ask that battle must have aesthetics, and being asked to die must obey virtue. Don't just care about your own life. If you want to protect the things that are worth protecting, you must kill those enemies who should be killed from behind. Aizen's voice fell, and an unparalleled speed erupted. In an instant, his figure seemed to pass through the obstacles of space and came behind Jiraiya. Clang! The high mirror flower water moon slashed down into the sky, and a moonlight-like slash slashed across the sky and landed behind Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya, be careful. The Konoha duo, who were watching from the sidelines, shouted anxiously. Aizen's speed was so fast that they didn't even react. When Kai realized the crisis, Zanpakuto was about to slash Jiraiya's back. You think that the battle is won? It is your efforts the result after the force? No, it's just because I took the lead. Aizen held up the mirror flower and cut off the moon to his heart's content. Too bad. It's so fast. Xili also turned Dashin. The situation was so critical that he hadn't even turned around. In desperation, Jiraiya put his hands together and injected his chakra into the long hair behind him. Ninjutsu, the technique of messy lion hair. Jiraiya's hair grows longer and forms a thick lion's head. Not only the change in length, but also the hardness has undergone earth-shaking changes. Under Jiraiya's thoughts, all the long hair burst out, trying to entangle Aizen. Hair gives off enough force to shred each other. When all the hairs were as fast as lightning, and they stabbed at the mirror and made a crisp sound. However, this is of no use, and it still cannot stop the splitting of Jinwashuayu. Stab it! The sharp blade slashed, cutting off all the long white hair covering Jiraiya's back. Not only that, but even his right shoulder was cracked with a shocking mark. Jiraiya let out a muffled groan and hit the spiral pill with a backhand, but Aizen held Kyokushuayu easily to block it. Ding ding ding, the energy cyclone kept hitting the blade, making a crisp sound. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiraiya used the teleportation technique to stay away from Aizen. This knife didn't kill you. Jiraiya, you are the man I expected. A flash of surprise flashed in Aizen's eyes, and she couldn't help admiring it sincerely. In fact, even if Aizen's strength is only half of the peak level, an ordinary white fight should not be underestimated. It is quite rare for Jiraiya to be able to use ninjutsu to get out of his body when he is passive. His speed is too fast. He has to keep a distance from him. Jiraiya panted heavily and glanced to the other side. There was a fierce battle there, and the Toad Wentai was stubbornly suppressed by the one-tailed guard crane. Perhaps soon, Toad Wentai will be defeated. What's wrong, Jiraiya? As the legendary Sannin, why do I see a hint of hesitation in your eyes? Aizen smiled gracefully and indifferently. After many trials, he has firmly controlled the battle situation and completely gained the upper hand. There is only one possibility for Jiraiya to defeat Aizen, and that is to activate the fairy mode. You must know that the fairy chakra contains natural energy and has a unique power, which is different from ordinary chakra. Only in this way can the situation be turned around. However, Jiraiya was hesitant. Because the immortal mode has many restrictions, the most important point is that the body must remain still, otherwise it will not be able to absorb the natural energy around. But in front of Aizen's peak Shunpo, Jiraiya never had the chance to absorb the energy of nature. You're wrong, Aizen Jiu. Jiraiya responded calmly. Recall that my life is full of failures. Compared with the great achievements of Hokage in all dynasties, what I do is so boring and boring. Escape from Shinobi Village and leave Konoha for the so-called excuse of collecting novel materials are all childish actions I once made. The expression on Jiraiya's face was filled with deep regret. Over the years, he has not made any achievements for Konoha, and even left the village to escape. When I came back this time, the scenes of my life in the village 20 years ago were like the yellow flowers of yesterday, all withered with the passage of time. Even the most respected 3 generations of Hokage died in the hands of Aizen. Today, I want to accomplish the glorious cause that can obliterate my previous failures, and die as a great ninja. Even if I die, I will pull you to Huang Quan together. Jiro's eyes were firm and his fighting spirit was high. He finally had the determination to die and decided to cast the immortal mode. Ninja, the technique of psychic. Jiro made a seal on his hands, and with a bang, a huge thick fog dispersed, covering the surroundings in an instant. What appeared in everyone's field of vision was a huge toad with a size comparable to Wentai's 497. With red skin all over his body and 2 huge tear marks on his face, he looked ferocious. This toad is holding a shield that looks like a pot lid in his left hand and a huge Zen staff in his right. It looks like he is both offensive and defensive. The reason why Jiro summoned Toadken is because it has both offense and defense. Among the many toads in Momu Mountain, only Toadken is good at defense. As long as it can block Aizen's offensive, then Jiro will be sure to display the immortal mode. Is it another toad? It doesn't matter. Aizen volleyed the tower, stepped forward step by step, and said coldly, whether 1 or 2 dusts are swept away, there is no difference with the naked eye. He came to Toadken, put down Jingyu Shuayu, and began to sing. The turbid coat of arms reveals a rebellious and arrogant talent. The tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, hinders long sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay puppet that keeps self-mutilating, combines, bounces, and extends to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The 90 of destruction, the black coffin. It's finally time to put the black coffin. I just want to say, I beg to subscribe. Chapter 102 Uchiha Itachi, for subscription. The civil war in Konoha Ninja Village is fierce, and wars are raging everywhere. The originally bustling streets were a mess, with mounds of rubble and broken walls everywhere. This kind of difference the change only happened in half a day. Almost everyone never expected that Konoha would suffer such a catastrophe and suffer heavy losses. Even if it can recover in the future, it will not be able to reach the original height. Because of the top combat power, the 3 generations of Hokage have been lost and cannot be reborn. At this time, on a high mountain next to Konoha village, 2 figures stood on the edge of the cliff, and their eyes were looking down at Konoha Ninja Village not far away. Although the 2 remained motionless, powerful chakra fluctuations emanated from their bodies, and even the space was faintly affected by it. Both of them were wearing a large black robe, with a few dazzling red clouds engraved on it, as if with a sense of serenity. These 2 are members of Akatsuki's organization, the Vicious S-Class Betrayal, Uchiha Itachi and the Ghoul. After the Akatsuki organization learned that Orochimaru was going to carry out a destruction plan, it immediately sent the duo of Uchiha Itachi and Unai Shark to Konoha. Although their purpose is to capture Naruto and get the 9 tails. But in fact, Itachi was trying to deter Konoha executives and prevent them from poisoning Sasuke. Because the 3 generations of Hokage who had made a secret agreement with Itachi at the beginning, and now the 3 generations of Hokage have died, Sasuke's safety cannot be guaranteed. TSK, it seems that Konoha has fallen into a disaster. Losing the top combat power of the 3 generations of Hokage, it can be said that the interior is empty now. Ghost Shark raised the big sword shark muscle in his hand high, and the huge blade body was effortless in his hand. His grinning smile looked eerie, and with his gauze-wrapped shark muscles, he looked like a ghost. It used to be a prosperous village, but it has become a strong outsider and a hard worker. It's really pitiful. The ghost shark looked at the seemingly prosperous Konoha village with a sarcastic smile on the corner of his mouth. If Konoha, who originally had 3 generations of Hokage, can make him feel terrified, now Konoha is no threat to him. With the loss of 3 generations of Hokage, there is really no one who can stop him. Although the ghost shark kept talking, Uchiha Itachi, who was beside him, remained silent. There was only one expression on his face, cold and ruthless. "It's really not like you. Even you should have some nostalgia for your hometown." Unai Shark looked at Uchiha Itachi, who said nothing, and joked. After years of running in, the ghost shark has thoroughly figured out Itachi's temper. On weekdays, this Uchiha's top genius is such a cold and ruthless appearance, as if there is only cold-blooded killing in his eyes. "No, I don't miss it at all." Itachi finally spoke. His eyes shot a little bit of cold star, and there was only pure indifference in his words. When his voice fell, the temperature around him seemed to drop to freezing point, instantly turning into a 10,000-year ice cave, making people unable to help but stand upside down. Itachi looked at Konoha village without saying a word. His eyes were calm, as unshakable as Mount Tai. In fact, there is a trace of nostalgia hidden deep in his pupils, which is the memory of once living in Konoha, and the yearning of his younger brother Sasuke. After personally destroying the Uchiha clan a few years ago, Itachi became a rebel and joined the Akatsuki organization. Although in the eyes of outsiders, he is a vicious betrayal who does not recognize his 6 relatives. But only Itachi knows how heavy a responsibility he has. He joined the Zhao organization not only to capture the tailed beast, but the real purpose was to monitor the Zhao organization and prevent the Zhao organization from invading Konoha. As a spy for so many years, he has always been burdened with heavy guilt, in order to prevent the Uchiha clan from rebelling. Itachi God had no choice but to kill the entire clan. Righteous and awe-inspiring, he chose righteousness to kill relatives between the family and the village. Performing monthly reading on Sasuke was the one thing that made him feel the most guilty. But if you don't do this, Sasuke won't have hatred and won't become stronger. According to the order above, for this mission, we need to take advantage of the chaos in Konoha to capture Naruto Uzumaki. I heard that the 9 Tails is on him. Seeing that the atmosphere became silent again, the ghost shark hurriedly spoke to break the silence. His words immediately diverted Itachi's attention. "Uzumaki Naruto? The 9-tailed demon fox's Rentsuli is really interesting." Uchiha Itachi grinned, and his cold face finally revealed a meaningful smile. It's just that his expression changed later. Itachi frowned tightly, looked at Konoha dignifiedly, and said, "Ghost Shark, don't act rashly. Although I don't know why that person can stand in the sky, but it makes me afraid of 3 points." Although it was such a long distance, Uchiha Itachi could still feel an almost invisible pressure on his soul. Especially when he saw Toad Wentai and Izuo Shui fighting fiercely, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of his pupils. In fact, they had already arrived at Konoha not long after the betrayal plan of Sharen and Yinren. Although the two have movie-level strength, they don't want to make a rash move, and they hope to reap the benefits. However, the development of the plot is beyond their imagination. Aizen was born and changed the occupation. Just when Uchiha Itachi and Unai Shark both thought Aizen was Konoha's hero, he ended the 3 generations of Hokage with one sword. This sudden change left them speechless. Immediately afterwards, Ichiao Morizaru broke the seal from Gaara's body, which caught the two of them by surprise. A lot of changes occurred, causing the two to stand still and observe the situation silently. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered. His eyes locked tightly on Aizen's body by looking into the distance. For some reason, he always felt that there was a magical power in Aizen. This fluctuation seems to be related to the writing wheel eye. Is he also good at illusion? Uchiha pondered in a low voice, his eyes closed tightly. When he opened it again, his pupils changed. The crimson pupils and the black pupils were scattered into the shape of 3 hooks and slowly turned. Right around eye. Ask for a subscription, and then continue to push the books. Naruto, the Demon Nami Feng Minato, comprehensive manga, Beyond Reincarnation. Chapter 103 Heavy Injury, subscribe. Uchiha Itachi's eyes have changed. The crimson pupils and the black pupils were scattered into the shape of 3 hooks and slowly turned right around eye. This bloodline boundary, which once established a great reputation among ninjas, finally reappeared in Konoha. Although Sasuke Uchiha also has a writing wheel, but only opens 2 hooks. Whether it is power or ability, it is only beginning to take shape, and it cannot really exert the power of Sharingan. For most Uchiha people, opening the 3-hooked jade writing wheel is already the limit. Even so, the 3-gu jade writing wheel eye still makes countless ninjas stunned. Of course, on top of the 3-hooked jade writing wheel eye, is the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye that can really exert the power of the writing wheel eye. Everyone who can open the kaleidoscope writing wheel is a genius in the Uchiha clan. Each kaleidoscope has different shapes and different abilities. Generally speaking, the 2 eyes of each pair of kaleidoscopes have different abilities. Just like Uchiha Itachi, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye on his left has the moon reading known as the strongest illusion. The other right eye, 767, has a kind of Amaterasu known as the strongest physical attack. Officially relying on the strength of the 2 top pupil techniques, Uchiha Itachi was able to become a vicious S-class rebel. He personally ended the glorious Uchiha family, making this famous ninja family disappear into the long river of history. Now, that pair of evil clutches is about to descend on Konoha again. Uchiha Itachi's eyes were cold and ruthless, and his angular face showed traces of vicissitudes. When he defected to Konoha, he was just a teenager. Now that several years have passed, Uchiha Itachi has not only become more mature, but his strength has also grown by leaps and bounds. Why do I feel a familiar aura in him? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly and said puzzledly. As a genius that Konoha rarely sees in 100 years, Itachi Uchiha is best at illusion. After joining the Zhao organization that year, Orochimaru once coveted the writing wheel eye on Uchiha. When Orochimaru had been plotting for a long time, he was easily defeated by Uchiha Itachi's look. There was arrogant contempt in that look, as if Orochimaru had never been in his eyes from beginning to end. Since then, Orochimaru left the Akatsuki organization and established his own secret base. All this is because of those eyes full of sin. Uchiha Itachi did not know that the reason why he felt a sense of déjà vu in Aizen was precisely because Aizen had the power of Kyoka Suizuki. Except for the other gods, Uchiha Itachi's moon reading technique is already at the peak of illusion, and it is almost impossible to crack. Once you fall into the moon reading illusion, you will fall into a unique spiritual space. In this world, all factors, including time, place, geographic location, etc., are controlled by the caster, thus giving the opponent a devastating blow to the spirit. Under normal circumstances, the monthly reading cannot be cracked. Therefore, Uchiha can be called a genius who has reached the pinnacle of illusion. However, Aizen's Kyoka Shuayu is equally powerful. As long as the other party sees the moment of liberation once, it can completely hypnotize the other party's 5 senses, the induction of spiritual power, etc. Completely dominate the 5 senses of the opponent, so that the appearance, shape, quality, feeling, and even smell of a certain object completely believe what the master wants. This kind of change in the 5 senses can even be colorless and tasteless, and the ghosts don't realize it. In front of Jinyu Shuayu, what you can feel is not the truth, and what is often hidden in the depths is the real cruel reality. Uchiha Itachi's eyes seemed to pass through the clouds, staring tightly at Aizen's body. The top illusion showdown between 2 different worlds, even if it happens. On the other side, in the Konoha ninja village, the fierce battle continues. The fierce confrontation between Toad Wentai and Ichio Morizaru, one after another of ninjutsu was continuously performed, and a violent energy storm erupted. Under the destruction of these majestic energies, nearly half of the houses in Konoha Ninja Village were destroyed. In just half a day, the prosperous Konoha was like the yellow flower of yesterday, turned into a broken flower and a willow. Aizen volleyed the tower, stepped forward step by step, and said coldly, "Whether one or two dusts are swept away, there is no difference with the naked eye." He came to Tojin, put down Jinyu Shuayu, and began to sing. The turbid coat of arms reveals a rebellious and arrogant talent. The tide, denial, paralysis, momentary, hinders long sleep. The crawling steel princess, the clay puppet that keeps self-mutilating, combines, bounces, and extends to the ground. Know your own powerlessness. The 90 of destruction, the black coffin. When Aizen's chants fell, the world seemed to become dark. There was an inexplicable unease in everyone's heart, and the source of this fear came from the surroundings of Tojin. There, as if contains a kind of terrifying energy. At this moment, everyone's eyes seemed to be covered by endless darkness. When the line of sight returned to clear and bright again, there was a scene that made everyone stunned. A huge black cube appeared in vain, and instantly enveloped the huge Tojin in it. If from a distance, it looks like a huge black coffin, exuding an aura of death. Inside the black coffin, there is an aura of death. Even Tojin, who has always been calm, felt uneasy. He didn't wait for him to respond. Countless black shadow blades pierced out of the black coffin, stabbing Tojin's body like 1,000 swords piercing his heart. Stab it! The whole process took place between the fire and light stones, and even Tojin didn't have time to resist. After the shadow blade was released, the entire black coffin slowly disappeared, and there was a scene that left everyone stunned. This. How is this possible? Even the legendary Sannin, Lord Jiraiya, couldn't believe it. Within his line of sight, Tojin spread to the ground with a sluggish breath, with torn wounds all over his body. The thorn-red blood erupted like a spring, shocking. Tojin's tragic image is completely different from before. A big hit. Chapter 104 The End of the Rules, for subscription. Tojin spread to the ground with a sluggish breath, with torn wounds all over his body. The thorn-red blood erupted like a spring, shocking. Tojin's tragic image is completely different from before. A big hit. No. 90 broke the road, and after fully chanting, he was able to severely damage the Toad Mirror with one move. There was silence all around, and countless eyes were tightly condensed on Tojin's body, with incredible colors surging in his eyes. Who is Toad Mirror? The three toads of Momu Mountain have a strong physique and a strength that should not be underestimated. Even if its strength is seen in the entire psychic beast, it is also an outstanding existence. However, this kind of psychic beast, which is unshakable in the eyes of ordinary ninjas, will be severely injured by Aizen's fully chanted ghost art, and lose its combat power in an instant. Such an ending simply subverted everyone's notions. Guru. Countless sounds of swallowing saliva sounded, one after another. Whether it is those ninjas who fought bloody before, or ordinary people who keep fleeing, they all stopped and stared at Tojin, who was sluggish. Seeing such a huge psychic beast falling powerlessly, everyone's heart turned upside down. Many people's minds were blank, and such a shocking scene was beyond their comprehension. To be precise, this level of power has exceeded the power of ninjutsu. Where is he wholly? When everyone's eyes stay on Aizen, such thoughts will pop up in their minds. That kind of extraordinary temperament, arrogant domineering, and self-confidence in controlling everything. Shock the strength of the audience. Aizen looks so perfect, whether in character or strength, she is so impeccable. He just stood quietly in the midair above Konoha, receiving the attention of thousands of eyes, like an emperor on the throne of the sky, enjoying the respect of his people to the fullest. This man who once stood at the top of the god of death, the former master of the virtual circle. After an inexplicable journey, he finally set foot on the road that surpassed the sky, and he rose from there. It's beyond my expectation that there is no one-shot kill. Aizen stood calmly in the sky, looking down at the bruised toad mirror, frowning slightly. Although the power of the completely chanted black coffin has already made everyone unbelievable, but still can't let Aizen take a fancy to. Originally, according to his estimation, the black coffin after fully singing was enough to end Toadjan's life with one move. Unfortunately, it still fell short. After all, in the soul realm, Aizen, who was at the peak of his strength, used to cast a black coffin without singing, and instantly killed the 7th Division Captain, Murazwitsen, and made this famous death god lose his combat power in an instant. What? You arrogant fellow. Jiraiya is not far from Aizen's location, so he can hear Aizen's words clearly. Even he didn't expect that Aizen's original purpose was to kill Toad Mirror in seconds with a single move from the black coffin. Although I admit that your strength is very strong, it is wishful thinking to kill Toadjan with one move. Because they are the famous Toad Trio. Jiraiya folded his hands together and continued to remain still. Since it takes a while to activate the immortal mode, Zilai is basically unable to move during this time. The reason why he summoned Toadjan was to share the crisis for him. However, even Jiraiya never expected it. In front of Aizen's fully chanted No. 90 Go Start, Toadken was so vulnerable. It's time for this boring battle to end. It's a pity that I overestimated your strength. I didn't expect that so many of you combined would be even worse than me alone. Aizen shook his head regretfully and said unhurriedly. Although Jiraiya was unable to move at this time, he was in a state of condensing natural energy. But Aizen didn't plan to attack him because another person caught his attention. Uzumaki Naruto. As early as before, Aizen's spiritual power was radiating to the fullest, turning into invisible streams of spiritual power, flowing in every corner of Konoha. Whether it is a bustling street or a dense sheep intestines trail, Aizen's spiritual power can always reach unimpeded. Since appearing and beheading the 3 generations of Hokage, Aizen has not been distracted, but instead focused part of his attention on searching for Naruto Uzumaki. Because of the existence of one-tailed Shui, he saw the potential of the 9-tailed beasts. A Shui crane has turned Konoha upside down. If you add a 9-tailed demon fox, what kind of scene will Konoha become? With such a result, even Aizen herself was full of expectations. Sure enough, under his search, he found the trace of Naruto Uzumaki who fled. At this time, Aizen was in the middle of Konoha, where the towering watchtower once stood. Only because of the outbreak of many wars, it turned into a ruin. And the trace of Naruto Uzumaki is appearing on the edge of Konoha Ninja Village, where there is a vast forest and endless hills. More importantly, on one of the hills, there were 2 terrifying figures that made people tremble. Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark. Damn, just a little while later, I can complete the fairy mode, and I must not let him escape. Jiraiya saw Aizen's gaze, and immediately realized Aizen's thoughts. He was probably on the top of the 9 tails. The 3 generations of Hokage died, and the one-tailed guard crane raged. In this predicament of a wolf before a tiger and a tiger behind, Jiraiya was caught in a dilemma. He couldn't beat Aizen at all if he didn't cast the fairy mode. However, once ready to cast the fairy mode, Aizen can leave at will and run wild with Konoha. Looking at the entire Konoha, except for Jiraiya, the others are not Aizen's opponents. The so-called rules are prepared for those who do not follow the rules and cannot survive. So, Jiraiya, goodbye, this farce should end. Let me leave Konoha and go to the end of the rules. Taking advantage of the gap where Jiraiya was unable to move with the immortal mode, Aizen stepped out and left the place with the peak Shunpo. The direction he was heading was exactly where Naruto Uzumaki was. Published the book, Naruto, The Demon of Naruto Wave Wind Minato. Chapter 105 The Dawn of Konoha. Subscribe. The so-called rules are prepared for those who cannot survive without abiding by the rules. Aizen's eyes looked into the distance, where Naruto Uzumaki was located. He said slowly, "So, Jiraiya, goodbye. Let me leave Konoha and go to the end of the rules." Aizen stepped out in one step, performed the teleportation technique and left the place. His purpose is very clear, that is, to capture Naruto Uzumaki and draw out the nine-tailed demon fox by taking advantage of the gap between Jiraiya's use of the immortal technique. Brush. Aizen's figure disappeared in an instant, leaving only Jiraiya, who stood still and absorbed natural energy with his hands clasped together. In the center of Konoha Ninja Village, Ichio Morizaru and Toad Bunter are still fighting fiercely. War broke out, black smoke filled the air, and the once prosperous streets were dilapidated. Mountains of corpses piled up on the ground, blood flowing into rivers. The mighty Konoha experienced a catastrophe and suffered a disastrous defeat. Just as the dry persimmon ghost sharks said, the prosperity of the Konoha Ninja Village has passed away, and only the outside is strong and the middle is dry. However, as the head of the five kingdoms, Konoha 11 naturally has a deep heritage that belongs to it. Although the combination of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja caught Konoha by surprise, with the cooperation of elite ninjas, the defeat was gradually turned around. The dawn of victory is coming. To the south of Konoha, there is an open space in Noda. There was smoke of gunpowder here, and a small battle also broke out. I saw more than a dozen ninjas with sand ninjas guarding their foreheads, forming a menacing circle. Killing intent surged in their eyes, and the chakra in their bodies revolved quickly. Since most of the elite ninjas are concentrated in the central area of Konoha, the guards in this remote area are relatively weak. Therefore, those Sharinran and Yinrinran were able to take advantage of the emptiness to enter and start killing. However, they encountered a formidable enemy. The head of the Hyuga family, the head of the Hyuga family. This little-known patriarch Hyuga is fighting with blood at the moment. Facing the siege of more than a dozen people, he was not afraid of danger, showing a kind of momentum that can only be possessed by being in a high position for a long time. That kind of steady momentum is worthy of being the leader of the clan. The remnants of Konoha, I advise you to stop resisting. Have you seen that Ukraine? With its existence, there is only one fate for you Konoha, and that is to disappear into the long river of history. One of them, Sandin, who has a Chunin atmosphere, sneered, his tone arrogant and arrogant. He believes that the alliance of Sanren and Yinren has secured victory. Since the decisive battle between Aizen and Orochimaru is too far away from here, these sand ninjas did not witness the earth-shattering battle. They don't even know that Orochimaru has fled like a bereaved dog. In fact, Sharinran and Yinrinran have already retreated due to the lack of a leader in the group of dragons. I am afraid that after a while, Konoha's elite ninja will fight back fiercely. Is Konoha destroyed? You are too naive. If Konoha was really that fragile, it wouldn't have been among the top 5 back then. Hyuga Hizu slowly raised her head and said righteously. His eyes were full of firmness, which was a longing for the will of fire. In the hearts of all Konoha ninjas, the will of fire is like a kind of faith, which lives forever in the hearts of generations. HMPH, I think you can't cry without seeing the coffin. When you're about to die, you're still thinking about the will of fire. That Sharin sneered disdainfully, as if he had heard a big joke. He raised his hand and shouted loudly, "Go ahead, kill him, let him bring these so-called beliefs, and the suffocated Konoha ninja will meet under the yellow springs." Under the snoring of this sand ninja, the other dozen ninjas jumped out in unison, thinking that the sun would burst out. Go. Their hands were sealed at the same time, and one after another ninjutsu with different attributes was about to blast out. The moment you underestimate Konoha, your fate is already doomed. Hyuga Hizu's eyes turned sideways, and his eyes became sharp. His eyes turned completely white. Hyuga family's blood following the limit, white eyes. In an instant, his body rotated at a high speed, and the surging chakra surged out of his body, turning into an unbreakable chakra whirlwind, which firmly enveloped his body and was unbreakable. Bagya Huishin Palm. Before those ninjutsu hit him, they were all bounced off by the storm of chakra. Not only that, those sand ninjas were implicated one after another, their bodies received a huge rebound, and they flew out. Poof! Everyone spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground powerlessly. After the chakra storm disappeared, a huge hole appeared on the ground out of thin air. The figure of Hyuga Hizu was revealed. He glanced indifferently at those sand ninjas who had fallen to the ground and died, and said coldly and ruthlessly, "Hyuga is the strongest family in Konoha, remember it for me." He only used one move, the 8 trigrams Huishin Palm, to easily defeat more than a dozen sand ninjas. On the other hand, the same scene keeps happening. Multiplication. Gu Daodingji shouted angrily, and his body swelled rapidly, turning into a giant in just an instant. He waved his long stick in his hand, and instantly swept away those smiling sand ninjas. This huge disparity in strength made all the sand ninjas shiver and were powerless to resist. Have you never seen Konoha's shadow technique? Narashikahisa stood on a big tree, jokingly looking down at the sand ninja below. Then, by the way, I'll let you see the Konoha's esoteric shadow slaughtering technique. Narashikahisa stood with 2 fingers side by side, and the Sha ninja didn't even have time to struggle, and his neck was ruthlessly strangled. To the east of Konoha, this is already the edge of the entire shinobi village. As long as this boundary is crossed, it is a vast hill. In the sky, Aizen's figure moved forward like a thunderbolt. No matter how big Konoha is, in front of Aizen's instant body art, it's nothing more than that. When he took another step, an indifferent smile appeared on his handsome face. A figure continued to enlarge in his eyes, like a lamp that was powerless to escape. Uzumaki Naruto. Recommend a book, Naruto, The Demon of Naruto Wave Wind Minato. I will correct the typos over the weekend. Sorry, all readers. I will write this book with my heart. Chapter 106 is at stake, please subscribe. Uzumaki Naruto. Although Naruto kept fleeing, he couldn't open the distance. There is a huge difference in strength between him and Aizen, just like the difference between the day and the earth. The power of the two is not at the same level, as if separated by an insurmountable moat. Since Jiraiya was also passive, he was unable to take care of him. Taking advantage of this gap, Aizen was finally able to free up his hands to capture. After searching for Naruto's location, he immediately set off, and in less than a moment, he threw away the Konoha ninja who was chasing, and came to Naruto's location. Naruto Uzumaki, the boy who sealed the 9-tailed demon fox, it seems that there are many secrets hidden in you. Aizen held Jinyu Shuayu in hand, volleyed into the air, and walked towards Uzumaki Naruto step by step. At this time, no matter how much Naruto Uzumaki struggled, he couldn't escape from his palm. As long as Aizen takes another step, he will be able to come to him in an instant with the instant body technique. This is Aizen-san. Naruto Uzumaki looked at Aizen in amazement and stopped running away. After Orochimaru revealed his true colors earlier, Naruto left the vicinity of the watchtower and pursued Gaara. Like other Konoha ninjas, he also doesn't know why Aizen was able to come back to life. Although Naruto Uzumaki could feel a huge pressure from Aizen. But the impression that he stayed for the past 2 months caused Naruto Uzumaki to have doubts about Aizen in his heart. He didn't believe that the gentle and kind Aizen would actually betray Konoha and kill the 3 generations of Hokage. If Orochimaru turned the prosperity of Konoha into the yellow flower of yesterday, then Aizen is the man who pushed Konoha into the abyss with his own hands. Killed the 3 generations of Hokage, defeated the Konoha duo, and broke the seal of Gaara. Everything Aizen does makes the fiasco Konoha even worse. The most important thing is the appearance of one-tailed Morizaru, which made the situation too dangerous to handle. Even if Jiraiya summoned Toad Wentai, he was no match for Uchiha Shukaku, and the suppressed ones were losing ground. I am afraid that only Jiraiya who displays the immortal mode can suppress Uchiha Morizaru. Uzumaki Naruto, I meet again. Aizen came to Naruto and looked at him calmly. The smile on his handsome face was just like the past 2 months. In an instant, the bits and pieces of getting along with Aizen appeared in Naruto's heart, making him even more puzzled. Why did the gentle Aizen-san betray? Why did he kill the 3 generations of Hokage? Why did he come back to life? A lot of doubts emerged in Naruto Uzumaki's heart, causing his mind to become a mess. Naruto clenched his fists tightly and roared at Aizen, "Why, you look so ruthless now. Could it be that everything before is a disguise? Does it mean that I usually look so ruthless?" Aizen's figure is tall and straight, with an elegant and indifferent smile. I didn't mind the rude roar of Naruto Uzumaki. It's terrifying, even your eyes have become so cold. It seems that you are no longer the Aizen classmate I knew back then. When Naruto Uzumaki saw Aizen's bone-chilling eyes, he couldn't help shivering. He felt as if he was being watched by a noble soul, under great pressure. Naruto Uzumaki's back was completely wet, and even his breathing became heavy. With just one look, Aizen made Naruto feel the pressure of the deep sea. "Isn't that the Aizen classmate you know?" Aizen took another step and sneered jokingly, "It's a pity, that's your illusion, Naruto Uzumaki. From the very beginning, the classmate Aizen that you knew has ceased to exist." Aizen's words seemed to come from the judgment of the god of death, which completely made Naruto Uzumaki despair. As Aizen approached step by step, Naruto Uzumaki actually felt a sense of despair in his heart. That feeling of powerlessness was the first time in his life he had experienced. Fear, panic, despair. Naruto Uzumaki's eyes contained many emotions, and even his body trembled slightly. You know, he's just a submissive. Although Naruto, who belongs to the Uzumaki family, is born with a large amount of chakra, he is still as small as a drop in the ocean in front of Aizen. In front of Aizen, Naruto Uzumaki at this time is like a tiny ant. Even if he has more potential, it will take time to truly turn into strength. You hateful guy, I can't believe that you would say such ruthless words. For so long, we have all recognized your existence and regarded you as a part of Konoha. Even Kakashi the teacher also thinks that you are the future of Konoha, a genius who can be compared to Hokage in the future. Naruto Uzumaki roared angrily, his face red and his ears red. Naruto Uzumaki's emotions were out of control as his long-held beliefs were overturned. He couldn't believe this fact, and with the blue dye that everyone expected, he was pretending from beginning to end. Uzumaki Naruto, from the very beginning, your views were wrong. Aizen didn't rush to do it, and said indifferently, it is best to control those who have a longing for themselves. This is the yardstick in the heart of all strong people. You have betrayed everyone's trust, and you actually say such words in a grandiose manner. It's really hateful. Naruto Uzumaki scolded loudly, his heart burning with anger. Aizen's various remarks have completely subverted the concepts he has established for a long time. Aizen shook his head with a smile, and said slowly, what you said is really interesting, Naruto Uzumaki. You said it yourself just now. You have betrayed everyone's trust, and you clearly think that what I said is false. Aizen's eyes seemed to exude some kind of magic, which made people unable to help but feel trust. So in these 2 months, is what I said to you true? P.S. There is a sudden emergency today, so I can only make up for it in 2 updates tomorrow. I'm sorry, everyone. I hope you can support me as always. Chapter 107 The Nightmare Man, subscribe. So in these 2 months, is what I said to you true? Aizen's eyes seemed to exude some kind of magic, which made people unable to help but feel trust. At this moment, Naruto Uzumaki was stiff and flustered. He had the illusion that all the secrets in his body were under Aizen's gaze without reservation. Naruto Uzumaki was stunned and speechless. He suddenly realized that it seemed that Aizen never said to believe his words from beginning to end. The reason why Naruto had such an impression of Aizen in his heart was largely due to the imperceptibility of 2 months. Naruto Uzumaki looked sluggish. His mind was blank, his feet seemed to be tied with heavy shackles, and he even lost the strength to walk. He felt something deep inside him that seemed to disappear. The bond between partners. Because of the 9-tailed demon fox sealed in his body, Naruto has been neglected in the village since he was a child. Coupled with his status as an orphan, Naruto experienced the coldness of the world from a young age. He failed the ninja exam for 3 consecutive years and was ridiculed by his peers for 3 consecutive years. Naruto never gave up his hope of becoming a ninja. No matter how much he suffered, he always showed his strongest side to everyone. Although Naruto looks positive and optimistic on the outside, he has a spirit of not giving up easily. But inside is very lonely. He has never understood the true meaning of the word partner. Fortunately, with Ayaka's condolences and encouragement along the way, Naruto was able to maintain an optimistic attitude. It was not until he met Class 7 and Sasuke that Naruto truly realized the meaning of being a partner. When they met Kakashi for the first time, they didn't pass the test and were even told that they couldn't become a ninja. All 3 of the 7th shift were frustrated. Fortunately, they finally understood the meaning of the 2 partners and got Kakashi's approval. At the beginning, there was still a gap between the 3, and conflicts often appeared. However, working side by side in the Forest of Death completely broke the gap between them. Not only that, 2 months ago, when Naruto Uzumaki saw Aizen's first glance, he felt the intimacy in the depths of Aizen's eyes. So Naruto took the initiative to approach Aizen with the most sincere enthusiasm for him. Did not live up to Naruto's expectations, Aizen responded enthusiastically, and the 2 became natural friends. In Naruto's eyes, Aizen is someone who is easy to get along with. Gentle and kind character, low-key and humble attitude, not arrogant or impetuous, approachable. Such a flawless character is too rare for Naruto. Gradually, he completely trusts Aizen in his heart and regards him as the goal of transcendence. It's a pity that all this was broken like a mirror, and Aizen finally revealed her true colors. Damn. I will definitely knock you down and bring you back to your senses. A trace of unwillingness flashed deep in Naruto's pupils, and he still had the last glimmer of hope. He couldn't believe that a person's personality could change so quickly. 2 completely different personalities appear in one person, which is simply appalling. After hearing Naruto's words, Aizen's graceful steps stopped, her brows slightly wrinkled, and she said unhappily, "From the beginning, didn't you understand? I said that from the very beginning, the Aizen classmate you know did not exist at all." Aizen's thoughts moved, and the surging chakra surged out like an ocean, instantly changing the color of the world. Naruto, who only has the strength of genin, can't support it at all under this level of spiritual pressure. In just an instant, his body was under tremendous pressure, and he was finally crushed and collapsed to the ground. Damn. Sweat dripped like raindrops on Naruto's tender face, and blue veins surged on his 2 fair arms. He struggled desperately, trying to break free from this coercion, but was powerless. No matter how Naruto Uzumaki tried, he couldn't shake it in the slightest. It was as if an invisible big hand was pressing heavily on his spine, making him unable to lift his head. Naruto raised his head with difficulty, looking at Aizen with a deep resentment in his eyes. That resentment comes from betrayal, from the former newcomer. Great eyes, Naruto Uzumaki. It's okay, you don't have to feel sad for your companion's departure, and you don't have to feel sorry for your powerlessness. You have done a good job, and then leave it to me. Aizen smiled slightly, and took a step forward and came to Naruto's face in an instant. He opened his palms, and strong spiritual power poured out from his palms, and suddenly slapped towards the seal on Naruto's abdomen. Snapped. A crisp sound came out, and Aizen's palm tightly pressed against Naruto's abdomen. The inexhaustible spiritual power in his body kept pouring into his palm. Aizen's thoughts moved, and he controlled the seal of the 4 signs that eroded Naruto's abdomen with spiritual power. Kai kai kai. With the sound of corrosion, a thin white smoke rose from the center of the seal. The black runes that were sealed began to dissipate at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, Naruto's breath became violent. He roared in pain, his expression grim. A huge force seemed to break out of the body. Nine-tailed chakra. The crimson chakra is like boiling magma, bubbling continuously. The surrounding air burned violently, and the temperature prevailed, like a purgatory on earth. The hot wind swept the 4 directions, and a shocking breath was constantly brewing. With the gradual breaking of the seal, the aura that permeated Naruto became more and more violent, as if a natural catastrophe was about to come. Aizen looked at all this calmly, her eyes twinkling. In just a few moments, the ferocious nine-tailed demon fox will completely break the seal and reappear in the world. At this critical moment, an angry shout suddenly came from the dense hills not far away. Art fire escape ho fireball. A huge fireball appeared asymptomatically and blasted towards Aizen's back. Boom. The fireball exploded, and the hot flames filled the air. Aizen's location instantly turned into a sea of flames. At this time, a figure appeared on the tall fence of Konoha not far away. Uchiha Itachi, the ninja who has been described as a nightmare by countless Konoha ninjas, has finally come again. Chapter 108 Zao Organization, subscribe. Uchiha Itachi. His figure stood on the edge of the cliff, and his icy eyes were looking down at the sea of flames not far away. Although he was motionless, powerful chakra fluctuations emanated from their bodies, and even the space was faintly affected by it. Uchiha Itachi was wearing a large black robe, with several dazzling red clouds engraved on it, as if with a sense of enchantment. It's been a long time, Konoha Ninja Village. Itachi finally spoke. His eyes shot a little bit of cold star, and there was only pure indifference in his words. When his voice fell, the temperature around him seemed to drop to freezing point, instantly turning into a 10,000-year ice cave, making people unable to help but stand upside down. Itachi looked at the raging fire without saying a word. His eyes were calm, as unshakable as Mount Tai. The previous powerful fireball technique was issued by him. Although it is only a low-level fire escape ninjutsu, it is still superb in the hands of Uchiha Itachi. The existence that used to be like a nightmare in the hearts of countless Konoha ninjas has finally re-entered the land of fire ninja. Back then, it was his sinful hands that led to the slaughter of the glorious Uchiha clan overnight, the annihilation of the Mantua family, and their complete disappearance in the long river of history. Over the years, the Uchiha clan, which has given birth to many legendary figures, has fallen to its utmost brilliance. The glory of tomorrow that originally belonged to them can only end in tragedy in the end. The culprit of all this is this Uchiha who was known as the Uchiha clan back then, a genius rarely seen in 100 years. Ferret. Suddenly, a sneer full of wind came out. Ha, with your flamboyant fireball technique on the back, No matter how strong he is, he will inevitably be hit hard. A figure flashed past and appeared beside Uchiha. The dried persimmon ghost shark carries the shark muscle wrapped in bandages on his back, which makes his already majestic body even more imposing. The black robe, with several dazzling red clouds engraved on it, complemented his fierce appearance. Don't be careless, ghost shark. You are also very aware of the aura that exists in him. It is impossible for us to kill him so easily. Uchiha Itachi shook his head calmly. His character has always been calm and composed, and he never utters wild words. Compared to others, Uchiha is a true genius. Whether it is strength or ik, they are far beyond their peers. In a way, Uchiha Itachi and Aizen have the same characteristics. Not only is he good at illusion, but he also possesses unparalleled strength and a calm mind. There's no need to be so nervous, Itachi. When you come to Konoha, your kaleidoscope-writing will eyes should also shine. There was a hint of arrogance in Gui Shark's words. As Uchiha's companion, he values Itachi's strength in his heart. Ghost Shark recalled the scene when they met for the first time, and suddenly felt that the cold man beside him was too scary. In memory, the Ghost Sharks stood behind Uchiha Itachi with the shark muscle in hand, and in front of them was a flowing river. I was originally a persimmon ghost shark, one of the 7 members of the Kirikin village ninja swordsmen. From today onwards, I will work with you in a team. Please take care of me in the future. However, Uchiha Itachi ignored him. Those clear eyes stared at the surface of the water calmly, and the clear and transparent river water was reflected in the eyes, with phosphorescence sparkling. This arrogant attitude made the dried persimmon ghost shark frown slightly. Then, "Are you Uchiha Itachi from Harakiba village? I heard rumors about you. Did you kill Uchiha compatriots without leaving a single one?" The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned, revealing a stern smile. This smile concealed an unknown killing intent. He continued, "I know everything about you. That's why I teamed up with you in the Zhao organization. The feeling of killing my compatriots is really hard to explain." Uchiha Itachi still ignored him and said calmly, "You have a lot to say. Although you know everything about me, what about yourself? I got lost in the fog and came here. A rogue who can't even decide his own place, am I right?" Itachi's rhetorical question surprised the ghost shark. He paused for a moment, then sneered, "Let me tell you something good. Although fish are ovoviviparous, they hatch in the abdomen and then lay them. The number of sharks hatched from one shark egg is the same as the number of sharks that can eventually hatch from a female shark. The number of juveniles produced in the belly is different. What do you think is the reason?" Uchiha Itachi was silent, ignoring the provocation of the ghost shark. His eyes remained on the water. "It's because of cannibalism. After hatching, the juveniles begin to kill each other in the mother's body soon. The cannibalism among their companions begins as soon as they are born. All individuals other than themselves are just prey. From now on, you and I will be the companions of Akatsuki's organization. Please be vigilant, beware of me, and pray that we will not become opponents in the end." The dried persimmon ghost shark's eyes flashed fiercely, and he had murderous intent. Uchiha Itachi's arrogance made him uncomfortable. Those who take action against each other and their companions are not destined to end in a good life. Be aware. Uchiha Itachi slowly turned around and looked at the ghost shark calmly. At this moment, his pupils slowly changed, and there was a scene that made the ghost shark feel terrifying, kaleidoscope-writing round eyes. It was these devilish eyes that frightened the ghost shark. From that moment on, the ghost shark recognized Itachi's strength and valued him very much. Now, these frightening eyes are about to appear. Because Itachi discovered that Aizen was not dead. When all the smoke cleared, the 2 rebels saw a scene that shocked them. I saw a transparent light curtain appearing in front of Aizen like a moat. No matter how powerful the flames were, They could not break through this light curtain. Aizen was unscathed, standing calmly and gracefully. He looked past the dried persimmon ghost shark, stayed on Uchiha Itachi, and said with a smile, "These eyes are the same as Uchiha Sasuke. If I'm not mistaken, you are Uchiha Itachi." The two top illusion geniuses finally faced off head to head. Chapter 109, The Second Beginning of Solution. Subscribe. When we first met, you were Uchiha, right? Aizen was unscathed, standing calmly and gracefully. His gaze skipped the dried persimmon ghost shark and stayed on Uchiha Itachi. There was a look of anticipation in his eyes. During the 2 months of lurking, Aizen had already figured out the details of Konoha through constant inquiries. Except for those secrets, he basically knows all the rest of the information. The reason why Aizen can easily grasp the information related to Konoha is largely due to the root organization of Shimura Danzo. It was because he joined the root organization that he controlled a lot of intelligence. The most important piece of information is about Uchiha Itachi. This genius boy from Uchiha graduated from ninja school at the age of 7 with the highest grades in the school. Since childhood, he has been able to think like Naruto, transcend narrow nationalism, and do his best for the village. From childhood to adulthood, Uchiha Itachi has all people have high hopes and are hailed as a genius who can compete with the legendary Sannin in the future. His ninja road has been smooth all the way, surpassing his peers and becoming the most eye-catching new star. Unfortunately, everything changed after he joined Anbu. After joining Anbu, due to his outstanding talent, Uchiha Itachi was seconded to Anbu where Shimura Danzo was located soon after. After he joined Anbu, he not only assumed the bridge between the Uchiha family and the village, but also acted as a double agent for Konoha and Uchiha. In the end, it was a conspiracy led by Konoha's senior management. On the dark night of that month, Uchiha Itachi finally stretched out his clutches. That night, the Uchiha clan was destroyed by blood. This once famous family finally ended with such a tragic end. With a swipe, a figure suddenly appeared beside Uchiha. He was carrying a large knife wrapped around a bandage on his back, with a mighty physique and a murderous appearance. Dried persimmon ghost shark. I didn't expect that unexpected variables would appear. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned, revealing a stern smile. His eyes were tightly locked on Aizen's body, and his eyes filled with fiery fighting intent. Ghost Shark's character is impulsive and aggressive, with a tendency to violence in his eyes. He is ruthless and ruthless in his heart, even at the cost of killing his comrades in order to complete the task. His arrogant and belligerent personality is in stark contrast to Uchiha Itachi's calm and composed personality. Calm down, unnice shark. You can also see his strength, not the second-rate ninjas like Konoha. Uchiha Itachi's voice was flat, as if he was born without emotion. He stared at Aizen coldly, and said solemnly, "If you are not a Konoha ninja, right? Then what is your motive for sneaking into Konoha?" Well, as expected of the genius of the Uchiha clan. In fact, from the beginning to the end, I did not belong to Konoha. Aizen smiled indifferently and elegantly, and said, "If you want to ask the motive, it's just to find the most crucial key to ascending the throne of the sky." However, I really did not expect that so many Konoha's ninjas combined, even worse than me alone. Aizen shook her head slightly, as if feeling emotional about the sinking of the ants. HMPH, very interesting guy. It seems that you are the same as that guy from Deidara. But I have to remind you that talking too much can lead to premature death. The ghost shark slightly raised the shark muscle in his hand, and suddenly, a murderous aura enveloped him. As a member of Akatsuki's organization, the strength of the dried persimmon shark is superior to that of most ninjas. The duo formed by him and Itachi are even more able to run wild. What's more, the 3 generations of Hokage have already been lost, and the murderous one tail is raging. The mission they received this time was to go to Konoha to capture the nine-tailed Manchurian Uzumaki Naruto. However, even the two of them didn't expect that Aizen, the killing god, would appear on the way. The black coffin of the No. 90 Ghost art, which was sung in one move, easily inflicted heavy damage on Tojin, and even more shocked the hearts of the two members of the Zhao organization. It is precisely because of this that the dried persimmon ghost shark has raised a bit of jealousy towards Aizen. Hearing Gui Shark's words, Lan Ran frowned slightly, and he said calmly, "It's too boring to argue, why don't you talk to me?" From the beginning to the end, Aizen's eyes only stayed on Uchiha Itachi, ignoring the provocation of the ghost shark. "Uchiha Itachi, because of killing Konoha compatriots, you became a rebel. You can destroy the glorious clan with your own hands. Your actions are really courageous." Aizen's eyes rarely flashed a glimmer of admiration, and she said righteously, "I'm looking for a partner, what do you think, Uchiha Itachi?" From the beginning to the end, Aizen's eyes always stayed on Uchiha Itachi, ignoring the provocation of the ghost shark. In Aizen's eyes, ghost sharks are like transparent air, inconspicuous. Excellent also has troubles. When you have strength, you will be isolated and arrogant. Even if you have the greatest expectations at the beginning. Uchiha Itachi's eyes are like a pool of stagnant water. He said coldly, "Since I had already chosen to abandon my expectations and emotions at that time. So what's the point of being a so-called partner for me?" Uchiha refused Aizen's invitation without hesitation, and responded indifferently. As he said, with 5.8 and powerful strength, he has become accustomed to this isolated life. Is that so? It's a pity, you are one of the few humans that I can identify with. Aizen didn't get angry, she responded calmly, and there was even a hint of regret in her words. "Since you rejected my proposal, does this mean that we must face each other with swords?" Aizen's hand grasped the hilt of Kyoka Suizuki, and slowly pulled the sharp long knife out of the scabbard. He gripped the hilt with his backhand, so that the sharp blade was straight down. "Did you see it? This sharp sword is like that indifferent emotion, its only function is to cut off those unnecessary fetters, that's all." Broken, Kyoka Shuiyu. Chapter 110 Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eyes, Subscription. Broken, Kyoka Shuiyu. With Aizen's thoughts of liberation, this Zanpakuto, which once played with countless strong men in applause, finally began to liberate for the second time, and once again bloomed its brilliance. Buzzing at this moment, Jinghua Shuiyu's sharp blade sent out an invisible wave, which quickly spread around. Uchiha and Kazuo the ghost shark only felt a moment of stunned, as powerful as them, there would be a feeling of doubt. In this short period of time, the mind seemed to be blank. However, this feeling only stayed for a moment, and then returned to nature. Aizen grabbed the hilt of Essence Shuiyu and walked forward calmly. Every step he took, his aura rose steadily, as if he had the confidence to control everything. This volatility. That's what it is. Uchiha Itachi's expressionless face finally showed some fluctuations. At this moment, he finally understood why Aizen always felt a peculiar fluctuation. This kind of fluctuation is exactly the same as the pupil technique he has mastered, and the rite is unique. Fantasy. As if being stimulated by some kind of stimulus, 11 Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly, and there seemed to be a burst of pupil power. Although after Aizen shouted the liberation language, he only felt a slight fluctuation. But Uchiha Itachi still felt flustered in his heart, as if he was already in an illusion. What exactly is this feeling? Uchiha Itachi frowned slightly, and his eyes became extremely sharp. He felt more and more that Aizen was unfathomable, and seemed to hide a mysterious power that he could not guess. Beside Uchiha Itachi, the ghost shark's face was gloomy, and his eyes were burning with anger. Aizen's arrogant attitude annoyed him. Especially the calm contempt in Lan Ran's eyes made the killing intent in Gui Shark's heart stir. Dried persimmon ghost shark. The former ninja of Kirin village. He was wanted by the Land of Water on suspicion of killing princes and undermining national stability. He is a well-deserved S-level wanted criminal on the wanted book. Aizen told the origin of the ghost shark word by word, and said calmly, "I was surprised by your appearance, but I haven't finished speaking. Can you keep quiet?" At this moment, Lan Ran's eyes were terrifying, eyes like electricity, majestic yet domineering. For some reason, when the ghost shark saw Aizen's eyes, there was an inexplicable fear in his heart. This thought never happened to him. This guy is really long-winded. Do you want to kill him? The ghost shark clenched his backhand and took the shark muscle from behind. Don't take it lightly. His strength is not weaker than yours. Uchiha Itachi responded coldly and acquiesced to the behavior of the ghost shark. That's decided. I can already feel the excitement of the shark muscle. Brush. The figure of the ghost shark disappeared instantly, and appeared in front of Aizen like a ghost. He lifted the bandaged shark muscle and slashed heavily towards the top of Aizen's head. Aizen raised her eyes lightly, and calmly waved Jingwa Shuayu. Clang. A crisp voice came out, and the shark muscle and Jingwa Shuayu collided violently, creating a wave of air. The fierce wind centered on the two of them, blowing constantly. The robe engraved with red cyan floated along with it. My shark muscle is not for slashing people. The ghost shark sneered cunningly, pulled out his backhand, and untied all the bandages on the shark's muscles. Stab, stab. With the release of the bandage, the true face of the shark muscle was revealed. Countless thorns spread out like wings, cutting sharply on the mirror, causing dazzling sparks to splash. The shark muscle is for cutting. The ghost shark swung hard and hit Jingwa Shuayu again. After winning a move, his figure jumped back and kept a distance from Aizen. A hint of surprise flashed in Lan Ran's eyes. In fact, the strength of the ghost shark was beyond his imagination. Especially that shark muscle, it contains a kind of strange power. I really underestimated you, dried persimmon ghost shark. It seems that each member of the Akatsuki organization has different abilities. Aizen held Kyokusu Izuki and calmly confronted the two S-rank rebels. The breeze was blowing, and the blue-dyed coat fluttered in the wind, exuding a unique momentum. Just as the three of them got into a fierce battle, on the other side, Naruto's situation became more and more urgent. The four-image seal in his abdomen was continuously swallowed up, and the nine-tailed chakra began to recover. When the seal of the four elephants is completely broken, there is no room for rescue. Uchiha Itachi and Unai Shark will naturally not let this happen. Their mission to Konoha this time was to capture Naruto Uzumaki back to the Akatsuki organization intact. Once the seal is broken, the consequences are unimaginable. Water escape, water shark bullet technique. The ghost shark formed a seal on both hands, and the river next to the hill suddenly burst into waves, forming a water bomb that was aggressive. O King's Landing. The mask of flesh and blood. The one who is omnipotent, who flutters his wings, and who bears the name of man. Carve a double lotus on the wall of blue fire, and wait for the abyss of fire in the 180 rooms of the distant sky. Broken down 73. Double lotus gang fire pendant. Aizen's fingertips shot out red beams, which quickly collided with the water bomb. Boom. The sky-shattering fluctuations erupted, and the fully chanted Shuanglian Kangyo plunge was inexhaustible, even suppressing the ghost shark's water bomb and knocking the ghost shark's body into the air. What? Uchiha Itachi's pupils shrank suddenly. He didn't expect Aizen's magic to be so powerful, it was beyond his expectations. His eyes were fixed on Aizen, and his red eyes finally changed. The three-hook jade in the pupil rotates rapidly, continuously circulating along a special trajectory. Every time it rotates, there is a strange wave coming out. When the speed of the three-hook jade's rotation slowed down, it finally stopped. Immediately, Sangu merged with the black pupils in the eyes, forming a three-leaf fan shuriken shape. Kaleidoscope writing wheel eye. When Uchiha Itachi turned on the kaleidoscope Shenyan, he looked directly at Aizen with indifferent eyes, and shouted, "Just let you see, Shenyan, which is the real power of our Uchiha clan." When the voice fell, his eyes were tightly closed. When it was opened again, a powerful wave was emitted. Pupil, monthly reading. Chapter 111 Monthly Read. Please subscribe. When Uchiha Itachi turned on the kaleidoscope Shenyan, he looked directly at Aizen with indifferent eyes, and shouted, "Just let you see, Shenyan, which is the real power of our Uchiha clan." When the voice fell, his eyes were tightly closed. When it was opened again, a powerful wave was emitted. Pupil, monthly reading. Illusionary Uau, only with the same bloodline as me and the ability to produce the Eye of the Wheel can defeat me. Uchiha Itachi was expressionless, and his icy eyes caught people's attention. The moment you saw my gaze, the end was already doomed. Uchiha Itachi's voice was cold, as if a sentence had been set for Aizen. Lan Ran frowned slightly, showing a hint of movement. But deep in his pupils, there was an unknown cunning hidden. The screen flashed, and the surrounding space changed in vain. The blue sky disappeared, and the Konoha that filled the fireworks everywhere also disappeared. As if in an instant, everything between heaven and earth disappeared without a trace. The sky and the earth were eclipsed, and the surroundings were silent. This is a space that reveals dead silence, dark and quiet. All the colors between heaven and earth disappear, leaving only pure black and white. Here is. The moment Aizen opened her eyes, she looked around in total darkness. This kind of feeling is like being in the dissolution that Dongxian wants, the final method of clearing insects. In the enchantment of Yanmo cricket, except for those who touched the handle of the insect-clearing knife. Other people's hearing, sight, smell, and reiatsu will completely disappear, and only touch is left to perceive the pain of letting Dongxian be slaughtered. Is this the power of the so-called Shenyan? It really surprised me that it was able to create a spiritual space. Aizen's eyes flashed with admiration. He possesses the power of mirror flowers and water moon, so he can naturally see through this as an illusion space at a glance. However, Aizen remained calm in the face of the unknown fear. Long before Uchiha opened the kaleidoscope writing wheel, Aizen was the first to solve it and took the lead. Aizen took the first step in this top-notch illusion showdown in another world. This is why he is so confident. Brush brush. In an instant, many figures appeared around Aizen, all of them wearing red on black robes. What's even more amazing is that everyone has the face of Uchiha Itachi. Hundreds of Uchiha Itachi appeared, lifelike, giving people a lifelike feeling. It's really rare that you can stay calm when you come to my monthly reading space. Uchiha Itachi, who was standing at the front, held a sharp long knife and said indifferently, "Although you have an arrogant and strong attitude, everything is useless. In the world of Uedu, space, world, and quality are all under my control." Uchiha Itachi raised a sneer at the corner of his mouth, waved the long sword in his hand, and stabbed towards Aizen quickly. All this only happens between the fire and light stones. Clang. Aizen tried to wave Kyokusu Izuki for defense, but saw a scene that left him stunned. Originally sharp as the moon, the mirror flower water moon, which shattered everything with a knife, actually had a gap. As Uchiha Itachi swung a knife again, the whole Kyokushu broke. How is this possible? Aizen's eyebrows hang high, unbelievable. He felt that the quality of Jingwashu was as light as a feather, and it was simply vulnerable. I've said it all, in the world of Uedu, the quality of everything is controlled by me. Uchiha Itachi succeeded in one move, and then launched an offensive. The sharp blade stabbed the defenseless Aizen. Aizen's eyes flickered, and she took a step back, trying to use Shunpo to avoid this slash, but she was horrified to find that her body was as heavy as a mountain, and it was difficult to take another step. Boo! The sharp blade pierced through Aizen's body, and immediately, several flowers of blood splashed. This space is completely dominated by me. For the next 72 hours, I will stab you with a knife until the moment you fall to the ground with blood. Uchiha Itachi's voice fell, and the figure behind Aizen raised his long sword and stabbed Aizen's body from the back fiercely. One knife after another, the ruthless blades stabbed into Aizen's body continuously, making him miserable. Under the control of Uchiha Itachi's mind, Aizen has nowhere to hide. He seemed to be carrying a heavy mountain on his back, and it was extremely difficult to even lift his heels. Scarlet blood splashed, and whenever the knife light flickered, Aizen would have an extra wound on his body. Over time, scarred and bloodied. Although this is an illusion space, this feeling is real. Every piercing made Aizen feel heart-piercing pain. Even if he could hold back, the expression on his face told everything. This is the power of the kaleidoscope shaker, and the power of the Uchiha clan you want to see. Thousands of Uchiha Itachi spoke at the same time and said, "It's because you are too obsessed with the small things you see in front of you that you ignore the really important things. The real changes can't be constrained by rules, hunches, or imagined. This is beyond your belief, the power of monthly reading." A knife was stabbed, blood gushing out. For 72 hours, Aizen couldn't move. He was tormented all the time. This feeling was real, and it made him feel heart-piercing pain. When 72 hours passed, Aizen closed her eyes tightly and opened them again, returning to the real world. Nothing has changed. Aizen still holds the mirror flower and water moon. Uchiha Itachi's kaleidoscope writing wheel eyes were staring at him coldly. What happened in the 3 days in the Uedia space was only a moment in reality. Uchiha Itachi looked at Aizen indifferently, looking forward to his fall in the next moment. Because of the 72 hours of torture, he was convinced that Aizen's spirit was about to collapse. However, Aizen not only did not fall, but smiled slightly. Uchiha Itachi, as you said, too obsessed with the things in front of you will ignore the real things, and the real changes cannot be predicted. Then, why do you think I'll get into monthly studies? Please subscribe. By the way, I recommend Naruto, 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 Naruto Minato. Chapter 112 Fairy Mode, subscription. Then, why do you think I'll get into monthly studies? Aizen held Jinyu Shuayu with her backhand, and showed a puzzled smile. With a bang, the surrounding scene shattered like a mirror. Uchiha Itachi and Unai Shark were stunned. At this moment, they felt an illusion in their eyes. It seemed that Aizen that appeared in front of them from beginning to end was just an illusory image. Uchiha Itachi, maybe you were wrong from the beginning. It's not me who ignores what's really important, but you. Aizen's figure suddenly appeared behind Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi's face changed in surprise. He turned around quickly, but saw Kyoka Suizuki waving. Brick. Before Uchiha Itachi could make any moves, the sharp Kyoka Suizuki had penetrated his body. This scene is like in the moon reading space. Uchiha Itachi pierced Aizen's body with a blade. Now, the roles of the two have reversed. This time, it was Aizen's turn to transform into a butcher, hold the Zanpakuto in his hand, and set a fateful trial 283. The corners of Uchiha Itachi's mouth overflowed with blood, and his breath fluctuated violently. It's just that the corners of his mouth still drew a strange arc. The art of the bird body. Uchiha Itachi projected his own chakra onto dozens of crows and turned them into clones. Crash. Dozens of crows flew high and fled towards the vast sky. It is precisely such a change that led to Jinghua knife out of thin air. Although I don't know why you are able to break through the moon reading, but such a blade cannot knock me down. The dozens of crows flew around the sky, and then gathered at the original location of Aizen. In an instant, these dozens of crows turned into Uchiha Itachi again. Is this the power of the kaleidoscope shaker? It's even more amazing than I believed. Aizen holds the mirror flower and water moon, exuding a kind of immaculate temperament. This match between him and Uchiha Itachi seems to be evenly matched, but Aizen is actually slightly better. Because at the moment when he released Kyoka Suizuki, Uchiha Itachi didn't touch his blade, and naturally he couldn't break the absolute hypnosis of Kyoka Suizuki. As long as people rely on their own knowledge and cognition, and are bound by it, that's called reality. But knowledge and cognition are ambiguous things. The reality may only be a blur in the mirror. People live in their own obsessions. Don't you think so? Aizen asked Uchiha Itachi with great interest. In his opinion, only Uchiha Itachi, a genius who mastered illusion, is qualified to discuss with him. So what? Maybe reality and fantasy represent absoluteness to other ninjas. However, in front of the kaleidoscope shaker, it's just a thought. Uchiha Itachi responded coldly. In fact, no one is qualified to refute him except for Aizen, who owns the mirror. The power of the kaleidoscope shaker has unimaginable energy. One thought? Sorry, Uchiha Itachi, there is one thing I want to correct you. Perhaps, what you call one thought only exists in illusion. Lan Ran slowly raised her head, stared at the sky, and said in a low voice, "What a beautiful scenery. Although the season is not right, it's good to see the ice and snow now." When Aizen's words fell, snowflakes fell from the sky that was originally lit by a clear sky. The snow fell suddenly, and the temperature around it dropped suddenly. Snowing. Even as calm as Uchiha Itachi, when he saw the heavy snow falling in the sky, he was still deeply shocked. He couldn't imagine that Aizen could already do what he said. Even the scene of heaven and earth was easily changed because of his words. This unpredictable power has surpassed Uchiha Itachi's imagination. Have you seen it? Maybe this is the real moment of thought. Aizen smiled indifferently and elegantly. He did not give up the idea of wooing Itachi Uchiha, and invited him again. The sky is actually colorless. It didn't deceive you, but your own eyes deceived yourself. Uchiha Itachi, I believe you understand the true meaning of this sentence. In order to pursue higher level power, join me and advance and retreat with me. This is the second time Aizen has thrown an olive branch to Uchiha Itachi. The latter's unparalleled illusion talent made Aizen very valued. Ninjas are ninjas because they are often forced to make cruel choices. So, I refuse. Uchiha Itachi is indeed a genius that is rare to see in 100 years. His heart was calm and calm. No matter how shocking power Aizen showed, he remained indifferent. It's a pity, this shows that we are going to face each other with swords again. Aizen placed Kyoka Suizuki on her chest, and the sharp blade was pointed at Itachi's chest. The atmosphere became solemn again. After a few seconds, a wave of waves erupted from the dunes on the side. The dried persimmon shark swept out of it violently, and appeared next to Uchiha Itachi with monstrous killing intent. Everything went back to the starting point, and the two sides faced each other again, but the mentality was completely different. Just as the three of them were about to start, their expressions suddenly changed, and at the same time they sensed that an astonishing wave was coming quickly. The three of them looked in that direction at the same time, but saw a stalwart figure approaching rapidly. Jiraiya. At this time, Jiraiya's aura had completely changed, and an astonishing wave was constantly radiating from his body. This wave of fluctuations, the official Aizen had previously sensed the immortal chakra. After a long period of cohesion, Jiraiya finally succeeded in absorbing the natural energy and opened the immortal mode. Jiraiya's long hair was flying, and his face was no longer to red tears, but turned into a strange pattern. He used the teleportation technique to keep getting closer, shortening the distance 1 foot by 1. When Jiraiya's eyes locked on Aizen, a fierce killing intent flashed. The culprit who destroyed Konoha is about to be judged by the immortals. Ask for a subscription. The Konoha plot will end today, and I will start accepting my younger brother. You have a lot of suggestions to post in the book review area. Whether it is TV, theatrical version, or the original characters, I will arrange them reasonably. Of course, women can do it too. Chapter 113, The Curtain Ends, for subscription. Jiraiya's killing intent exploded, and he quickly approached the three of them. Previously, he felt aggrieved in his heart. Due to the limitation of the immortal mode, he could not move, and could only absorb natural energy in a static state. When he tried to release Tojin to protect him, he didn't expect to be hit hard by the black coffin. No. 90 sung by Aizen. In the end, Jiraiya could only really watch Aizen leave and go to capture Naruto Uzumaki. Now, all the natural energy has been absorbed, and Jiraiya has entered the peak state. The sinner who destroyed Konoha's tranquility by Aizen Kamiuku, accept the judgment of the immortal. Jiraiya's body was as fast as lightning, leaping into the air, and quickly gathering a large amount of immortal chakra in the palm of his hand, forming a super-large jade spiral pill dozens of times larger than the spiral pill to attack the enemy, with extremely powerful power. Zanfa, Super Jade Spiral Pill. The oversized jade spiral pill covered the sky and the sun, and a huge shadow shrouded the three of them. Because the power of the immortal chakra is too great, even the two members of the Zhao organization were affected and involved. All this just happened between the fire and light stones. Broken down 80. Broken air. Water escape, the technique of water body. The art of the bird body. Even though the three of them could feel the power of Dayu Spiral Maru up close, although the three of them were shocked by its power, they performed ninjutsu fearlessly and did their best to escape the battle. Boom. When the indescribable Dayu Spiral Pill slammed into the ground, an earth-shattering wave suddenly erupted. Immortal arts that incorporate natural energy are far beyond ordinary chakra. The ground cracked, and countless cracks spread to the surroundings, endlessly. Even the surrounding buildings were greatly implicated, and collapsed one after another, turning into ruins. Thick smoke filled the air, and the wind was blowing. When the thick fog dissipated, a huge deep pit appeared where the three previously stood. Oh, it's really thrilling, I almost lost my life. The ghost shark flashed out of the thick smoke. The clothes on his body shattered, and even the gauze wrapped around the shark's muscles shattered. If it wasn't for the shark muscles that could absorb energy, the injuries on the ghost shark would probably be more than that light. Bang bang bang. On the other hand, Aizen blocked the chakra storm with the help of the break and was unscathed. After all, he was the calmest of the three. Dozens of crows flew to the side of the ghost shark and turned into Uchiha Itachi again. The three of them showed their magical powers and escaped the big jade spiral pill without any risk. Uchiha Itachi, dried persimmon ghost shark. I didn't expect you to cover Konoha. Then stay together and enjoy the unique scenery of Konoha. Jiraiya's body fell steadily, and even in the face of three powerful men with unimaginable strength, he was still imposing. After using the immortal mode, Xylai also has enough confidence. After all, he is known as the legendary Sanenjera, and he is really powerful. The ghost shark held the shark muscle on his back, and looked at Jiraiya with a look of intense fear. He stood side by side with Uchiha Itachi, always on guard for Jiraiya's next attack. After using the immortal mode, Jiraiya's threat has surpassed Aizen. After all, although Aizen's method is bizarre, it does not show strong destructive power. Is this the power hidden in your body? It really lived up to my expectations. Aizen sincerely appreciates it. If it is ordinary chakra, it is acceptable for blue dyeing. Dispensable chicken ribs. Then Zanju chakra really attracted Aizen's attention. This powerful power combined with natural energy is recognized by Aizen. It's over, Aizen Keimuku, let's endure the wrath of the immortals to their heart's content. Xylai also shouted angrily, and a breath like an ocean surged out. Oh, you're right, Jiraiya. After seeing this power, this fast should end. Aizen chuckled lightly, still with the same calm look. In fact, he has already witnessed the power of chakra, and it is meaningless to stay in Konoha. As for capturing the nine-tailed demon fox, it was just Aizen's whim. He didn't want to destroy Konoha like Orochimaru. Aizen's ultimate goal is to ascend to the throne of heaven and control a higher level of power. He glanced at Naruto Uzumaki, and said regretfully, "Goodbye, the boy who sealed the nine-tailed demon fox. But we shouldn't have a chance to meet again." Jiraiya frowned. He understood the implication of Aizen's words and wanted to escape from Konoha. Before he could leave, Aizen sang again. The wall of iron sand, the tower in the shape of a monk, the glowing iron glowing, because of its sturdiness, it is finally silent. 75 binding roads, 5 pillars of iron. 63 of the way of binding, lock and lock. 79 binding roads, 9 luminaries binding. 3 consecutive shackles were cast, and all around Jiraiya appeared. A black spirit, a large snake-like chain, and 5 large iron pillars. The 3 binding paths tightly wrapped around Jiraiya's body, causing him to temporarily lose the ability to move. Don't you ever find it strange? Do you think it was fate that we met? No. Aizen's words revealed another meaning. He sneered, as long as the throne of that day is the direction I will go. So, goodbye, interesting Sanin, interesting Akatsuki. Since Jiraiya is also trapped in the bondage, he cannot move. Aizen turned her attention to Itachi and Danai. Lan Ran plainly slashed a sword towards Uchiha Itachi and Ghost Shark, the sword light flickered, and the momentum was monstrous. Feeling the power of this sword, the two of them were horrified, and they hurriedly used ninjutsu to defend. Boom! A terrifying sound came out, and when the thick fog dissipated, Aizen's figure had disappeared without a trace. This farce is finally over. From now on, the empty window period of the throne of heaven ends, and a new king is about to rise. P.S. There is one more update tonight, and a new plot will start tomorrow. The encounter between Hinata and Landa is not over, and will be presented in the subsequent episodes. Chapter 114 Seal, for subscription. With the disappearance of Aizen, the farce finally ended. Using ghost magic to restrain Jiraiya, he forced back Uchiha Itachi and Kazuki Shark with one sword. Aizen left calmly, announcing the end of the empty window period of the heavenly throne. Xylai was also trapped by 3 powerful Dao binding techniques, and even if he used the immortal mode, it would take a while to break through. So he could only watch Aizen leave, unable to take care of him. Damn, let him escape like this, the sinner of Konoha. Jiraiya's eyes flashed with unwillingness, and he felt guilty about Aizen's escape. After the loss of the 3 generations of Hokage, looking at the entire Konoha, there is no one stronger than him. As the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya must also take on this responsibility and take the lead. Defend Konoha. After Aizen escaped, Jiraiya's angry gaze turned to Uchiha Itachi and Danai Shak. The two of you sneaked into Konoha for the sake of Naruto, right, or for the nine-tailed demon fox inside him? Jiraiya's eyes flickered as he confronted the two Akatsuki members domineeringly. At the same time, he constantly mobilized the magic chakra in his body, infiltrating this powerful force into the 3 bondage paths. HMPH, why ask the question? It seems that you really want to kill us. But I advise you to look back. The seal on Naruto Uzumaki is about to disappear. The dried persimmon ghost shark grinned lightly, revealing an eerie smile. Although he was also afraid of Jiraiya, he was not afraid. He raised the shark muscle in his hand, ready to move, wanting to fight against Jiraiya. Don't act rashly, Ghost Shark. He is the legendary Sannin. Even if you join forces with me, it's not necessarily his opponent. Uchiha Itachi finally spoke up, and he stopped the impulsive behavior of the persimmon ghost shark. Itachi's eyes swept to Naruto Uzumaki, who was struggling to the side. A look of regret flashed in the depths of his pupils. In the face of Jiraiya, who used the immortal mode, if he wanted to forcibly capture Naruto Uzumaki, he would only lose both. Such a result is not in line with their position. Originally, the two of them didn't take action for a long time, just hoping to reap the benefits. But they never imagined that Aizen's ability was beyond their imagination, and she was still calm in the face of the powerful Jiraiya. Especially after Aizen left, Jiraiya's anger continued on them. Let's go. The defeat of Yinren and Sharen has become a foregone conclusion. If we continue to entangle, I am afraid that even we will not be able to retreat. Uchiha Itachi's eyes flickered and he made a decision. But, with your strength, why should you be afraid of him? The ghost shark was puzzled. However, before he finished speaking, he heard Zilai also shouting loudly. Zanfa, thousands of hair needles, with Jiraiya's big drink, his hair hardened quickly, like a storm, and with the immortality of Chakrana. The indestructible power finally broke open the three kinds of ghost arts that were bound to the body. Crack! Jiraiya clenched his fists tightly, and the mighty body exuded great power. If you let you escape like this, you'll be wasting the prestige established by Hokage in all dynasties. Jiraiya's eyes were like electricity, emitting a cold glow. He made a seal with his hands, clasped them together suddenly, and slapped the ground angrily. Ninja, toad mouth binding technique. In an instant, the huge stone on the ground rose up, forming an unbreakable stone barrier. This stone barrier was dozens of meters long, trapping the figures of Unai Shark and Uchiha Itachi. This is. When the ghost shark glanced around, his face was ashen. He found that the surrounding stone walls had turned into wriggling flesh walls. Strangely, the highly corrosive gastric juice adhered to the meat wall, which was shocking. I summon Momu Mountain, the stomach wall of the big toad in Yansu. Anyway, you are all wanted criminals, so let's just become the food of the big toad. Killing intent surged in Jiraiya's eyes, and after summoning the esophagus of the big toad, he was confident that he could permanently obliterate the two of them. Because, no one has ever been able to escape. Ghost Shark, follow me. Without further ado, Uchiha Itachi made a judgment. He ran towards the end of the meat wall. Damn. The dried persimmon ghost scolded reluctantly, followed in Itachi's footsteps with his shark muscles. So far, no one has been able to escape from here. Jiraiya slapped the ground with both hands angrily, and the fleshy wall of the esophagus quickly approached the two of them. Damn it, the meat wall gathers faster. If it goes on like this, the consequences will be unimaginable. The dry persimmon ghost shark was sweating coldly on his forehead, and he could feel the corrosive stomach acid of the toad's intestinal wall from close at hand. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth curled up, as if he was holding on to victory. He believed that in just a few moments, the two would be corroded by stomach acid and end up in a tragic end. At this moment, a burst of black light erupted, and a hot wind swept the four directions. At the end of the toad's esophagus, a big hole was actually broken. The figures of Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon Unai also disappeared without a trace in an instant. This flame is? Jiraiya looked at the end of the esophagus that reflected the sunlight with a puzzled expression on his face. There, black flames were burning. This flame is different from ordinary flames, as if from hell, burning endlessly. As long as it is stained with this black flame, zero point 0.9 cannot escape unless it is turned into ashes. Amaterasu. Xili also asked himself to travel to major countries, but he had never seen such a flame. His figure flashed and he came to the black flame. After repeated observation, there is still no clue. Jiraiya also decided to seal these flames. Seal of fire. Immediately, the black Naruto was sealed in the scroll. Jiraiya waved backhand and released Toad's esophagus. He looked at Naruto anxiously, his face dignified. The seal on Naruto's abdomen almost disappeared. P.S. Please subscribe, there are 3 more updates. Continue to push my friend's book, Naruto, The Demon of Naruto Wave Win Minato, as well as a new book, Do U Live, Lao Tzu is a Messenger. Chapter 115 The War Subsided, for subscription. After Jiraiya sealed Amaterasu's black Hokage, he turned his attention to Naruto. Although Uchiha Itachi and dried persimmon ghosts were able to escape smoothly, this was a helpless move. Because the 4-image seal on Naruto's abdomen is about to disappear. Jiraiya put away the scroll, and came to Naruto in a flash. Looking at Naruto who was struggling in pain, Jiraiya felt a sense of guilt in his heart. For so many years, he has been running away. Set up an excuse to lie and leave Konoha Shinobi Village. After 20 years of traveling around the world, he still couldn't make him feel a sense of belonging to Konoha. This time, when he returned to Konoha, he encountered a shocking change. The disappointment of the teacher, the 3 generations of Hokage, made Jiraiya also suffer. Seeing that the once prosperous Konoha ninja village has become so dilapidated today, Jiraiya's heart is even more heavy. Although Uchiha Itachi and Shikigami used the black Hokage summoned by Hitomi Amaterasu to break through the Toad's esophagus, they escaped smoothly. Aizen also left Konoha. But Jiraiya's restless heart did not settle down. Because in the center of Konoha Shinobi Village, Ichio Morizu is still destroying recklessly. Although Toad Wentai struggled to support him, he was always suppressed by Izao Shukaku. More importantly, the 4-image seal on Naruto's abdomen is about to disappear. With the disappearance of most of the seal, the power of the 9 tails in Naruto Uzumaki was completely run away. Crimson chakra filled his body, causing the surrounding temperature to rise violently. Naruto Uzumaki was in excruciating pain, with blue veins on his arms and a hideous face. Because Aizen had left a trace of spiritual power in Naruto's seal. It is the erosion of this spiritual power that causes the seal of the 4 images to continuously collapse. If you want to stop this spiritual power, just relying on ordinary chakra will not help. Only the celestial chakra, which integrates natural energy, has a glimmer of hope. Xili also looked at the incomplete seal of the 4 elephants and remained silent. Almost without thinking, he realized that this was the backhand left by Aizen, in order to attract his attention. Perhaps, from the beginning to the end, Aizen's so-called capture of Naruto Uzumaki was just a lie. From the moment Aizen first appeared in Konoha Ninja Village, this kind of lie has continued, deeply rooted in every Konoha ninja. In their minds, let them not be able to distinguish between reality and disguise. Thinking of this, Jiraiya secretly took a deep breath. He had to admit that Aizen's disguise was what he had seen in his life. The funniest thing is that he once regarded Aizen as a fledgling boy, and taught him how to control chakra. Now, this huge contrast makes Jiraiya speechless. No matter what, when Konoha's safety is settled, I will definitely arrest you with my own hands, Aizen Kyomuku. Jiraiya's eyes flickered, his eyes firm. He has already confirmed his goal in the future, in addition to protecting Naruto, is to arrest Aizen Ju. After settling his thoughts, Jiraiya once again focused his attention on Naruto Uzumaki. He spread out his 5 fingers, and a massive amount of chakra poured out of his palm. Snapped. A crisp voice sounded, and Jiraiya's palm tightly pressed against Naruto Uzumaki's abdomen. When his palm was touching Naruto's skin, the powerful immortal chakra poured out continuously. What? Naruto Uzumaki cried out in pain at the moment when the immortal chakra was injected. Counting the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox, the spiritual power of Aizen, and the infusion of the fairy chakra, the seal of the four images contained three completely different powers. The constant conflict of these three forces, intertwined, produced a recoil force, making Naruto Uzumaki miserable. Sweat dripped from the beans on his immature face. If it wasn't for the inherently strong physique of the Uzumaki family, Naruto would have been unable to endure this torture and fainted. Naruto, you must persevere. Jiraiya concentrated his thoughts and injected the magic chakra into the seal of the four elephants. Suddenly, he felt a strange power. This power is different from chakra, ethereal, as if it has an ethereal power. Spiritual power. This power. It seems that it is Aizen J's bottle and which gun flash Jun. Although Jiraiya couldn't capture the spiritual power, he could feel that his magic chakra was hindered. But fortunately, that spiritual power is only a small part. In front of Jiraiya in his heyday, a trace of spiritual power was like a man's arm as a chariot. After Jiraiya's repeated attempts, the immortal chakra finally suppressed the small cluster of spiritual energy and stabilized the rampage. Immediately, those nine-tailed chakras floating around were like a pool of stagnant water, and finally they all gathered and returned to Naruto Uzumaki. I finally stabilized Naruto's abnormal situation. Xylai also exhaled and relaxed. As long as the seal of the four elephants is stable, no matter how strong the nine-tailed demon fox is, it cannot break the seal. The scorching air dissipated, and Naruto's body temperature returned to normal. He struggled to open his eyes and said feebly, "Okay. Lecherous immortal. Where's Aizen?" I ran I squatted on a strontium boat and left. Unfortunately, I couldn't keep him. Jiraiya said calmly, his words full of regret. Is what he said true? Uzumaki Naruto's powerless truth, looking at the blue sky, muttered in a low voice. After experiencing 9 deaths and a lifetime, but in exchange for such an ending, Minxin is unwilling. He recalled every word Aizen said to him, and finally closed his eyes weakly and sighed heavily. Since you are safe and sound, go to the medical class to recuperate. I also have to rush to Ichimori. Jiraiya turned around and cast his eyes into the distance. There, the fury between Ichio Morizu and Toad Wentai has reached the white-hot stage. Fortunately, Konoha Ninja has been able to free up his hands to help Toad Wentai, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. It's very simple for Jiraiya to do things, that is, to use the powerful power of the immortal mode to set the world in one fell swoop and reseal Shui. There is another update at 6 and 9. Tomorrow, a new plot will start, and Bennu will soon appear. Chapter 116, Hinata's Nostalgia, for subscription. With the replenishment of the seal, Naruto Uzumaki's condition stabilized. The 9-tailed chakras all disappeared and entered the body. Naruto Uzumaki lay calmly on the ground with a complicated look in his eyes. He looked at Konoha's hot and cold world at the moment, and couldn't help sighing. From prosperous to dilapidated, it only takes one day. Jiraiya looked solemnly towards the center of Konoha. There were violent waves breaking out there. The battle between Toad Bunter and Ichio Morizu has reached a fever pitch. Originally, Toad Wentai was suppressed, and he was always passive. Later, with the defeat of Sand Ninja and Sound Ninja, the elite ninjas on Konoha's side could finally free up their hands. With the cooperation of many parties, the defeat was finally reversed, and it was hard to support. Now, Jiraiya, who has turned on the immortal mode, can also free up his hands to deal with Ichimori. He solemnly instructed Naruto, and after confirming that there were no traces of the enemy around, he left here and rushed to the center of Konoha. Brush. The figure of Jiraiya disappeared. This lecherous immortal with rage will show the power of Momu Mountain's immortal method, and seal Shui in one fell swoop. The center of the leaves K. Even if we can hold Shui's footsteps now, it's just a temporary struggle. I already feel the chakra in my body being depleted. Kakashi was panting heavily, looking at Ichio Morizaru with a bit of dread. Beside him was Matakai, who was full of blood, and the two fought side by side. Originally, they were defeated by Aizen's overwhelming strength, and they were powerless to fight back. As Konoha's elite Jonin, this humiliating defeat makes them brooding. If not from come to the rescue, the two will die under the sharp blade of Jingyu Shuiyu. Now, in the face of the murderous Mamoru Chitale, this feeling of powerlessness rose again, making Kakashi and Metsuki feel guilty. At this moment, the stalwart figure of Jiraiya appeared. With a swipe, Jiraiya also appeared on top of Toad Bunter's head. After the immortal mode is used, both the power of ninjutsu and the speed are different. "You're finally here, Lord Jiraiya," Morinoi said in surprise. Although he is a special Jonin, he still looks like a tiny ant in front of the raging one-tailed guard crane. "Where's Aizen? Did you kill him?" Midori Red Bean hurriedly asked. She panted violently, and the pair of big white rabbits kept shaking, seductive. The Red Bean question represents everyone's question. Their eyes were fixed on Jiraiya, eager to know the result. However, Jiraiya's answer was beyond their imagination. "No, I still didn't stop him and let him escape." Jiraiya sighed heavily, his words full of guilt. Everyone was stunned. Among them, the one with the most emotional fluctuations was Hongui. This beautiful and moving Jonin has many emotions in his beautiful eyes. Sad, sad, unbelievable. Until now, she couldn't believe what she saw. At the beginning, when Yuiko saw Aizen died at the hands of Gaara's sand giant, she was heartbroken. You know, she had high hopes for Aizen, and even developed a different kind of affection for this flawless genius. The past 2 months of getting along with each other day and night, every bit of training, has made Yuika's heart subtly have good expectations for Aizen. She can even predict the achievements of this young genius in the future, surpassing the 3 ninjas, becoming the most eye-catching ninja in Konoha, and spreading the fame of illusions far and wide. However, reality shatters like a mirror, and vision bursts like a bubble. Aizen's terrifying sword slaughtered the 3 generations of Hokage, the hero of the late twilight, and shattered the last hope of Kurenai. In this war, this beauty has been running away. She didn't want to fight, and she was anxious. Kurenai recalled scenes of getting along with Aizen in her mind, and her mind was like a mess. On that day, in the Yale Ramen restaurant, the two looked at each other and smiled. That sincere smile took root in Hongui's heart and left an indelible impression. From that moment, Kurenai discovered that she had developed a different kind of affection for Aizen before she knew it. This feeling is very subtle, somewhere between admiration and admiration, ambiguous. In fact, until this moment, Kurenai still couldn't believe what Aizen did. She would rather believe that it was all a dream than give up hope for Aizen. When Yuika learned about the result of Aizen's escape from Jiraiya, she made a secret decision. Be sure to find Aizen and ask him the truth of what happened. Let's go. Jiraiya's shout broke Kurenai's musings. Under his order, all the elite Junin launched a counter-attack. One after another dazzling ninjutsu, like a storm, slammed into Izao Shukaku. The situation of the battle turned around again, and the one-tailed guard cranes retreated steadily. The defeat was only a matter of time. Konoha medical class, in one of the medical rooms. Hinata was lying weakly on the hospital bed, her face pale and charming. When he saw Aizen turn into a mist of blood, he fell into a deep coma because of excessive sadness. When the war ended, Hinata Hyuga regained consciousness. At this moment, her clear and moving beautiful eyes slowly opened. Her eyes were empty and dull, and she seemed to have a lot of thoughts on her mind. Hinata didn't know the twists and turns of things, and she was still in great sadness. She thought that Aizen had died, under the clutches of Gaara. Laugh, only by smiling like the sun will the dark clouds dissipate. Back then, Aizen said these words vividly in my mind when I was at the eel ramen restaurant. Hinata remembered Aizen's face that was always filled with a smile, and the delicate little face outlined a longing smile. At this moment, it was not until Aizen left that Hinata realized how important Aizen was in her heart. Unfortunately, things are different. The prosperity is still there, but the missing figure has passed away. Hinata looked out the window sadly, and when she saw the sunset, there was a hint of sadness in her beautiful eyes. Maybe she will never see that figure again from now on, but this sincere feeling will take root in her heart like a seed, and it will exist forever. P.S. Please subscribe, and by the way, push the book, Naruto, the Demon Namiving Minato. Chapter 117 Wang Quain, for subscription. Fire Country. This place is far from Konoha Ninja Village, the terrain is remote, and it is close to the edge of the country of fire. On a sheep-intestine path, a thin figure walked forward. This figure is dressed in a white robe, with a straight posture and steady steps. Every time you walk, there is a subtle elegance. On his waist, he wears a Zanpei Kuto, showing his sharp edge. Aizen plus medical star at this time. It has been more than half a day since Aizen left Konoha Ninja Village. He went all the way and had come to the edge of the fire country. After Aizen escaped, Ichio Morizu was still making trouble in Konoha Ninja Village. So Konoha didn't send out pursuers, because they knew it wouldn't help. Even Kakashi and Maitokai were defeated by Aizen. Even if other ninjas were sent, they would only die innocently like cannon fodder. Of course, whether there are chasing soldiers makes no difference to Aizen. As long as he is willing, killing an ordinary Chunin is just a matter of thought, as easy as crushing an ant. It seems that the country of fire is nothing more than a strong foreign country. I wonder what surprises the other 4 major countries will bring to me. Aizen smiled slightly and walked forward calmly. When fleeing, he had already determined his destination. Because while the root organization was lurking, Aizen learned that the 5 kingdoms were the top forces in the entire ninja world. Almost all the famous ninjas in the ninja world of 973 come from the 5 countries. In this war to destroy Konoha, Aizen has learned the power of the land of fire and the land of wind. In general, neither disappointment nor satisfaction. As for Konoha, except for Jiraiya, no one else could make Aizen take it seriously. However, it was Uchiha Itachi, who was Konoha's rebellion, who really made Aizen appreciate it. In particular, the kaleidoscope writing wheel eye pupil technique month reading, even more amazed Aizen. If it wasn't for Aizen, who was the first to use the first solution of Hana Suizuki, he took the lead and completely dominated Uchiha Itachi's 5 senses. Otherwise, Aizen will fall into a passive state, and everything she has experienced in the moon reading world will come true. In this fantasy showdown in a different world, the two were evenly divided and equal to each other. Compared to Konoha, Shane disappointed Aizen very much. This time, the conspiracy to destroy Konoha, the alliance of Sandnin and Yinnin took the lead, but in the end they were defeated. More importantly, the so-called 4th Kazekage was beheaded by Orochimaru. However, from the beginning to the end, Aizen did not take Orochimaru in his eyes. A ninja who has fallen into the mirror, no matter how powerful he is, he will only practice and sink into reality and illusion, struggling hard. Aizen's next destination, the land of Earth. In the data recorded by the root organization, there is very little information about the land of the land. It is precisely because of this that it attracted Aizen's attention. He wanted to know if the land of the five kingdoms would surprise him. There are many mysterious legends in the land of the land and the fire of the snow around the land of the land. This is also the point that attracts Aizen. After confirming the direction, Aizen embarked on the journey to the land of soil. Along the way, he was unimpeded. Even if you encounter resistance occasionally, Reiatsu alone can solve everything. Time passed slowly, and before you knew it, Aizen had reached the edge of the country of fire. There is no one here, and there are barren mountains and mountains everywhere. After coming here, Aizen's first feeling was desolation. Looking around, there are vast mountains, blue sky, green woods. Aizen looked up at the blue sky and remained silent. Leaving the country of fire also represents the end of the empty window period of the throne of heaven. If Aizen wants to climb to the top of the cloud, she must rely on new power. Broken Jade. Bennu has self-awareness. The mind that exists in the surrounding things can be absorbed and realized, and can protect the host's body from death and immortality. When the host's ability reaches its limit, or when life is threatened, collapsing jade will prompt the host to evolve towards a higher level. At that time, Aizen was already at the peak of the god of death. Proud of the corpse soul world. After possessing Bennu, his power became even stronger. From this, the Broken Face Legion, empowered by Bennu, was born. Unfortunately, Aizen was finally sealed and reduced to the 8th prison, a prisoner of endless purgatory. After the inexplicable crossing, Bennu moved further away from Aizen. That kind of supreme power once made Aizen addicted. Just as Aizen fell into memory, not far ahead, 5 figures came into view. The first person was a middle-aged man in a black robe. His long black hair is scattered behind his back. His steps are steady. His eyes are full of energy, and there is a fierce aura under his calm expression. Behind him, followed by 4 young men in white robes. They faithfully followed behind the black-robed man, their eyes full of fanaticism. They are not far from the location of Aizen, so they are particularly eye-catching in this barren mountain. If it were an ordinary ninja, Aizen would definitely disdain it. However, when Aizen's eyes swept towards the mysterious people, a burst of brilliance erupted in his eyes. This breath is... Aizen discovered that there was another aura on these mysterious people. This breath is dark and evil, incompatible with ordinary chakra. Aizen concluded that this heinous dark power could never be the source of this world. Thinking of this, Aizen's heart finally moved. If the breath of these mysterious people really came from another world as he guessed, well, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as you can control the source of this dark breath, perhaps, returning to the corpse soul world is not an illusion. When Aizen looked at their backs, the mysterious people seemed to notice. They looked back vigilantly, only to find Aizen's eyes. Wang Guan. He's just a teenager who dares to spy on us. Why don't you? The man in white robes sneered playfully, and a murderous intent was drawn from the corner of his mouth. No, there's no need to startle the snake. Not to mention that our destination is the land of ghosts, and the timing is immature. We'd better be cautious. The black-robed man shook his head, motioning them to speed up and get rid of Aizen. Want to escape? Aizen smiled slightly, but with a thought, the figure disappeared instantly. When his figure reappeared, he had already appeared in front of the 5 mysterious people. Why rush to escape? Let's talk. Aizen's elegant smile, an unparalleled domineering radiance, suddenly made the faces of the 5 mysterious people change. Please subscribe, continue to push the book, Naruto, the Demon of Naruto Namiving Minato. Chapter 118 The Terrifying Reiatsu, for collection. Aizen appeared calmly in front of the 5 mysterious people, blocking their way. Who are you? The pupils of the 5 mysterious people shrank suddenly and stared at Aizen vigilantly. The middle-aged man named Wang Qin was even more turbulent in his heart. Aizen's figure disappeared and reappeared in less than a second. The speed is terrifying. Guru. The four young men in white robes were not as strong as middle-aged men. When the four of them faced Aizen's gaze, they felt a sense of fear. If this feeling came from an elite Jonin, the four young men in white robes could still accept it. But now they are only facing a young boy who looks a little more mature. What the hell is going on? Even a teenager can bring me such strong oppression. The black-robed man Wang Qin frowned, his sharp eyes fixed on Aizen, guarding against his every move. What's the matter? Why do you have such expressions? Do I look so ruthless? Aizen said calmly. He took a step forward and actually took the initiative to approach the five mysterious people. Seeing Aizen's actions, the five mysterious people took a big step back and kept their distance from Aizen unconsciously. They had secret plans to implement, so they were naturally highly vigilant. You will never act rashly until you find out the details of Aizen. You didn't even wear a ninja forehead guard. Logically speaking, you should be a civilian, but I can feel the chakra in your body. If I guessed correctly, you should be Konoha's rebellion, right? Wang Qin took a deep breath, no longer flinched, facing the huge oppression brought by Aizen, calmly confronted him. He made this judgment based on 2 points. First of all, this is the border between the Land of Fire and the major powers. It is deserted and uninhabited. It is an excellent location to hide, and it is also a must for rebellion. Furthermore, they were heading towards the Land of Earth, but Aizen appeared behind them. Therefore, Wang Qin came to the conclusion that Aizen's identity must be the traitor of the Fire Nation. Your judgment is very accurate. It's a pity that I have one thing to correct you. Aizen said coldly, the so-called identity, the so-called Konoha betrayal, doesn't exist for me at all. Even the identity of a ninja is useless to me. Speaking of the identity of Konoha ninja, Aizen sneered with disdain in her heart. From the beginning to the end, he held the mentality of lurking and disguising, just to gain insight into the power of this world. Aizen has only one identity, the god of death. The so-called chakra, in Aizen's eyes, is nothing more than that, and it is a dispensable taste. Only the magic chakra, which incorporates natural energy, moved Aizen a little. It's really arrogant. Since you're not Konoha's rebellion, then if we kill you, there won't be any misunderstandings. Killing intent surged in the eyes of one of the white-robed youths. He was arrogant and could not allow a young man to maintain this calm appearance in front of him. You know, they have killed many ninjas along the way in order to prevent secrets from being leaked. Killing is a trivial matter to them. Since there is no misunderstanding between us, please step aside. With a cautious attitude, Wang Qin still did not intend to fight Aizen. Because whenever he looked at Aizen's eyes, he seemed to see a noble soul from the depths of that pupil. This noble soul, aloof, with contemptuous eyes, seems to be looking down at an insignificant ant. Crack. Wang Qin is indeed a person with a stable heart. He has been able to prepare for that plan for many years, and naturally has extraordinary endurance. Even though Aizen's eyes contained a kind of contempt, Wang Qin just clenched his fists angrily. If you want to persuade me to get out of the way, then I'd advise you not to waste your time. On the contrary, I'm very interested in the aura on you. Aizen's words were calm and impermanent, and directly pointed out the intention. He really wanted to find out what was the evil aura on Wang Qin's body? What? Whether it was Wang Qin or the four men in white robes. After hearing Aizen's words, his face changed in vain. All of a sudden, their faces showed the expressions of murderous intent. At this moment, Aizen is already a dead person in their hearts. Let's do it. You can actually sense the chakra of Lord Sphinx. It's a shame. If you want to blame it, you know too much. Wang Qin said with murderous intent, word by word. He has meticulously prepared them for many years, and he feels that accidents are not allowed. As long as Aizen is killed, everything will return to its former calm. Go to hell. Fire escape, flow fire. One of the men in white robes made a seal with both hands. A flame spewed out of his mouth. The flames were continuous, like a stream of flames, forming a ring of flames. Fire escape ninjutsu? It's too weak. Aizen just took a step and easily escaped the fire. It's too early to be happy. Feng Dun, kamikaze. Another woman in white robes made seals on her hands, and a soft white wind blasted out, blending into the flowing fire, and a strong wave instantly erupted. Boom! The sky-shattering fluctuations erupted, and the stream of fire burned raging under the blessing of the strong wind, forming a pillar of fire soaring to the sky. Ha! This is the end of arrogance. You are just a stunned young man, and he dares to peep into our secrets. The white-robed man sneered. They all believed that Aizen had died, and there was no possibility of surviving under such a strong firestorm. The flames were burning fiercely, and hot wind was flowing in the air, making the atmosphere dignified again. When they waited for the flames to dissipate and saw Aizen turned to ashes, Aizen's cold and ruthless voice suddenly sounded. Ninjutsu of this level, I can easily suppress it just by using Reiatsu. Aizen's voice fell, and the world turned pale. Wang Quin's heart trembled, he felt a pressure like a volcano erupting. Under such terrifying pressure, his feet were trembling, and he had a tendency to kneel and surrender. Reiki. I beg to subscribe, I beg to subscribe, I recommend, Naruto, the Demon Nami Feng Min Arto. Chapter 119 Monsters, Sprites. The terrifying Reiatsu swept across the four directions like a storm, and the sky and the earth changed color. Wang Quin's face changed in shock, he felt as if his feet were in heavy shackles, and he couldn't help but give in. This kind of feeling is even more terrifying than when facing the Sphinx Sama. Wang Quin trembled all over, and he shivered under the spiritual pressure of Lanran. This deep-rooted chill is far more terrifying than when faced with sprites. If the monster from another world is an untouchable mountain of moving for Wang Quin, then Aizen is the god standing on the cloud, sacred and inviolable. The high-temperature flame could not get close to Aizen, as if it was blocked by an invisible wall. When Aizen took another step, all the flames dissipated and everything returned to calm. A flame of this level cannot touch my body. Then, let's talk about business. What exactly is that dark aura on your body? Aizen's eyes were like electricity, and there was an aggressive aura in the calm. Who are you? Are you from the land of ghosts? Cold sweat dripped from Wang Quin's forehead, looking like he was facing a great enemy. The painstaking efforts for many years are only for the plan 3 years later. If the news leaks, the painstaking efforts for so many years will be in vain. The country of ghosts, a small remote country on the edge of the continent, a country where witches were born. It seems that the monsters on your body are inextricably related to the witch family. With just one clue, Aizen deduced the clues. During the 2 months he was involved in the Root organization, he not only paid close attention to the information of the Fire Nation, but also paid attention to the information of other countries. Among them, there are many legends in the 2 small countries of the Country of Ghosts and the Country of Snow, which are located next to the Land of the Land, which has attracted the attention of Aizen. I actually knew about the existence of the witch. It seems that you are indeed from the Land of Ghosts. Wang Quin's eyes were sharp in vain, and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. He was already convinced that Aizen had certain information and learned the ins and outs of that legend. Wang Quin was furious, and the shuriken in his hand flickered with silver light. In the next second, he could pierce Aizen's body with a shuriken. However, his movements stopped in midair. Wang Quin was shocked to find that every time he moved, he was under 1,000 times the pressure. Before Wang Quan's arm could be put down, his entire body collapsed powerlessly, and his body was crushed by a terrifying spirit. A blade without hatred can't easily knock me down. There is no so-called hatred between you and me. The reason why you confront me with a blade is probably because of the scorpion that was sealed back then. Aizen lowered her head and looked down at Wang Quan, her calm eyes filled with contempt. If he wasn't interested in the aura of the monster on Wang Quan's body, Aizen would naturally disdain having too many encounters with them. Useless mental retardation, just a trivial ant, not even qualified to be a stepping stone, that's all. Damn, you want to peep at the power of Lord Sphinx. Even if you stop it deliberately, you can't stop Lord Sphinx from coming again. The four white-robed youths roared angrily. When mentioning sprites, their eyes contained fervent devotion, as if they regarded this alien monster sealed by the witch as a god. In their hearts, sprites possess unimaginable power. Once he has conquered the world, he has the power to easily sweep the 5 kingdoms, and it is not a problem to establish a Millennium Kingdom. Wang Quan's plan for so many years is to break the seal in the country of ghosts, release the ghosts' souls, and let the 5 countries feel the fear of being dominated by the ghost army again. I didn't expect that a mere monster from another world could become a god in your mouth. Then let me see what kind of power the so-called sprite has. Aizen pointed out, and the invisible spiritual power shot out from his fingertips and poured into Wang Quan's body. Huh? Wang Quan's face changed in shock, and he was at a loss. Since he is not a god of death and does not possess spiritual power in his body, he cannot see through spiritual power at all. Wang Quan only felt an ethereal force pouring into his body, domineeringly occupying every corner of his body. Even when chakra encounters spiritual power, it is like a man's arm is a chariot, and it is instantly crushed. In just an instant, spiritual power completely occupied Wang Quan's body. No matter how hard he struggled, it didn't help. What? As soon as Lan Ran's thoughts moved, Wang Quan let out a painful scream. He felt the mysterious force in his body roaming violently, and there was a tendency to break out of the body. No, I don't want to die. I want to summon Lord Sphinx, and I want to build a 1,000-year empire. Blue veins crisscross, pale complexion, heart-piercing mourning, and painful struggle. If it goes on like this, you will die. Wang Quan widened his eyes in despair, feeling a strong power of life and death. He panted heavily, barely able to breathe. When life and death were at stake, Wang Quan's skin surface was suddenly covered with countless purple lines. These lines are deeply engraved on the surface of the skin, forming countless strange patterns. What's even more weird is that these dark magic patterns will move continuously, as if some mysterious power is flowing in them. Like the darkness in the endless abyss, people feel despair. Or like the ghosts in the dark depths, like shadows. When everyone looks at the strange magic pattern, their hearts will be involuntarily bewitched, abandoning their pure and kind nature, and marching towards that degenerate glitz. Is this the so-called sprite's power? It surprises me. The dark eyes contained a calm gaze, and the long supple hair fluttered in the wind. Aizen walked forward so calmly, but exuded an invisible momentum. Unwilling eyes, desperate mood. There was only deep regret in Wang Quan's eyes. At this moment, he thought that Aizen was about to start, and the plan he had planned for many years since 2.2 was ruined by a young man he had never met. Time passed, and the atmosphere was solemn. When Aizen came to Wang Quan, the latter closed his eyes in despair. Under the pressure of Aizen's ocean-like spirit, there was only one thing he could do, and that was to sit still. Although the young man in front of him looked like a god of death, what surprised Wang Quan was that Aizen didn't start. Wang Quan opened his eyes and stared at Aizen in surprise, but saw a strange look deep in his pupils. Let's go, take me to the land of ghosts. Let me wish you a helping hand to break the seal of the witch and release the ghost." Aizen smiled slightly, and behind that smile contained a terrifying chill. After a short period of calm, the storm came again. Chapter 120 The Hometown of the Witch, the Land of Ghosts. What? I heard right. Wang Quain raised his head in shock and looked at Aizen, who always had a faint smile on his face. He was silent. Standing in front of Aizen, he always felt a sense of depression. For some reason, this young man who looked a little mature always gave him an unfathomable feeling. Especially the contempt in that calm gaze, like a lion who invaded a territory, patrolling the lions that surrendered to him. Or like an eagle soaring in the sky, overlooking the vastness of the earth. Everything is so natural, everything is so reasonable. Wang Quain even had the illusion that Aizen's young body hides a noble soul that has been in stock for hundreds of years. Even if this supreme existence looked at him with contempt in his eyes, he valued him. Sharp eyes, invisible deterrent. "You said you wanted to help us break the seal of the witch, why?" Wang Quain roared exhaustively. There was so much emotion in this roar. There is the fatigue of years of careful planning, the ecstasy of the dawn of 11, and the ambition to look forward to the future. His eyes were full of doubts, but there was a hidden expectation. For some reason, Aizen's eyes seemed to bring him an answer. As long as he wanted to, he could easily break the seal. "Are you going to ask me about my specific purpose?" "No, there is no purpose at all, it's just my passing interest." Aizen's calm smile seemed to unleash the spooks that made the 5 great nations panic, but it was just an easy thing to do. The fierce name of this otherworldly monster, for Aizen, a small boat floating in the ocean, vulnerable to a single blow. Impossible. If it was just a passing interest, why did you show such ruthless killing intent just now? Wang Quain asked loudly. He couldn't believe that a person could change so quickly. A ruthless look, a creepy temperament, a calm and elegant, confident and calm elegance. These two completely different temperaments can actually appear in one person. It is simply appalling. Does it mean that I usually look so ruthless? Aizen's deep eyes stared at Wang Quain, making him feel a strong crisis of life and death. Under the eyes of this life-threatening soul, Wang Quain did not dare to make a sound, and was timidly silent. For some reason, the invisible aura on Aizen's body always suppressed him so much that he couldn't lift his head. What's more, Aizen's eyes contained a majesty that could not be rejected. As a result, a problem was placed in front of Wang Quain. The choice of life and death. Obedience or death? Wang Quain gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his forehead. His mind was caught in a choice. Every time a second passed, he felt Aizen's killing intent getting stronger. Is it to obey the orders of a mysterious person and hand over the plan that has been prepared for many years, or to be a coward for a lifetime, and finally live in the vision of the beautiful power? This time, Wang Quain stood at the crossroads of his destiny, with unwillingness and remorse. He made a choice helplessly. I promise you. The nostalgia for life and the longing for the future finally overcome reason. Wang Quain sighed heavily and obeyed Aizen's request. What's the matter? You look unwilling. Are you feeling the way you are now? To be satisfied? Don't you want to control more powerful forces and advance to a higher level? Every time Aizen's questioning was like a heavy hammer, it slammed hard on Wang Quain's heart. His beliefs began to crumble, and his stance began to falter. Or, do you think that with your current strength, you can break the seal of the sprite with confidence? Aizen's eyes flickered, and these last words were like the straw that broke the camel's back, finally breaking Wang Quain's long-established self-confidence. Yes, what Aizen said was not wrong. Wang Quain, did he break the seal of the sprite? Not at all. He just gained a trace of dark energy left by the sprite. Even so, it would take 3 years at best. Only 3 years later, When Wang Quin's dark medical skills had reached the perfect level, did he grasp to break the seal of the witch and release the monster? Even if I believe you, how can you help me break the seal just because you are a teenager? Wang Qin asked the last question in his heart. He didn't doubt Aizen's strength, but the young body he saw in front of him told him like a truth, it was impossible. A boy who looks a little mature in appearance, if he really has the strength to easily break the seal of the priestess. If it spreads out, it will cause an uproar, and the entire ninja world will tremble. The weak are always deceived by the illusion they see in front of them, and the scene they see in front of them is often hindered by their hearts. Perhaps, you think that my young body cannot have the power to break the seal. Then, on what basis do you think that 680 my soul and body are so young? How sharp is Aizen? With just one glance, he could see what he was thinking in Wang Quin's eyes. This. Who the hell is he, and why the panic when facing him is far greater than that of Lord Sphinx? Aizen stepped forward. Gu Jingwubo's eyes were like sharp knives, piercing straight into Wang Quin's heart. He saw suspicion from the depths of Wang Quin's pupils. It's still doubt and denial. That's all. For us, trust is not necessary. Aizen's thoughts moved, and the terrifying reiatsu that almost condensed into reality descended again. Without resistance, Wang Quin's spine was severely crushed. He collapsed on the ground in a state of embarrassment, struggling to breathe, with a fatal feeling of suffocation. You just need to obey and follow my orders, don't disobey, don't resist. No matter how strong the witch's seal is, I just need to use spiritual pressure to crush it. Everything is as simple as that. Let's go to the land of ghosts and release that legendary monster, Sprite. There is a meeting tonight, and I won't go home until 9 o'clock. There are 2 chapters, and try to write one more chapter before 12 o'clock. By the way, ask for some subscriptions. Subscriptions are not very powerful. Chapter 121 Sealed Land, Origin of Nightmare. The country of ghosts, located on the edge of the continent, belongs to a desolate and remote country. Here the sky is grey all day long, and the earth seems to be covered with a layer of smog. Compared with the famous 5 great kingdoms, the kingdom of ghosts is not outstanding. Instead, it is like a weed living in the cracks, always shrouded in the shadow of the kingdom of earth. There is neither the legendary ninja left in the ninja world, nor the bloody boundary that makes people feel disgusted. In the history of the country of ghosts, there is only one eternal legend, that is the witch who has passed through the years. A shrine maiden of the land of ghosts, she has the ability to seal monsters and herald the future. Most importantly, this capability has not failed so far. In those distant days, there used to be a nightmare in Ninja Land. The monster Sprite from another world led the undead army of ninjas under his seat, sweeping the 5 countries mightily, almost destroying the world. The most troublesome thing for ninjas is the undead nature of the undead army. The so-called undead army is actually an army of stone statues about 3 meters in length. Holding sharp stone knives, they were majestic and ferocious. They are all a kind of puppet people, controlled by the power of sprites. Ordinary swords and swords do no harm to them. At the beginning, relying on the power of the priestess, the Sphinx finally fell into a seal. After the sprite's soul was sealed in the underground palace, the undead army also collapsed and fell into a deep sleep. It's a pity that Materia, the former priestess of the land of ghosts, also paid the price with her life. Now, Wang Qin has carefully planned, and all the conspiracies are directed at the seal located in the underground palace. Even the problem of lack of strength that plagued them was solved with the appearance of Aizen. On one of the trails leading to the land of ghosts, 6 figures follow. Among the 5 people in the front, the sinister Wang Qin was the leader. He was wearing a black robe, and his slightly vicissitudes face always showed a dark color. In the depths of the black marrow's eyes, There is the unknown killing intent. Although he seems to compromise and obey Aizen's orders, in fact, he has different ideas. Every time he took a step, thousands of thoughts popped up in Wang Quin's mind, wanting to put Aizen to death. His four subordinates looked at each other from time to time, and they could see the strong killing intent in each other's eyes. This is a psychological game. Including Wang Quin. The five of them were waiting for an opportunity to kill Aizen. Temporary obedience and forbearance are only for that more grand purpose. The cunning cheetah never shows its true colors. Only at the moment when it is absolutely certain, will it show its fierce fangs and swoosh towards its prey fiercely. It's a pity that they faced Aizen, a man who could easily defeat Kakashi and Matagai. In the face of absolute strength, all calculations are in vain. What's more, Aizen once calculated the entire Soul Society. Wang Quin's four subordinates dared not to speak out. They always feel a chill on their backs. Although Aizen didn't make any statement, it still brought them great oppression. After the soul of Lord Sphinx is unsealed, he must be killed. The two white-robed men Kira and Momo looked at each other and read such information from each other's eyes. Different from the ambitious Wang Quin, they are completely devout believers. No matter how big the threat Aizen brings to them, they are devout believers. They see it as blasphemous. The five of them each had a ghost, lurking like a poisonous snake. The moment the sprite souls are released is when they reveal their hideousness. However, everything is under Aizen's control. The five people's hearts were wrong, and Aizen had long seen through them. However, the resistance of the ants is just a man's arm. In Aizen's eyes, they are nothing more than unimportant chess pieces. As long as they reach the mysterious sealed place, these unsightly dust will disappear. The so-called sprite, what kind of expectations can you bring to me? Aizen stared at the sky in the distance, with an unpredictable look flashing in his eyes. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, they traveled all the way from the border of the fire country to the distant ghost country. Unlike the land of fire, where the terrain is flat, there are mountains and mountains everywhere. Rolling mountains, rugged and steep peaks. Desolate, secluded and sparsely populated. If the land of fire is the center of the continent, the place where the powers of various countries converge, then the country of ghosts is like a paradise in a troubled world, away from the disputes of war. Although this land is desolate and barren, the common people live and work in peace and contentment. Under the rule of this generation of witches, they forgot the disaster of that year. No one expected that the claws of darkness would come again, and the terrible nightmare would shroud everyone's hearts again. We have entered the territory of the country of ghosts. There are few people here, and even the number of ninjas is very small. A mere samurai poses a threat to us at all. On a hidden hilltop, Wang Quin respectfully said to Aizen. There was a trace of urgency in his eyes, as well as the imperceptible killing intent. Can you find the place where the sprites are sealed? Aizen asked calmly. Of course, this is the route I carefully planned. As long as you sneak according to the above route, you will be able to approach the sealed temple unwittingly. Wang Quin took out a map from his bosom, on which a secret route was drawn in bright red handwriting. Let's go, it's time for sprites to see the sun again. Aizen's eyes were calm and unwavering, and she couldn't see what she was thinking at all. Under his order, Wang Quin could only lead the way in fear and rush towards the temple. Fortunately, they traveled unimpeded all the way through this carefully planned route. When night fell, they finally reached the temple in the hinterland of the country of ghosts. The temple is located in a basin surrounded by mountains, and the steep mountains have become a natural barrier. Coupled with the heavily guarded samurai, this place seems unbreakable. After waiting for so many years, this moment has finally come. Kira, in an instant, let's do it. I have already felt the call of Lord Sphinx. Wang Qin is now on the top of the mountain, with his hands out. His eyes were closed, and when he opened them again, a terrifying killing intent emerged. Chapter 120 Underground Palace Temple, subscribe. The edge of the mountain, the hazy night hides the bleakness of the autumn night. This silent night exudes an uneasy atmosphere. This kind of calm, like the eve of the storm, cannot be captured. Wang Qin stood on the top of the mountain, with a bird's-eye view below. He put his hands out, his eyes full of fiery anticipation. Years of planning have finally come to the most critical step. The coveted power is in the temple below. As long as the seal of the witch in the temple is broken, the ghost's cast will come again. Go ahead, it's been too long for this day to come. Wang Qin suddenly clenched his fists, sonorously and powerfully. He waved his left hand, and the 4 white robes behind him stepped forward. It's finally time. The dark medical ninjutsu developed for this moment. The fierce mountain wind blew, and Wang Qin's black hair fluttered in the wind, adding a bit of determination to his vicissitudes of life face. Use this power to awaken the sprites and rule the world. Wang Qin's figure flashed, and he appeared behind Gitai and Shanna. He put his hands out and shouted frantically, forcibly handle the method, inject chakra. Card wipe. The uneven ground shattered, and 4 shocking tentacles protruded from the cracked gap, dancing like vines, and then slammed into the back of the necks of the 4 of Kitai. With the incantation in Wang Qin's mouth, the purple monster chakra penetrated into the bodies of the 4 of Kitai along with 4 tentacles. Yining purple light, like another kind of evil magic emanating. Processing is over. Wang Qin's hands slowly calmed down, and the black tentacles retracted to the ground like a poisonous snake. Immediately, an extremely powerful force erupted from the bodies of Kitai and Shanna. This force, the amount is different from ordinary chakra, and it contains a kind of evil magic. The original power of monsters. Go, the power you seek is just ahead, and the future you long for is just around the corner. Let's slaughter, and let the blood of sin stain the gate of the temple. I can already feel the call of Lord Sphinx getting stronger and stronger. Wang Qin shouted frantically, his mind was already filled with beautiful longings. Under the cover of this ecstasy, he even lowered his vigilance against Aizen. As long as the Sphinx Sama is resurrected, the solution to Aizen is no problem. Aizen was silent. He ignored Wang Qin, and his eyes were fixed on the center of the temple. With his keen perception, he could sense that there was an enchantment in the center of the temple. In the center of this enchantment, there is a looming evil aura. This breath is exactly the same as the magical chakra on Wang Qin's body. A fly or a dragon, just let me see your true face. The so-called sprite. Brush. Upon Wang Qin's order, the 4 of Kitai, who possessed magical chakra, jumped, leaping high in the air, and trying to slide down the steep mountain wall. There are no distracting thoughts in their eyes, only the pursuit of power. Fanatical eyes and agile skills made them easily land on the ground of the basin below. Massacre, tonight is another blood feast. Kitai sneered evilly, and his figure flashed, turning into a ghost and dashing forward. Ha! The other 3 followed closely behind, advancing like the wind. Such a big movement naturally attracted the attention of the temple guards. Alarm, there is movement. 7 or 8 warriors armed with long swords ran out of the temple with solemn expressions. Those who are good at temples will kill without mercy. The leading warrior shouted angrily, the long sword in his hand shone with silver light, showing a different kind of sternness in this dark night. HMPH, it's just a group of shrimp soldiers and crab generals, do you want to kill us? The man with long blue hair and white robe jumped, and easily avoided the attack of the long knife. He shouted to the 2 men in white and white robes behind him, kill them, Kitai, Momo. Fire escape method, flow fire. The white-haired man who had been motionless, clasped his hands together, and the scorching ground fire burned, forming a circle of fire that quickly trapped the warriors in it. In the circle of flames, the expressions of all the warriors changed in shock. At a close distance, they can naturally feel the high temperature of the flame. Immediately, there was a sense of unease in his heart. Don't be afraid, this kind of flame is nothing to be afraid of. One of the samurai tried to soothe the emotions of his companions and stabilize the morale of the army. However, just as his voice fell, the last white-robed man who had not yet acted jumped up and made a seal on his hands. The wind escape method, kamikaze. The surrounding air flowed rapidly, forming 3 majestic tornadoes. Under the horrified eyes of the warriors, the tornado mixed into the stream of fire, forming an even more terrifying flame storm. What? All the warriors just let out a scream, and they were swallowed up by the fierce sea of fire and turned to ashes. Too weak. On the cliff, Wang Qin pondered in a low voice. Kill the invaders and protect the temple. One wave after another, dozens of warriors rushed out from all around. They held up their long swords and scolded them angrily. Just when the 4 of Kitai tried to strike again, Aizen, who had been watching quietly on the cliff, finally spoke up. It's too slow, useless ants, let me kill them with one blow. Aizen's hands overlapped, and the surging spiritual power poured out from his palm. The 58th of the Broken Way, Tianlin. An indescribable terrifying whirlwind burst out of the air, and then turned into countless sharp blades in midair. Brush, brush, brush. Whenever the whirlwind blew past the samurai, there would be a crisp sound. When all the wind blades disappeared, the dozens of warriors all fell to the ground and died of breathlessness. One-hit kill. This is really too strong. The 4 of Kitai stared at the scene of dozens of corpses falling to the ground. Their minds that had been dazzled by ecstasy finally regained consciousness. They remembered the fear of being dominated by Aizen Reiatsu, and that feeling was deeply rooted and indelible. Clap. In an instant, Aizen's figure appeared in front of the 4 of them. He calmly looked at the gate of the temple and walked forward. Let's go. Follow my footsteps and release the sprites. Chapter 121 Sealing Steel, for subscription. In front of the temple, 6 figures stood quietly. Aizen stood in the first place, watching the gate of the temple calmly. The dark eyes are as quiet as autumn water, making people unpredictable. Wang Qin stood behind him, his eyes flickering, fierce, hesitant, and decisive. The thought of attacking Aizen appeared in his mind again, but unfortunately, even though Aizen's back was facing him, Wang Qin still lacked courage and dared not attack. I don't know if he was not sure to kill Aizen, or he was oppressed by Aizen's invisible momentum. From the beginning to the end, Wang Qin didn't dare to take action at all except for the cold sweat. Wang Qin, let's do it. Push open the gate of this temple, and let me help you. Aizen walked forward with no expression, ignoring the strange gazes behind her. The 4 of Kitai looked at each other, stepped forward together, and pushed open the gate of the temple. Squeak! The heavy stone door was pushed open, and Aizen felt an ancient breath of time rushing towards her. Inside the temple, eerie flames danced, dotting the pitch-black space like stars. When Wang Qin stepped into it, he felt 2 distinct auras in the temple. Holy witch power, the source of evil sprites. The 2 forces are in constant stalemate, suppressing each other. Aizen continued to walk forward, and soon, an endless corridor appeared in front of him. Through the dim moonlight, he clearly saw the enchantment that existed at the end of the promenade. The soul of the sprite, the seal of the witch. Aizen murmured in a low voice and stopped. He glanced at Wang Qin beside him, and said coldly, "Go ahead, don't worry about lack of strength, don't worry about not being able to break the seal. You just need to focus on your method, and I will decide the rest." Wang Qin looked at Aizen calmly. It was rare that the frenzy in his eyes disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented calm. He stepped forward and stood at the source of the promenade. This moment has finally come. You guys are waiting here. Further ahead is the intersection of the two worlds. Only I who have the life of Wang Qin can enter. Wang Qin turned to stare at Aizen and said, Lord Aizen, let's go. I need your strength. After all, he stepped down the steps and walked towards the depths of the boundless underground palace. Aizen smiled slightly, and walked down the steps under the terrified eyes of Kitai and Shanna. When Aizen's footsteps landed on the first step, flames ignited around the wall, which was as eerie as a ghost fire. The deeper you go, the more solemn the ancient aura in the temple. Although there is no end to the promenade, Aizen and Wang Qin soon reached the end. It's right there. Aizen-sama. At the end of Wang Qin's line of sight is a 100-meter-long stone bridge. At the other end of the stone bridge is a stone platform composed of 6 stone pillars. A light blue enchantment enveloped the entire stone platform. The top of the barrier is engraved with a strange pattern, in which a mysterious and unpredictable power flows. Are these huge stone pillars? Aizen swept towards the hundreds of stone pillars beside the stone bridge in confusion, and asked inexplicably. He felt that there seemed to be fluctuations in these stone pillars, which were different from ordinary signs of life, like puppets that were out of control. These are the undead legions of Lord Sphinx, and they are also our trump cards for us to conquer the 5 major countries. As long as the soul of Lord Sphinx wakes up, these undead legions will resume their operations. At that time, it will be just around the corner to dominate the 5 countries. Wang Qin clenched his fists and said in a loud voice. His words were filled with fervent adoration of otherworldly powers. Lan Ran smiled lightly, with a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Wang Qin's so-called undead army was nothing but this in his eyes. Let's go. If I'm not mistaken, the steel in the center of the barrier is sealed with the soul of the sprite, right? Before Wang Qin could answer, Lan Ran flashed and came to him. Wang Qin looked at Lan Ran's blasphemous gesture, and clenched the fist hidden under his sleeve tightly. His sinister eyes looked at Aizen's back, killing intent surged in his heart. Wang Qin followed behind Aizen, step by step toward the barrier. In this empty underground space, every footstep they made caused an echo. Buzzing. Before reaching the barrier surface, Wang Qin tried to stick his palm on the surface of the barrier. However, a ripple appeared on the surface of the enchantment, and a huge resistance came out, preventing him from moving forward. As expected, my strength is too weak. Wang Qin sighed regretfully. Although he had expected the result long ago, he still couldn't avoid loss. Originally, according to his plan, the monster chakra in his body would not mature until 3 years later. At that time, breaking this barrier will be an easy task. Unfortunately, things backfired. Lord Aizen, it's time to fulfill your promise and help me to break this seal. Wang Qin cast an eager look at Lan Ran. He was only 1 step away from the power he dreamed of. As long as he crossed this barrier, Wang Qin would be sure to rely on the spell to break the seal of the witch. It's just a fragile seal that leaves you beyond your reach. Your strength really disappoints me, Wang Qin. Lan Ran glanced at Wang Qin disdainfully, and then came down to the enchantment under Wang Qin's resentful gaze. Stab it. There are no fancy moves. Just a backhand flip. The seemingly unbreakable barrier was torn with Aizen's palm, revealing a huge crack. This. How is this possible? How on earth did he do it? Wang Qin's face was horrified, and a storm surged in his heart. Before he could even see Aizen's movements, the barrier was broken. Go, break the witch's seal and release the sprites. Aizen turned a blind eye to Wang Qin's astonishment, and he was only interested in the ghost soul sealed in the stone tablet. Wang Qin fought vigorously and walked in front of the stone tablet, his arms trembling with intense excitement. you who made me fall in love with Mengsuo, sprite. The spell begins. Wang Qin kept chanting incantations, and a strange power surged from his palm. Time passed slowly, and the atmosphere became more and more intense. Finally, the stone tablet changed, and countless tiny cracks appeared, which meant that the witch's seal was invalid. Chapter 122, Surrender, King of the Undead Legion. A shocking crack appeared on the stone tablet. The Miko's seal has expired. This once the Demon King, who made countless ninjas feel the fear, finally reigns again. Click. The cracks filled up the entire steel, and wherever it went, the spells on the steel all collapsed. Boom. Without any symptoms, the center of the steel exploded, and the sealed door disappeared. At this moment, the bridge connecting reality and the other world was broken, revealing the dark and fearful space inside. This is. With sweat pouring down from Wang Qin's forehead, he retreated in panic. The next moment, countless black tentacles stretched out from the space inside the stone tablet, accompanied by a terrifying scream, just like the soul sound in the depths of the endless hell, making people feel the fear in the soul in the soul. Spheri. The black hole in the center of the steel is like the huge dewy ear, sending out a strong wind. Wang Qin's black hair fluttered, his sleeves floated, and his steady body kept retreating, unable to withstand the impact of the strong wind. Aizen stood calmly, like a towering Mount, unaffected in the slightest. His eyes looked at the endless darkness, and there was a strong expectation in his eyes. Suddenly, those flying tentacles stagnated in midair, as if they were controlled by a powerful will. At the same time, in the quiet underground space, a heavy voice of ancient vicissitudes sounded. Ah! It's really nostalgic. Have you returned to the world? Although this voice was old and weak, it contained an indescribable evil aura. Spooky, evil, ghostly. With this level of evil and charm, I am afraid that even the ghosts of hell can't match. The moment she heard this voice, Aizen frowned slightly. He could sense that an ancient soul was awakening in the center of the steel, and after the brewing of that evil aura, it became more and more high. Monsters. Congratulations on your return, Lord Sphinx. Wang Qin raised his head frantically and knelt down on one knee reverently. Who are you? The sprite asked rhetorically. You forgot, Master Sprite, you're in the Yellow Spring. Wang Qin raised his head, with a look of death in his eyes. He knew he was just one step away from his dream rights. Next, as long as the dark medical technique is used, it will be able to integrate with the sprite. At that time, the thousands of immortal stone statues under his seat will help him destroy the 5 kingdoms and establish the only 1,000-year-old empire. Wang Qin? The sprite's voice was filled with strong doubts. Obviously, it had been covered in dust for a long time and could not remember the existence of Wang Qin. Have you forgotten? Mr. Sphinx. In Wang Qin, in the past, I borrowed the power of Mr. Sphinx to create the survivors of the ninjas in the Ghost Army. Wang Qin suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and forced himself to say calmly. Why did you call me? Sprite asked weakly. Since it is only an ordinary soul state, the flesh is sealed in the country of Marsh, so it cannot exert its full strength. The image has changed. This is a good time for you and me to join forces. It's the best time to build a 1,000-year-old kingdom. Of course, Aizen-sama has contributed greatly. He is the biggest contributor to breaking the seal this time. Wang Qin turned his gaze towards Aizen behind him with malicious intent, and there was a trace of murderous intent hidden in the depths of his eyes. He wanted to turn the tide of misfortune and attract the hatred of sprites to Aizen. But, where is my body? If I only have a soul, I will disappear after a while. As for the Aizen-sama you said, you mean that little. Before the sprite's words were finished, they stagnated in vain. The unbelievable thing happened to Wang Quain, and the sprite's voice finally became trembling. After turning his attention to Aizen, the sprite's voice trembled. This shows that the existence of Aizen actually makes the sprites feel fear. The first time we met, are you the king of the undead army? Aizen squinted slightly, with an unresistible question in her calm and impermanent eyes. That's right, who are you? With a body, that's a human being. But why do I feel the breath of my soul in you? There is a kind of shock in the sprite's voice, it can vaguely feel that Aizen's identity is not human. Well, whether you are human or not, it's just right. I just lack a body as a host, and your special body is just right as my container. There is a strong sense of greed in Sprite's words. It would be too boring to have a quarrel, the king of the undead legion, why don't we talk about it? Aizen held the hilt of Essence Suizuki and slowly pulled it out of the scabbard. Do you want to see my knife? Holding the hilt in his hand, the sharp blade stood upside down. Aizen placed Jingyu Shuayu in front of him and said, this. Jingyu Shuayu. I don't know why, when Shaijin saw Aizen's action, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. It asked suspiciously, what do you want to do? Aizen smiled slightly and said indifferently, I want to ask you a question, the king of the undead army. Are you satisfied with who you are now? Sprite roared angrily, what are you talking about? Aizen smiled at the rude offense, and continued, have you not thought about going one step further? Don't you feel that the world is different from what it should be? Come and help me, surrender to me. In this way, I will give you more powerful power and a whole new world. Atmosphere 3.8 was solemn and silent, and the sprite did not respond immediately. After a long time, it laughed furiously. HMPH, it's ridiculous, it's too ridiculous. The new world you're talking about, one step closer? Stop laughing. I am the ruler of this world, the ruler of the Millennium Empire, the king of the Undead Legion. The sprite roared angrily, little ant, nothing can surpass me, there is no brand new world at all. I will crush you, a humble ant. Those dozens of black tentacles, under the control of Sprite's mind, aggressively stabbed towards Aizen. Aizen was not angry, and still stood gracefully and calmly. The corners of his mouth raised slightly, drawing an arc. Broken, Kyoko Shuayu. Chapter 123, the 88th of the Path Broken, Kyoko Shuayu. The surrounding scene was shattered like a mirror. Just like the rotation of reality and illusion, the conversion of killing and tranquility. When all the broken space fragments fell to the ground like prosperity, a bloody and cruel scene happened. Aizen was still holding the mirror upside down, as if nothing had changed. However, the dozens of black tentacles with turbulent force were broken at the root, blood splashed everywhere, and fell on the empty stone wall, leaving deep traces. What is this? The sprite's voice was full of puzzlement and astonishment. It couldn't believe what was happening in front of it, and even it didn't expect the black tentacles to be cut off like this. From start to finish, he didn't see Aizen doing anything. The scene he saw was beyond his imagination. Even if the sprite came from another world, he felt unbelievable. Yes, it was blinded by what it saw in front of its own eyes, and fell into deep shock. Don't you understand? The king of the undead army, this is the world you live in. Aizen waved lightly, and Jingyu Shuayu let out a sword chant. Holding the Zanpakuto in one hand, he stood calmly, his aura prevailed, bringing unimaginable oppression to the sprites. Asshole! The sprite roared in anger, with a shocking anger in its emotions. If he was in his prime, he would definitely kill Aizen with his own hands. It's ironic, the king of the undead army. You, who lost your body, are sealed in this boundless darkness. How is it different from the ants in your mouth? If I kill you, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. You will regret it. Why did you help Wang Qin break the seal in the first place? I am the king, I am the ruler, I am immortal, and I will never stop killing you. The sprite roared angrily and fell into madness. The entire quiet underground space seemed to be unable to withstand its anger, and it actually shook violently. The powerful monster chakra surged out, sweeping across all directions like an ocean. Wang Qin shivered in the face of this enormous pressure, and knelt on the ground weakly with both feet. He is like a drop in the ocean, small and insignificant. This is not voluntarism. It is almost impossible for you to kill me without a body. Aizen didn't pay attention to the provocation of sprites. Her eyes were full of light, but that look of contempt existed forever. His words were like adding fuel to the fire, causing the sprite to be completely furious. However, it found that what Aizen said was the truth. It lost its body and disappeared in an instant once it left the stone tablet. Unless it finds a container, it has the qualification to kill Aizen. Except for roaring, there is nothing the sprite can do, and there is really nothing he can do. Although Aizen's words were always calm, the contempt contained in them was deeply disgusting. Invisible coercion is the most deadly. At this moment, Wang Qin stood up excitedly, realizing that his chance had come. Please use the body below as the body, and use the dark medical technique to transfer the soul of Lord Sphinx into my body. A stern smile appeared at the corner of Wang Qin's mouth. He slowly unbuttoned his robe, revealing his flat stomach. The spell begins. Wang Qin grabbed a scalpel on his robe and brutally stabbed it into his abdomen. Stab it! Scarlet blood splashed, and a shocking scar spread from his collarbone to his abdomen. Wang Qin grabbed two small scalpels and opened his abdomen, revealing a dark void. He said frantically, "Please enter my body, Mr. Sphinx. You and I will join forces to kill Aizen." The moment Wang Qin's voice fell, a huge purple chakra burst out from the space of the stone tablet. This chakra is majestic, contains strong soul power, and is extremely evil. They drilled towards Wang Qin's abdomen and poured into his body continuously. Wow! Wang Qin's body received a huge impact and flew out backwards. At this moment, his eyes were covered with a strange purple color. When his body was completely stable, his eyes completely turned black, which was creepy. The spell is over. Wang Qin sewed up the crack in his abdomen and laughed wildly. It's a wonderful feeling to finally have a body again. Wake up, my legion, wish me a hand to kill this arrogant ant. I want him to wake up to the consequences of violating the king, I want him to pay for his sins, and I want him to feel the fear from hell. Wang Qin raised his hands high and roared wildly. Half of his eyes were purple and black, which was a sign of the fusion of the two souls. At this moment, his soul has merged with the sprite, and at the same time he has gained the sprite's power. Although not, it can't fully show the strength of the peak period, but it is still not to be underestimated. Wang Qin's body emitted a burst of purple light, like a dazzling flame, radiating a dazzling purple light. Around the stone bridge, the thousands of stone pillars shattered after absorbing the purple light. Countless small stone chips fell and scattered all over the ground. Boom! A huge roar, like a prelude to a storm. All the stone pillars shattered at the same time, revealing the lineup inside, which turned out to be a 3-meter-tall stone statue. Heavy armor, sharp spears, broad long bow. The so-called undead army turned out to be these huge stone statues of terracotta warriors. Kill him and trample this ant to death. Wang Qin pointed at Aizen and roared angrily. Immediately, the spears of all the terracotta warriors pointed at Aizen in unison, and the cold light flickered, piercing the soul. Enough, it's time to make a break. It's just a group of stone statues, and it doesn't have any effect. It seems that the strength of these undead legions is not enough to fight under my command. In that case, I will destroy them all. Aizen kept calm, put down Jinyu Shuayu, and gave up singing and performing ghost magic. The 88th. The Flying Dragon Strikes the Thief and the Thunder Cannon. Chapter 124 The Thing of God, Collapse Jade. The 88th. The Flying Dragon Strikes the Thief and the Thunder Cannon. When Aizen's words fell, a huge beam of light was released from his palm, sweeping across all directions like a roar of thunder. Wherever it goes, the thunder roars, and the thunder rolls. The blue rays of light radiated in all directions, reflecting an unparalleled aura of destruction. Boom! The thousands of stone statues seemed to be imposing and invincible. However, when the blue thunder light reflected on them, they collapsed and turned into rubble. Unbeatable. Aizen put her hands out, and the Flying Dragon Strike Thief Thunder Cannon swept around the entire underground space. Wherever they went, the Death Army was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the undead army had disappeared. The undead army, which had devastated countless ninjas in the past, turned out to be as fragile as a turkey in Aizen's hands. How is this possible? I don't know if it is Wang Quain's own soul or the soul dominated by sprites. This face was horrified, and there was an unbelievable exclamation. He never imagined that the undead army that made the 5 great nations turn pale after hearing about it, was just a joke in front of Aizen. Wang Quain looked at Aizen in horror, and many questions appeared in his mind. What kind of identity does he have? What kind of power did he control? Why is the undead army, which cannot be shaken by ordinary ninjutsu, vulnerable in his hands? It's beyond my expectations. It's hard to find these death legions. With such a huge number, your strength is not as good as mine. Aizen's palms gathered together, and in an instant, all the stone statues collapsed. This undead army that once fell into endless legends in the ninja continent was destroyed so easily. Wang Quain was stunned, and a storm surged in his heart. His thoughts fell into chaos, and his mind went blank. Many years ago, the reason why sprites were able to become the nightmare of countless ninjas was largely because of the immortality of the undead army. However, from now on, the trump card that sprites rely on most is completely wiped out. Everything is because of that mysterious man, Aizen Kamakura. Damn ant, I'm going to kill you. Under the domination of sprites, Wang Quain's body fell into madness. Not only did he lose the calmness of the past, but he rushed towards Aizen desperately. The scalpel in his hand was flickering with silver light, and it was sharp. At your level, you are not qualified to attack me. Aizen waved Jinghua Shuayu gently, and a slash like a moonlight fell. Wang Quain's eyes widened, his head leaned back weakly, and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. Just an ordinary slash was enough to kill him. Although Wang Quain merged the sprite's soul, he obtained a powerful power far beyond his own. However, this can only exert 10% of the power of the sprite itself. Only when the soul of the Sphinx is perfectly fused with its body sealed in the shrine of the Numano country can it return to its heyday. It's a pity that everything is broken like a mirror. From the beginning to the end, Aizen did not sincerely help Wang Quain break the seal of the witch. What he valued was only the ghost soul sealed in the stone tablet. This soul not only comes from another world, but its own power is even more unparalleled. Especially for Aizen, a powerful soul is invaluable. Therefore, sprites have an inestimable price for Aizen. Back then, during those hundreds of years lurking in the soul realm, Aizen, who is committed to breaking the boundaries of the god of death, begins research on the soul. He collected hundreds of gods of death and the souls of those with the talent of god of death in Lehun Street to conduct experiments, and finally developed the incomplete Bennu. It is a pity that the results of painstaking research for many years cannot satisfy Bennu, so complete Bennu cannot be produced. It was not until later that he discovered that Kisakurara had developed another collapsible jade. Through a series of plans, Aizen discovered the Bennu that was sealed in Rukia's body. In the end, in the battle of the two poles, Aizen successfully captured the Bennu, and combined the two Bennu into one, giving birth to a complete Bennu. It is precisely because of this that Aizen has mastered a powerful force that surpassed the past, and spawned a team that made Gote 13 devastated, and even almost paid for his life. The price is 10 forbearance. From this, it can be seen that Bennu has the ability to defy the sky, and he can even be called a god. Bennu has self-awareness and can absorb and materialize the heart that exists around him. And it can protect the host's body from death and immortality. When the host's ability reaches the limit or his life is threatened, the collapsed jade can make the host endlessly evolve to the next dimension. Recalling the powerful power of Bennu that makes people feel a dream, Aizen is eager to take control again. Unfortunately, along with his inexplicable journey, Bennu also left him. After coming to another world, Aizen kept looking for opportunities. Now, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is in front of him. Monsters. The sprite's soul is different. It possesses both extremely powerful soul power and energy from another world. This is similar to the soul of the god of death. From the very beginning, after Aizen sensed Huang Quan's aura about sprites, a plan had already started in his mind. He approached Huang Quan calmly, turning a blind eye to their rude offense, just for this moment. With one sword beheading, a shocking crack spread across Huang Quan's body. The scarlet blood was low, and Huang Quan wailed in pain. What Aizen was waiting for was that after the sprite possessed Huang Quan, he could easily kill Huang Quan. In this way, once the body is lost again, the sprite's soul will receive a huge threat, and it will fall into a life and death crisis. At this time, Aizen only needs to use her majestic spiritual power to pour it into the soul of sprites and refine it. Over time, Sprite's wisdom will be wiped out, leaving behind a pure soul, which is what Aizen really wants to get. Aizen stepped closer to Huang Quan, raised Jingyu Shuayu and cut it down again. Tear. Huang Quan's body was completely split in half, revealing the purple soul in his abdomen. Aizen smiled slightly, and there was a rare look of anticipation. The thing of God, Bennu is about to be born. Chapter 125 Sacrifice. Huang Quan cried out in pain, and a heart-pounding crack opened in his abdomen. The wound that had been sutured with the dark medical technique burst apart, revealing the void in the body. The purple fluorescence flickered, the evil aura spread round, and the sprite's soul turned into a purple haze. At this moment, without the protection of the flesh, the sprite is in the weakest danger. As long as Huang Quan's body collapses, the sprite's soul will disappear in an instant. An unprecedented fear came to his heart, and the sprite felt the threat of death. It manipulated Huang Quan's body and scolded angrily, "Damn! You humble ants, lowly souled, I feel that you are not allowed to destroy my plan. I am the king of another world, and I am the master of immortality. My 1,000-year-old empire is destined to stand on this earth." Huang Quan fluttered his hands, resisting and struggling, trying to change his fate. However, in front of the indifferent Aizen, everything is useless. The reason why you sink into your 1,000-year-old dream. That's because you don't agree with the new world. The legend has an ending day, and I will end everything with my own hands. Aizen's voice was as cold as ice, without the slightest emotion, and it was terrifying. He held Jingyu Shuayu and waved it gently, and a slash pierced through Huang Quan's body again. Clang. The sword sound was crisp and the sword light flickered. Huang Quan's weak body could no longer withstand the second slash and fell to the ground. The blood mist splashed, and the scarlet blood stained the ground red. Huang Quan, who had been planning for many years, died with unwillingness and regret before waiting for the ambitious realization. Have you seen the facts? The king of the undead army. This is the new world you are against. The weak are often unable to see the essence of this world clearly, so many tragedies are born. A sage who sees himself as noble, what is the difference between your fate and the ant in your mouth? Aizen waved Kyokushuayu, and the blood dripped from the blade, ticking. The situation has been completely controlled by Aizen, and the sprite has fallen into the net of heaven and earth. Nothing to hide. Aizen, I'm not willing, I'm going to kill you. The sprite roared with resentment, making a final struggle to the death. The wall of iron sand, the pagoda in the shape of a monk, the glowing iron glowing, because of its firmness, it was finally silent. 75 binding rods, 5 pillars of iron. 5 huge iron pillars fell from the sky, crushing Wang Quan's head and limbs respectively. The surface of the iron pillar was covered with powerful spiritual power, which merged and formed a spiritual power barrier. The formation of the spiritual barrier indicates that the soul of the sprite has been captured by Aizen. The road is 1 foot high and the devil is 10 feet high. The king of the undead army finally fell into the hands of Aizen. Due to being sealed by spiritual power, the sprite has been unable to speak any words. What makes it even more panic is that it feels that spiritual power penetrates into its soul, occupying its soul, domineering. The dove occupies the magpie's nest. No. My ending shouldn't be like this. There is only endless fear in the sprite's heart. Weakness and powerlessness spread throughout the body, and the sprite was completely desperate. Lan Ran's face was expressionless. No matter how desperate the sprite's wailing was, in his eyes it was just the humming of flies. He concentrated on injecting spiritual power, trying to erase the sprite's intelligence. As long as this group of pure souls is obtained, Aizen is sure to create the broken jade again. The sprite felt the threat of death, and finally stopped pretending and sent out a wave of begging for mercy. However, in the eyes of the beast, the struggle of the ants is just eye-catching dust. As time passed bit by bit, the power of the sprite was quickly lost. In the end, it only had the last trace of wisdom left. At this moment, the long-lost system prompt sounded. Capturing the monster sprite, the hidden mission. Hidden mission. God's thing, Bennu. Task content, equivalent exchange. Use the captured ghost soul to exchange for the incomplete collapse jade. Exchange conditions, the soul of the sprite, all chakras. Aizen was stunned, even he did not expect that the system task would be triggered again. At the moment of inexplicable time travel, Aizen knew that there was a mysterious existence in her body. Although he resisted and hated the existence of the system, he had to accept such a result. The system is ethereal and nothingness, and Aizen can't sense its existence at all on weekdays. The system will wake up only when the hidden task is triggered. From start to finish, the system has only appeared twice. Once was to join Konoha to regain the power of Kyokushuayu. The other time is to rely on the power of Jinyu Shuayu to comprehend the technique of multiple shadows. Now, the third recovery of the system turned out to be a transaction related to Bennu. According to the system's prompt, as long as you capture the soul of the sprite, you can exchange for the incomplete collapsing jade. But it has to pay a heavy price, that is, the loss of all chakra cultivation. All along, due to the variation of spiritual power seeds, Aizen has been practicing chakra for 1,000 miles. In just 2 months, he has chakra at the level of Shangnin. This kind of training speed, even if you look at the entire ninja world, it is an outstanding existence. However, in order to obtain the incomplete collapse jade, this power must be completely sacrificed. For a ninja, this is undoubtedly a self-destructive future. In the land of ninjas, strength is the most respected. If you lose chakra, it is no different from a cripple. This price is extremely heavy. Fortunately, Aizen's identity is not a ninja, but a god of death. Even though he sacrificed chakra, Aizen was not afraid. The power he really relied on was spiritual power. Aizen looked at the ghost soul emitting a dim light, her eyes flickering. To choose or to reject? Even if the transaction is completed with the system, what you get in the end is just a broken piece of broken jade. Perhaps not even a tenth of the power of its heyday. The atmosphere fell into solemnity again. Aizen pondered inwardly, and finally made a decision. He approves of the deal. Aizen clenched his backhand, and the sprite's soul turned into a ball of pure energy light, which kept floating on his palm. He held up the light ball with one hand and lifted it to a position in the air. At this moment, all the chakras in Aizen's body disappeared and merged into the soul of the sprite. Whoa, whoa, whoa! A burst of strong light emanated, and the sprite's soul disappeared. In Aizen's hand, a gem that emits light blue fluorescence appeared. Incomplete collapse of jade. Chapter 126, Alquiorasifa. Incomplete collapse of jade. Aizen is a gem that shimmers with blue-black light. It is crystal clear and exudes a mysterious wave. By sacrificing the ninja's unique chakra power, Aizen and the system completed an equivalent transaction. Under the shroud of divine light, the sprite's soul was transformed into this broken jade. Sure enough, it's a broken jade. This level of energy can't satisfy my plan at all. Aizen looked at the Benu in her hand calmly, with excitement and disappointment in her eyes. The excitement is that he finally regained the Benu, and has the qualifications to become a god again. The disappointment is that this is a broken jade, and the energy contained in it is less than 1/10 of the heyday. Once recognized by Benu, Aizen understood that Benu's real power is to occupy the hearts of everyone around him and guide their power. He also used this to create a face-breaking army and become the master of the virtual circle. Now that Benu is in hand, the face-breaking army is about to see the light of day again. Just as Aizen fell into deep thought, the broken jade in his hand suddenly flashed a strong light, which was the same as when he was in Kukutsa town. Benu awakened? Aizen stared at Benu in astonishment, and a dazzling blue light was reflected on her eyes. His heart, which had always been calm, was finally moved. Bang bang. Bang bang. In the silent underground space, Benu made a regular beating sound after awakening, as if a heartbeat was exciting. Aizen held Benu high above his head, and the dazzling rays of light radiated in all directions. An indescribable terrifying awe emanated, and all the blue light seemed to have spirituality, pouring into Aizen's body. At this moment, an invisible call sounded in Aizen's mind. He learned all the secrets of the incomplete Benu. As we all know, the real power of Benu is to realize the development of people's inner hopes according to their own thoughts. But the condition is to have the strength to realize this desire. Now that Aizen has completely abandoned chakra, the pure spiritual power left in his body has become stronger instead. Ordinary chakra is like a chicken rib to Aizen, it is a pity to abandon it, and it is tasteless to eat. Although the chakra 1 of the ninja level is the top level even in the entire ninja world. But Aizen doesn't need it, he has more powerful spiritual power. This incomplete Benu concentrates the power of massive chakra and sprite souls. Therefore, even if it is in a state of incompleteness, it can still give Aizen a chance to realize her wish. However, the premise for the realization of this wish is that Aizen has the strength to control everything. As long as the blue die being able to control the result of the realization of this wish, Benu can satisfy his wishes and create miracles. Of course, everything in the world has a conventional balance. Once Benu helps Aizen realize this wish, the energy in it will be exhausted. In the future, if you want to awaken Benu again, you need to pay a heavier price. This price means a huge amount of energy. Aizen came to a conclusion based on the directions given by Benu. In the land of ninjas, only the legendary nine-tailed beasts can awaken Benu again. Every time Benu awakens, Aizen's wish can be fulfilled, which also means that he needs to capture 9 big-tailed beasts in turn. In the ninja world, the 9-tailed beasts are famous for their fierce reputation, and they have left many natural and man-made disasters in the history of the ninja world. They are a combination of huge chakras and have extremely strong fighting capabilities, so in the Ninja World War, countries will use all means to fight for them to win the war. For ordinary ninjas, the 9-tailed beasts are powerful beings that cannot be defeated. They are almost immortal, and the unfathomable tailed beast chakra is always maintained in their bodies. Only with the level of power of the 9-tailed beasts can they reluctantly gain the approval of Bennu and get a chance to fulfill their wishes. Aizen folded her palms and smiled slightly. He has already made a decision to use the opportunity given by Bennu to summon the 10 ninja legion that once fought under his command. At that time, Aizen led 10 in to sweep through the virtual circle, and fought a decisive battle with Kyuzacho and the Soul Society. The powerful top 3 10 ninjas made the Soul Society feel the terrifying power of the virtual circle. Among them, the top 10 ninjas, Koyatai Stark, could even rival the 4-century-old captains. It's a pity that Stark, who was in the limelight, finally died under the sword of Jingle Chun Shui's strange Zanpei Kuto. The second-ranked skeleton emperor, Bailey Gang, has a desperate breath of death. Anything that comes in contact with it rots away, and if the human body is attacked, it will erode away to the point where there will be no bones left. This terrifying trick spreads at such a speed that even the leader of the 2nd Division, Xu Feng, who is known for his speed, cannot escape. Aizen thought about it and made a wish. When Bennu sensed Aizen's wish, a violent burst of light erupted. The blue light shone through the audience, almost condensing into substance. The power in collapsing jade was completely awakened, and it shone on the ground in front of Aizen, forming a light curtain that fell vertically. The light curtain was hazy, and it was almost difficult to see the scene inside. It seemed that a figure gradually emerged. After all the rays of light dissipated, the figure hidden in the light curtain showed its true face. He has short black hair, and his pale complexion looks lifeless. Those emerald green eyes did not fluctuate, only a ruthless chill. Two dark green tears spread from top to bottom on that perfect face, adding a few different temperaments to it. He was wearing a high-neck long-sleeved coat with a white-black background and black borders, and a white kimono hakama under 4.9. Black wide girdle tied them tightly, wearing black socks and white shoes on their feet. Like Aizen, he was wearing a Zanpei Kuto around his waist, emitting a terrifying evil spirit. The most striking thing is the horn helmet-like mask on his left head, as if he is wearing a stern skull mask, and the number, and quote $4, is engraved on his left chest. The noble and cold temperament, the face with few expression changes, revealing the eyes of primitive killing. Tenin, who once ranked 4th under Aizen. Alquiora Cipher. P.S. Ask for a subscription. The subscription is rising, and it breaks out every 5 minutes. By the way, I pushed a friend's book, Naruto, The Demon of Naruto Wave Wind Minato. Chapter 127 The Origin of Killing. It's a long-lost encounter, Alquiora. The corner of Lan Ran's mouth outlined an indifferent smile. Facing this once most loyal subordinate, he did not hesitate to smile. The light curtain gradually dissipated, and Alquiora's slender figure appeared in front of Aizen. Yes, Aizen-sama, are you the one who resurrected me from the edge of nothingness? Alquiora's usual expressionless face looked at Aizen with respect. As the 4th-ranked 10 Blades, Alquiora has great power in her own right. In particular, the second return blade that he controlled alone made him stronger than the 10 Blades. At the beginning, Alquiora, who had returned to the sword for the 2nd time, showed an unparalleled terrifying reiatsu. The sky dome of the Void Knight Palace is distorted. The earth in the virtual circle shook. Alquiora stood on the top of the sky, and under the bright moonlight, released the power of sealing. Black-winged demon. With a random flash of black and false, it has the mighty power of breaking mountains and breaking the ground. That thunder spear is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. Now, this ruthless ten-blade, due to the brief awakening of Bennu, came to the ninja world continent. Winter is coming, and black wings will cover the night sky of the five kingdoms. The awakening of Bennu, the thing of God, fulfills my wish, and your appearance has long been destined. Aizen opened her palms, and Bennu emitted a light blue light, sending out a regular beating like a heart. Bang bang. Bang bang. Every beat, there is an invisible force revealed. Under the quiet reflection of the underground palace, it looks different and strange. Quiet darkness. Is this a virtual circle? Aokigahara was not at a loss because of the rebirth, but asked calmly. Because of the lack of that heart, Aokigahara is cold by nature, ruthless towards the enemy. Any prey that he takes a fancy to, the end is often very tragic. Aokigahara will pierce a hole in the heart of the prey, causing these humble humans to fall powerlessly to the ground. As Aizen's capable subordinate, Aokigahara has a calm mind. Coupled with the power that surpassed the sky of the Void Knight Palace, he was perfect. Impeccable. No, this is neither the virtual circle nor the corpse soul world. At this moment, we are in another world. Aizen shook his head slightly, and said calmly and impermanently. Another world? Aokigahara frowned slightly, and a hint of surprise filled her green eyes. Aizen said coldly, there is no god of death, no emptiness, and no Quincy. There are only ordinary humans in this world. Are there only humble and insignificant humans? Then this world must be weak. No, this world is not ordinary. What I see is just the tip of the iceberg. Perhaps, the power of God, which is persistently pursued, will find the answer here. At this moment, Aizen's mind flashed the shadow of the kaleidoscope shaker. Through the fight with Uchiha Itachi, Aizen vaguely felt that there was a more powerful pupil power above the kaleidoscope writing wheel. That kind of power is the king key that leads to the throne of the sky. Aokigahara was silent, and his last memory was still in the battle in the virtual circle. The sudden rebirth and the crossing of another world made him not accept it for a while. When Aokigahara's eyes shifted to Aizen, a look of surprise appeared. He was horrified to discover that the power in Aizen's body did not make him feel invincible as before. Clearly, this is the result of the loss of power. Lord Aizen, is this? Not only that, Aokigahara felt that his own strength was not as good as before. According to his estimates, only half the strength of the peak period. Don't worry, don't worry. As long as you advance and retreat together with me, the lost power will be regained sooner or later. Aizen smiled slightly, and from beginning to end, she was still in control of everything. As long as the instinct exists, there is still no enemy ahead of us. Aokigahara asked, instinct? Instinct, that is what a person with the same ability must have in order to show more powerful power, and what is necessary to become a king. Fighting non-stop, pursuing strength, mercilessly defeating the enemy, tearing the enemy apart, slashing thousands of pieces, this is the absolute desire to fight. This is a killing reaction that strips away the skin, strips the flesh, smashes the bones and reaches the depths of the gods, and is engraved on the primitive class with a keen response. Aizen's eyes were deep, she stared at Aokigahara, and said, do you understand what I mean? Lord Aizen, perhaps the so-called heart of human beings is just the most primitive killing. Aokigahara was still expressionless. He recalled the battle with Naruto, and his longing for primordial power flashed in the depths of his pupils. But your body doesn't have steel like before. It seems that we need to do something. Aizen looked at Aokigahara's body carefully, frowning slightly. The steel skin is one of the most important reliances of the 10 blades. Without this steel body, they cannot run wildly as unscrupulously as before. The reason for this is due to the lack of the sprite's body. Without a ghost's soul, only half of its strength can be obtained. Only by merging and absorbing the sprite's body will Ulquiorra have that steel body again. Aizen-sama, what is our next destination? Ulquiorra's face was icy cold, his emerald green eyes did not have any emotional fluctuations, and his eyes only followed Aizen. The land of swamps. According to the information provided by Wang Guan, the body of the sprite was sealed in the country of marsh. Break the seal of the previous witch, help capture the body of the sprite, and help you regain your strength. Aizen turned around and squinted slightly. Ulquiorra, after that, I have an important task for you. What mission? Aizen-sama? Ulquiorra responded calmly. Captured the 9 big-tailed beasts and awaken Bennu. Aizen tightly held the broken collapsing jade, and a hint of hope flashed in her eyes. Let's go, let's rebuild the 10 Blades Legion. Please subscribe, recommend a friend's book, Evildoers Wave Wind Minato. Chapter 128, Konoha Help, subscribe. The country of ghosts shook the whole country. After the news of the attack on the local palace temple came out, it caused an uproar. Daimyo was furious, and a large number of warriors rushed to the temple. Even the few ninjas in the country of Unai were dispatched. However, after reaching the basin, they saw a scene that stunned them. The splendid temple was reduced to ashes. The lavishly decorated walls were covered with ashes. There are broken walls and debris everywhere, and sawdust is flying. In just one night, this temple, which was admired by countless people in the past, was reduced to ashes. In front of the ruins, many warriors are surrounded. The iron swords in their hands were sharp and flickering. Everyone's faces were solemn, panting and uneasy. Anyone in the land of ghosts knows about the legend of sprites. It was precisely because the previous shrine maiden sacrificed her own life that she succeeded in sealing the Sphinx. But the destruction of the temple represents the escape of the sprite's soul. The nightmare is about to come again. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and everyone avoided a passage. Even those on weekdays, the dignitaries who regard themselves as noble also consciously retreat. In the passage, 20 reloaded warriors appeared, and they formed an airtight human wall. In the center of this human wall, a figure moves forward like a star holding the moon. She gently moved the lotus step, graceful and graceful, and 643 carried a noble temperament when she raised her hands and feet. The skin that can be broken like lamb jade, the pink face, the face of the country and the city, the slightly undulating curve. Whenever this beautiful figure moved, the pair of white rabbits jumped violently, revealing the unique charm of a mature woman. However, even if such a beautiful woman with a beautiful face and troubled water appeared in front of her eyes, whether it was a famous dignitary, or an ordinary commoner warrior, they looked at this beautiful woman with respect, as if they were watching a saint. She is the shrine maiden of the kingdom of ghosts, Shun. Although Ziyun is only 16 years old, she is already a slim beauty. She combines beauty and temperament, and has been favored by the stars and the moon since she was a child. Especially when the previous witch, Shun's mother, sacrificed her life to save the righteousness, Shun was treated more noble. Miko-sama, how should this matter be handled? A big name over 50 years old looked at Shun respectfully and asked patiently. Going on the investigation, we must catch the culprit as soon as possible. Through the dream, I have seen fragments of the future. If it can't be solved properly, then the country of ghosts will bleed into rivers. Shun put her hands together in front of her, the pair of coveted white rabbits deformed slightly due to the pressure. She frowned, feeling a sense of unease in her heart. Even though there were many samurai and ninja guards around, Shun still felt pale. In her dream, 2 mysterious men in white robes and swords around their waists are ruthless warriors in the land of slaughtering ghosts. Whenever someone died in the hands of the white-robed man with green eyes, a hole would appear in the upper body, and the death was horrific. Because Shin was frightened, she didn't see the next clip. Even so, she knew that a catastrophe would come. Lord Miko, since the steel that seals the sprite is broken, it proves that the person who destroyed it has a well-intentioned mind, and their goal must be the body of the sprite sealed in the land of swamp. One of the grey-haired old men stooped down and made a confident analysis. Although he was old and frail, his deep eyes were vigorous and piercing. This old man is the current advisor of the Kingdom of Ghosts, and he is in charge of the Kingdom of Ghosts for Shin on weekdays. What you said is very reasonable, but even predicting the trace of the culprit will not help. With the power of our country of ghosts, there is no way to prevent the tragedy from happening. Shin sighed pessimistically, at a loss. We can issue a ninja wanted notice and ask for the assistance of the 5 major countries. When the former witch was alive, she had established a friendly relationship with the senior officials of Konoha. I believe Konoha will definitely help. Not to mention this is a major accident related to the safety of ninjas. It is everyone's responsibility. The white-haired old man appeased Shin's emotions, and instructed his samurai to spread the news to the 5 kingdoms. He slowly raised his head, stared at the sky with deep eyes, and murmured in a low voice. After so many years, is the disaster of the ninja finally coming back? What shocked the people of the country of ghosts even more was that the hundreds of stone pillars that were sealed with the spirits of the sprites disappeared, as if they were destroyed by a huge force overnight and vanished into ashes. This strange situation aroused everyone's doubts even more. Since the culprit wants to revive the sprite, it must revive its undead army. You know, the catastrophe that year was because of the immortality of the undead army, which led to the tragedy. Without the undead legion, the threat of sprites will also be greatly reduced. What are the plans of these 2 mysterious white-robed men? There were waves in Ziyuan's beautiful eyes, as translucent as the autumn water hibiscus. She couldn't help worrying about the future of the land of ghosts. In less than half a day, under the careful arrangement of the white-haired old man, the seal of the sprite was broken and the disappearance spread to the 5 kingdoms. As an ally of the country of ghosts, Konoha was the first to receive information. Konoha, who had just experienced a war not long ago, paid a heavy price for it. Not only did the 3 generations of Hokage drive the crane west, but even the prosperous village was hit hard, and it plummeted like a yellow flower yesterday. During these days, Konoha has been rebuilding in an orderly manner, and finally he can breathe a sigh of relief from the disaster. At this time, the tall building in the center of Konoha, inside the Hokage office, Shimura Danzo, Mito Kado, and Koharu were sitting in the first place. Ujira took the lead below, gathering Konoha's elite Chunin. Mightyman Yan said solemnly, "The country of ghosts is in trouble, we must help." Of course, although this war has suffered heavy losses, Konoha's foundation has not been shaken. We must establish our prestige to prevent the other 4 big countries' eager ambitions. Chira said calmly, mentioning the other 4 countries. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Kakashi, Kai, Hongui, Yuan Phasma, so the 4 of you will carry out the rescue mission this time. Shimura Danzo made a final decision and selected a candidate for rescue. Please subscribe, recommend, Naruto, the Demon of Naruto Namiving Minato. Chapter 129 Chasing for Thousands of Miles, Endless Love. Following Shimura Danzo's order, Konoha dispatched rescuers. Kakashi, Matakai, Yuan Phasma, Ui Hong. These 4 are all Konoha's elite jonin, with outstanding strength. Each has its own merits. The 4 of them were dispatched at the same time, which shows that the senior officials of Konoha attached great importance to this incident of breaking the seal. According to the information from the country of ghosts, The culprit who broke the seal of the temple is likely to rush to the country of Marshtilde. You can take your subordinates to the land of swamps. When you reach the sealed land, your first task is to protect the lives of witches in the land of ghosts. Shimura Danzo waved his hand majestically, signaling everyone to step back. Since the fall of the 3 generations of Hokage, Shimura Danzo's reputation has gradually grown, and the limelight has gradually overwhelmed the 2 advisors, Koharu and Mito Kazuma. He even exposed his ambitions unabashedly, threatening to become the 5th Hokage. Unfortunately, Danzo's ambition was opposed by everyone. Everyone has doubts about the controller of the dark side of Konoha and does not believe that he can lead Konoha to recovery. On the contrary, as the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya has received overwhelming support. It's a pity that this toad immortal from Momu Mountain is open-minded and has no interest in the so-called power. After some negotiation, Konoha decided to divide the army into 2 ways. On the one hand, 4 elites, Kakashi, Metokai, Yuan Phasma, and Ui Red, were sent to help the country of ghosts. On the other hand, Jiraiya left Konoha on the grounds of assisting Naruto's deep cultivation with his promise to the top management of Konoha. His actual purpose is to find another legendary Sannin, Tsunade. This Sannin, who has never met before, is the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage. She has the purest bloodline of Konoha and is the best candidate for the 5th Hokage. With this goal in mind, Jiraiya left Konoha. Not only does he have to look for Tsunade, but also for another person he hates to the core. Aizen plus medical star. To this day, Aizen's face is still deeply remembered in Jiraiya's mind. Aizen's deception caused Konoha to suffer a disaster. If it wasn't for Jiraiya's timely action, Konoha, who lost the 3 generations of Hokage, might not be able to resist the edge of his Shukaku. Jiraiya had played against Aizen once, and he knew the terrifying strength of the opponent. Once Aizen escapes, it's like returning a tiger to the mountain. It will not only be a misfortune for Konoha, but also a disaster for the entire ninja world. So Jiraiya has a monstrous killing intent in his heart. No matter what the price is, Aizen must be killed. In addition to Konoha, the Kingdom of Wind also suffered huge losses. For generations of Kazekage died in the hands of Orochimaru, turning the originally ironclad Kingdom of Wind into a mess of scattered sand. What's more critical is that because the seal in Gaara's body was broken, a chakra appeared. Even if Ichiamorizuru is sealed again with the help of the Konoha crowd, the fate of Gaara is still unknown. When the war to destroy Konoha was over, Temari and Kankuro rushed back to the Land of Winds with Gaara's body. As for the final fate of Gaara, it has become a mystery. On the outskirts of the northern part of Konoha, the place where the 8th class once trained, Hong-Ui stood by the river with a gloomy expression, looking at the sparkling water. Ripples appeared in her eyes. Every time she came here, scenes from the previous 2 months still came to her mind. During those 2 months, the former 8th class united and harmonious, and cultivated an impeccable tacit understanding. At that time, Redui was happy inside. She watched the bits and pieces of Inazukaya, Oil Girl Shino, Hinata and others, and felt relieved. Especially when a dazzling star of tomorrow appeared in this team, a genius who belongs to the future of ninjas. Hong-Ui can't wait to devote all her efforts to the 8th class. Aizen plus medical star. This man, who once made Hong-Ui devote all her energy and even had a trace of affection, rebelled in an unexpected way and became Konoha's eternal sinner. Kill the 3 generations of Hokage, and release the one-tailed Morizuru. Everything Aizen does is so earth-shattering. The most unbelievable thing is Aizen's perfect camouflage. She never imagined that Aizen, who seemed to be gentle, kind, and low-key and humble on weekdays, turned out to be a person with a cold heart. This huge contrast once made Yuihiko's mind blank. When Yuika remembered the sincere smile on Aizen's face at Ichiro Ramen restaurant at that time, She couldn't help sighing heavily. Kurenayui was even more shocked when Aizen showed a strength that even she feared. However, Kurenayui did not lose hope for Aizen. Maybe it was the 2 months of getting along day and night, maybe it was that sincere smile, maybe it was the sustenance of affection. Hongui is eager to find the trace of Aizen, and persuades him to get lost in vain. It is precisely because of this wish that Hongui agreed without hesitation to Danzo's order and joined the rescue team to the country of ghosts. On the day Aizen left Konoha, Hongui roughly judged the direction of Aizen's departure through clues, which was towards the land of Earth. Based on her judgment of the terrain, she concluded that Aizen's trail was likely near the land of the land. The most coincidental thing is that the country of Anai and the country of Swamp happen to be located near the country of Earth. This means that Yuiko has the opportunity to look for traces of Aizen. All of this may be destined, a 1,000-mile pursuit, a never-ending love. Just as Kainui was in deep thought, a delicate figure appeared in front of her. This voice has smooth skin, red complexion, and an exquisite face. 2 big watery eyes, cute little dimples, and soft blue silk. Hinata. Hinata looked at Kurenayui, who was in deep thought, and her eyes suddenly became dull. She is very aware of Yuihiko's thoughts. It has already arrived at Aizen. Ever since Aizen's mutiny, every time she sees Kainui showing such a missing expression. Mr. Hong, is this mission dangerous? Hinata's question interrupted Yuika's meditation. She suddenly woke up, smiled awkwardly, and said hesitantly, "This mission is very serious, and it will be life-threatening." "What's the matter, do you want to go too?" Uikliu frowned. It wasn't that she didn't want to take Hinata on a mission, but in that case, the risk factor would increase exponentially. "Well, I want to use this opportunity to find the trace of Aizen." Hinata's eyes were firm, with strong thoughts in her beautiful eyes. There are 3 more. 11 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. Oro is begging to subscribe here, and there will be a 5-month update on the weekend. I hope that my support as always will give me more motivation to code. Thank you all. Chapter 130 Ringing. Please subscribe. On one of the avenues leading from the land of ghosts to the land of swamps, 2 figures were walking in the courtyard. Aizen, Ulquiorra. Last night, when they left the underground temple, it was just a slash, and Aizen easily destroyed the temple that had stood for many years. Aizen didn't mind that the fall of the temple would cause the wrath of the kingdom of ghosts. In Aizen's eyes, the anger of the weak is just an excuse for their incompetence. Aizen took graceful and indifferent steps, and walked towards the land of swamps unhurriedly. Ulquiorra put his hands in his pockets and followed Aizen's footsteps freely, like a loyal bodyguard. After rebirth, in order to pursue the so-called heart, Ulquiorra still chose to follow in Aizen's footsteps. In his view, only power is the best way to the soul. Aizen's unique charisma, powerful strength, and self-confidence in controlling everything made Ulquiorra impressed. Only such an impeccable powerhouse is qualified to enjoy the respect of the Black-Winged Demon. Lord Aizen, destroying the temple with one sword and destroying the beliefs in the hearts of mankind, don't you think it's unfair? Ulquiorra spoke calmly, her emerald green eyes did not fluctuate in any way. It was only after the battle with Naruto that he was interested in the so-called emotion of human beings. Righteousness? What's the matter, do you think my actions lack justice? Ulquiorra. Aizen smiled slightly, and looked at Ulquiorra. Ulquiorra was silent and did not respond. I see. It seems that you have doubts about my actions, Ulquiorra. Aizen looked up at the sky. The blue sky reflected in his eyes. He paused for a moment, then said slowly, "You think I lacked carelessness in my actions. However, lack of justice without righteousness can only be regarded as killing. However, killing based on righteousness is justice. Aizen smiled lightly and said, "Let's go, let's eradicate the sustenance of God in human hearts and establish a real righteousness." "Yes, Aizen-sama." Aokuyara responded calmly, followed in Aizen's footsteps and set foot on the road to the land of swamps. On the other side, the border of the land of ghosts. A team of hundreds of ninjas and hundreds of samurai is ready to go. They are all carefully selected ninjas to escort the Shrine Maiden Shin safely to the land of Marsh. The kingdom of Unai has already made the worst plan. Once the seal of the sprite's body is broken, Shin will take action and sacrifice his life in exchange for the power of the seal to seal the sprite again. "Let's go, Lord Shin. The sooner we seize the opportunity, the better the situation will be." The messenger was a young man, Shio. As Shin's personal bodyguard, Shio is responsible for protecting Shin's safety. "Let's go." The news about the Sphinx breaking the seal has already reached Konoha yesterday. Presumably Konoha's ninjas are already on their way. We set off at this time, and it just happens that we won't be too far behind them. With Shin's order, the mighty guard corps finally dispatched. They entrusted the expectations of the people of the country of ghosts, and they also shouldered the future of the ninja world. However, no one expected that the Sphinx had been lost, and the real culprits were Aizen and Aokuyara. Through the invisible intertwining of fate, the bond between the three parties of Unai, Konoha, and Aizen will be born in the marsh. Time passed slowly, and in just half a day, Aizen and Aokuyara arrived in the land of swamps. Like the land of ghosts, this place is remote and uninhabited, and even the number of ninjas is extremely rare. Unlike the country of ghosts, which is full of mountains, there are many caves in the country of Marsh, crisscrossing them, like hundreds of labyrinths. "Looks like we're getting close, Aokuyara." Aizen stood at the top of a hill, looking down. Looking around, all around is desolate, only the small mountain range with complicated routes. This means that the slaughter is getting closer and closer, Aizen-sama. Aokuyara stood calmly in front of Aizen. The purpose of going to the swamp country this time is to obtain the flesh of a sphinx. Helping him restore that hard steel skin, Aokuyara's heart remained calm, as if it were a trivial matter. Hey, the news that the seal has been broken comes out, and the so-called ninja coalition should also come soon. But it's not important. Aizen put her left hand on Jinyu Shuayu's sword hilt, and said coldly, "It is precisely because they have not tasted true despair that they dare to make such a stupid impulse." Hear what Aizen said. Aokuyara opened his mouth and said, "In the face of an opponent with disparity in strength that makes people feel fearful, it is a stupid thing in itself to think of victory and challenge." "That's right, Aokuyara. If this is the so-called power of will, then the reason why humans are hurt is because there are too many such thoughts. Because thinking too much will kill people." Aizen pulled out the mirror flower and water moon, exuding an aura that made everything in the world surrender. At this moment, Aokuyara's expression finally changed. The calm green eyes finally burst into a frenzy. He felt in Aizen the powerful power he had been pursuing, and this power was enough to make him surrender. At this moment, there was a sudden movement not far from the two of them, which immediately attracted the eyes of Aizen and Aokuyara. It was a huge army, composed of hundreds of ninjas and hundreds of samurai. It was mighty and imposing. After a long journey, the army of the land of ghosts finally arrived in the land of marshes. It seems that the witch of the land of ghosts has arrived. "Aokuyara, can I give you a mission?" Lanran turned around, the long hair on her forehead fluttering in the wind. "Of course, Aizen-sama." Aokuyara put her hands in her pockets and responded calmly. "Then go on the mission. I will give you the right to kill. Go, bring that witch to me." Aizen's words were calm and impermanent, as if they were telling a trivial matter. "I understand, Aizen-sama." Aokuyara's voice fell, and his figure disappeared instantly. The unique space of the broken face moves the book, and turns it loudly. Chapter 131. This is not a negotiation, but an order. Alquiora disappeared, leaving Aizen alone standing on the top of the mountain. Aizen carried her hands on her back, her eyes flickering with cold light. The return of Alquiora heralds the strengthening of Aizen's power. Like a cold-blooded and ruthless demon, he resolutely obeys Aizen's orders. Just like in the virtual circle, Alquiora was the spokesperson of the virtual night palace. Whether it's the god of death or the broken face, as long as Alquiora feels threatened, he will make a strong shot and wipe out the prey with the cruelest means. On the other side, on the path between the mountainside, the ninja army of the Land of Ghosts marched in an orderly manner. In the middle of them, the Mikotian was heavily guarded. They are eager to rush to the sealed land to stop the conspiracy of the mysterious culprit. It's a pity that they didn't expect the danger to be approaching quietly. The ninjas of the Land of Ghosts do not know that they have become prey. The appearance of the black-winged demon was when their flower of life withered. Lord Shen, we have reached the territory of Marshland on 11. We must be extremely vigilant next, because there are many dangers. Those mysterious people are likely to ambush halfway. Zubi's face was solemn, and he was always vigilant. His only occupation is to protect the safety of the priestess. Even if he sacrifices his life, he will not hesitate. Foot B, you are too cautious. We have several hundred people in total. Are we afraid of a few murderers? One of the Chunin's mouth raised a playful smile, and sneered, or are you not confident in your own strength? Ha ha ha. What a coward. The surrounding ninjas burst into laughter. They looked at Chen with intense contempt. As ninjas, they pride themselves on being noble and have always been defiant. Especially in a desolate and small country like the Land of Ghosts, their identities are even more special. Protecting Lord Shen is the duty of every subject of the Kingdom of Ghosts. What's so ridiculous? Zubi argued with reason and roared angrily at them. You are just a mere warrior, so what qualifications do you have to put on a righteous attitude in front of us? The name Zhongren sneered disdainfully, and didn't put Footby in his eyes at all. Enough, don't quarrel anymore. Whether it's a samurai or a ninja, you are all subjects of the Kingdom of Ghosts, so why bother with unnecessary quarrels at this critical moment? Mikotian rebuked loudly. Although her words were full of anger, they were still as pleasant as the sound of heaven. Put down your prejudices and continue on your way. As soon as Shen's voice fell, an icy, startling, outrageous voice sounded in vain. It's too late to leave now, humble human. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. Brush. A gust of wind rang out, and a slender figure appeared. Emerald green eyes, broken black hair, a slim white robe, and a zanpakuto on his waist. Alquiora. The black-winged great demon, who once made the soul world fear 3 points in the past, finally wants to show its edge in the ninja world. Who are you? Everyone stared at Alquiora in astonishment, their faces pale. They were horrified to find that when they looked into Alquiora's eyes, they couldn't help but feel a sense of fear. There was no emotion in those eyes, only the purest chill and contempt for human beings. Ruthless and brutal. Humans can never have such eyes. Hand over that woman, he belongs to Aizen's armor. Alquiora ignored the human question. In his eyes, whether it is a ninja or a samurai, it is no different from an ant. All he has to do is bring Shen back to Aizen, that's all. It's him, he's one of the mysterious people. Shen's face turned pale, her pink complexion turned pale because of fear. Alquiora's figure overlapped with the figure in her dream, so Shen immediately recognized the other's identity. Capture him, or you will all die at his hands. Shen shouted anxiously, panting inwardly. Because in that dream, the entire army of the Kingdom of Ghosts was wiped out, and no one survived. I didn't expect your ability to exceed my expectations, but the end of trying to struggle is even more bleak. Ulquiorra's face was expressionless and his voice was cold. If it weren't for his almost human appearance, the ninjas in the land of ghosts even suspected that they were facing a beast. Damn. How dare you speak in such an arrogant tone when you are alone? Let's go together and kill him. Following the angry roar of a ninja, the rest of the people were ready to move, and a raging fire ignited in their hearts. For the safety of the witch and the glory of the kingdom of ghosts, they decided to fight to the death. However, before these ninjas could act, Ulquiorra disappeared instantly. Ring. In just an instant, Ulquiorra seemed to have overcome the obstacles of space and appeared in front of them. His frosty eyes glanced at everyone, and his two fingers stood side by side and slowly raised. 667 between his fingers, green energy quickly condensed. Huh. Emerald green energy is accompanied by unparalleled terrifying pressure. When the green light was completely condensed into one, this terrifying aura also reached its peak. Flicker. A huge green beam of light blasted out, and the aura of destruction swept all directions. The ninjas in the land of ghosts didn't even respond, and they were wiped out. After a while, the green light disappeared, but a shocking scene appeared. Almost half of the ninjas in the country of Unai died and turned into fuzzy flesh. The rest of the people were ashen-faced, their feet limp and they collapsed to the ground. Follow me, woman. Ulquiorra stepped forward, as if entering a land of no one. Soon, he came to Shin. Those cold eyes shot a little bit of cold stars. Don't talk, you can only answer yes, and I will take action for any other answer. Not to kill you, but your companion. Don't ask anything, don't say anything, you don't have any rights. What you have in your hand is the rope of the guillotine tied around your companion's neck, that's all. Ulquiorra turned around slowly, and said with a chill, woman, you must know that this is not a negotiation, but an order. Chapter 132 Companions and Choices. Don't you understand? Woman, Aizen-sama needs your strength. Under the gaze of Ulquiorra's grim face, Mikoshin's expression was dull and deeply shocked. In less than 3 minutes, half of the originally mighty ninja team had vanished into ashes in her eyes, turning into ghosts under the yellow spring. This tragic scene is beyond Shin's comprehension. Living in the warm embrace of the country of ghosts since childhood, Shin has never seen too much bloody cruelty. Even in her impression, Shunin is an extremely powerful existence. However, Ulquiorra's flicker shattered her innocence, revealing the bloody truth. It wasn't that Shin didn't want to speak, she was terrified under Ulquiorra's bloodless gaze. Shin couldn't imagine how cold-hearted a person who fell to the ground would have such an almost dehumanizing look. Unfortunately, Shin had guessed wrong from the beginning. Ulquiorra's identity is not a human being, but a broken face. This. How is this possible? What kind of ninjutsu is it? The surviving warriors of the kingdom of Unai were stunned. They were completely shocked by the scene just now. Killing hundreds of ninjas with one blow is something that even an elite jonin might not be able to achieve. Could he be a shadow ninja? But why can't I feel any chakra fluctuations in his 750? Countless people looked puzzled. They gradually retreated, circling around Ulquiorra, their sharp spears gleaming coldly in the blazing sun. Although almost half of them were wiped out by Ulquiorra's factitious flash. At this moment, there are still hundreds of samurai warriors in their final and dying struggle. They raised their spears and stabbed Ulquiorra angrily. This world should be governed by a supreme power. There is no such thing as a balance between powers that compete with each other. Facing the siege of hundreds of samurai, Ulquiorra still calmly drew out his Zanpakuto. Brush. A sword slashed out, and the slashes condensed by Reiatsu slashed out like a full moon. Dozens of samurai felt a whirlwind of darkness. When their sight returned to clarity, they were horrified to find dozens of corpses with only their lower bodies standing in front of them. What? After these poor warriors let out a terrifying cry, they lost consciousness. In fact, what appeared in front of them were their own corpses. Because Ulquiorra's sword was too fast, surpassing the speed of nerve conduction, these warriors' heads fell behind the enemy before they could see their bodies. The bloody scenes continued to occur, and the senseless impulse made the country of ghosts suffer heavy losses. Look, in my eyes, your lives are actually no different from ants. Ulquiorra glanced at the remaining Unai ninjas with contempt, and indifferently put the Zanpakuto back into the scabbard. The rest of these people are just a bunch. The mob can only shiver under his invisible pressure. What's more, why do you need to use all your strength to deal with ants? Woman, if you don't stop these stupid behaviors as soon as possible, you can only watch the so-called companions fall one by one, wailing in a pool of blood, and losing in repentance. Are you sure you want to keep silent? Ulquiorra's eyes seemed to have some kind of magic, which deeply shocked Shin. The darling of the land of ghosts has finally reached the most powerless moment. Facing the invincible Ulquiorra, Shin had no choice but to obey. As Ulquiorra said, even if the samurai of the land of ghosts continued to go on, thousands of them with the mentality of seeing death as home, it would be nothing more than a suicide act, like a moth to a flame. But once Ulquiorra's orders are obeyed, Shin will be taken away. From then on, the inheritance of the kingdom of ghosts will be broken, and the monstrous sprites will be born again. Every time the Zanpakuto in Ulquiorra's hand was raised, another corpse fell weakly. His hands were gradually stained red with blood and stained with blood. Killing a samurai in the land of ghosts, for Ulquiorra, was nothing more than trampling to death a tiny ant, almost effortlessly. Watching the companions beside him fall one by one, his breath was cut off. Shin's beautiful eyes revealed an unprecedented fear. She fears, even runs away. In just a few minutes, Shin experienced a huge contrast from heaven to place. The guards, who seemed to be thorough at first, now seemed to be nothing more than a joke. I promise to go with you, please stop the killing. Shin wept lowly. She finally made a choice in despair and obeyed Ulquiorra's orders. The kind-hearted Shin doesn't want to see more killings. Although she is a holy shrine maiden, she puts down her noble stance on weekdays, is close to the commoners, and is deeply loved. Shin didn't want the tragedy to happen. Whenever a samurai from the land of ghosts was lost, her heart became even heavier, casting a shadow of guilt. Finally, I can see the value of a companion. Let's go, woman. My mission is to let you see Aizen-sama safely. Ulquiorra put her hands in her trouser pockets, not even planning to use their Zanpakuto. This kind of posture that looks flawed in the eyes of outsiders has become flawless and flawless in him. Ulquiorra took a step forward. He just glanced indifferently, and then the dozens of warriors finally collapsed to the ground powerless. There was too much chill in those calm eyes. Especially the killing in the depths of the pupil makes everyone feel the fear of going deep into the soul. Humans, you are so insignificant, you are insignificant at all. Whether it's a samurai or a ninja, the differences and struggles between you, will and freedom, plants and animals, stars, sun, moon, all are insignificant. In this world, only power is unique and absolute. Anything other than that is trivial. Ulquiorra put her palm on Shin's shoulder and said indifferently, let's go, Aizen-sama has been waiting for too long. Brush. Ulquiorra's thoughts moved, and he used the ring to turn, and the figures of the two disappeared instantly. P.S. I have fulfilled the promise of the fifth watch. Recently, the subscription has improved. If nothing else, I should keep the fifth watch all the time. By the way, I recommend a friend's book, Naruto, the Demon Namifing Minato. Chapter 133 Aizen-sama and his heart. Let's go, woman. Because of the ignorant resistance of human beings, Aizen-sama has been waiting for too long. The figures of Aokigahara and Shun disappeared instantly, leaving only the dozens of speechless ninjas in the land of ghosts. There was a dark trace on the ground, a trace of spirit left in the air, scarlet blood, white bones, and a hideous corpse, which announced the end of this tragedy. Brush. Not far from the sea of bones and blood, on a steep peak, Aokigahara and Shun resurfaced. From here, the figure of the samurai of the country of ghosts is as tiny as an ant. Aokigahara stood on the top of the mountain, staring indifferently below, and a trace of disdain flooded his emerald green eyes. Through that extraordinary vision, he could clearly see the panicked appearance of the warriors of the kingdom of Onai. Especially the dazed and bewildered expressions on their faces made Aokigahara even more amused. It's over, human, you have failed, don't make useless struggles. Because the sun has fallen into our palms. Aokigahara glanced at Shun and said indifferently, in the words of Aizen-sama, only you can open the formation that seals the body of the sprite. So, let's go and present it to Aizen-sama. Use your power. It is good. Shun's voice trembled, as thin as the sound of mosquitoes. Under Aokigahara's indifferent gaze, she felt that all her strength was being sucked away, her limbs were weak, and her body couldn't help shaking. The liveliness and splendor of the past disappeared completely, replaced by unprecedented panic. Those clear and bright eyes were dull, revealing despair and fear. Don't be afraid, don't be sad, and don't have any strange thoughts. You are powerless to escape from here. Aokigahara said indifferently, defeat the ninja army and take you away. Such a thing. For Aizen-sama, it's just a game. Successful or unsuccessful, the moment Aizen-sama paid attention to you, your fate was already doomed. Aokigahara's remarks completely defeated Shun's inner defense. This delicate Meisha can no longer maintain the noble posture in front of the people of the land of ghosts. The clear and moving beautiful eyes were filled with tears of grievance, and the crystal clear teardrops slowly fell down the tender cheeks. Thick tears fell weakly to the ground, and Shun lowered her head to cry in despair, looking pitiful. As the widow of the former witch, she is the princess among all the commoners in the land of ghosts, the jewel in the palm of many great names. Just like the flowers that live in the greenhouse, grow carefree, live in a paradise, and have no chance to contact the outside world. Feng Shui took turns, and fate finally played a joke on her. Mysterious strange man, ruthless bloody Shalu. People and things that would not have any intersection with Shun originally happened to her. It was so sudden, like the lighthouse that guided the defense line on the sea disappeared, and the road ahead was dark, with no end in sight. Isolated. At this time, Aokigahara made a move that surprised Shun. He stretched out his palm to touch Shun's chin, and lifted the sobbing head. Immediately, they looked at each other. Seeing Aokigahara's flawless and handsome face, Shun was stunned. This handsome face is irresistible to any ignorant girl. It's a pity that there are no emotional fluctuations on this face, only the chilling coldness. In any case, Shun couldn't imagine it. This kind of dehumanizing indifference can actually appear on a human being, which is simply appalling. Woman, wipe away your tears. The purpose of my actions is not to pity your crying, but to cry because Aizen-sama doesn't like his things. You understood? This icy rhetorical question seemed to have some kind of magic, and Shun stopped crying in an instant. She took a feeble step back, shaking off Aokigahara's palm. Let's go, time wasted, too much time. Aokigahara's palm rested on Shun's shoulder again, and the two of them disappeared again. On that remote and desolate hill in the past, Aizen stood quietly, her eyes calm and impermanent. Suddenly, there was a slight fluctuation in the space behind him, followed by two figures. Aokigahara, Shun. Feeling the slight fluctuation, Aizen frowned slightly. Alquiora, the time to complete the mission this time seems to be a bit long. Aizen turned around lazily, and a faint smile formed on the corner of her mouth. At any moment, his every move always exudes a noble temperament. Lord Aizen, the ignorant resistance of human beings made the time a little longer. Alquiora didn't hide anything, she said straight. It doesn't matter, it's a very difficult thing to use the right force to trample an ant to death. Aizen smiled slightly and turned her gaze to Shun. Bright eyes, exquisite body, proud white rabbit, intriguing curves, plus that pure and beautiful face. Judging by appearance, Shun is flawless. You're the witch of the land of ghosts, aren't you? The seemingly bland inquiry revealed a palpitating chill. Yes, it is. Shun shivered, and even her voice became choppy due to excessive panic. Then, it's not too late. Shun, take us to that sealed place and get rid of the sprite. Aizen didn't care about Jumeishanov's panic, but showed a gentle smile instead. This cold and gentle smile made Shun's heart even more flustered. She couldn't imagine how two completely different temperaments could appear perfectly in one person. At this time, Alquiora took a step and came to Shun. Look at me, woman, he said commandingly. Tell me, who does your mind and body exist for? Shun raised her head blankly and said desperately, yes, it's for Aizen-sama and his heart. I finally got home and started to update. Please subscribe, and recommend a friend's book, Naruto, The Demon Nanaving Minato. Chapter 133 The Sealed Land, Subscription. The blazing sun shines, and the dazzling sunlight pours on the earth, warming all things. The Temple of Seals is located in the hinterland of swamp country. It is surrounded by mountains and the terrain is steep, and no one steps on it on weekdays. The reason why the sprite's body was sealed here in the first place was also because of the secret terrain. Except for the witches of the land of ghosts, no one knew the exact location of the Temple of Sealing. Due to the sudden incident this time, under the negotiation of many daimyo in the land of ghosts, they informed the senior officials of Konoha about the ground of the Temple of Sealed, hoping that they will be able to help when they can. Kakashi, Zarubayasma, Matakai, and Kurenayui, together with their subordinates, had set off from Konoha a day earlier and rushed to the country of Numa. They raced against the clock and never stopped. With such full speed ahead, the land of the swamp country is within sight. Unfortunately, the Konoha reinforcements came too late after all. Alquiora easily took Shun away by herself. The country of Uneyes wish to protect the seal became a regret. Is this the legendary Seal Temple? It's really hidden. On a rugged and steep mountain, Aizen looked at the layers of rocks below. When his eyes stayed on the dark mountain pass below, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. Aizen could clearly feel a strange power flowing out of it, and the source of this power was exactly the same as the original sprite's soul. Obviously, the body of the sprite is sealed in the cave. Lord Aizen, I feel that there is a subtle fluctuation hidden in the numerous stone piles below, and there may be some kind of restriction. Alquiora frowned slightly, and a cold light flashed in the depths of his pupils. If he decides that these piles of stones pose a threat, he will immediately use overwhelming force to destroy everything. Don't worry about it, Alquiora. That's the so-called undead army. It's just a pile of waste rocks without the sprite's control. Aizen waved her hand indifferently and said indifferently, since you think their existence is an eyesore, then clear the obstacle. The voice fell, and the voice of Ghost Art came out of Aizen's mouth. O King's Lander. A mask of flesh and blood, all things, flying high, something in the name of human beings. Truth and temperance, do not know the wall of sinful dreams, only stand on it. The 33 of destruction, Kang Ho Ping. The scorching flames appeared, like fierce fire dragons, lashing out towards the stone pile below. The unstoppable force destroyed the stone pillar in an instant. Boom! It only took a few seconds, and the stone piles in front of the cave turned into stone chips in the blink of an eye. This kind of power. It's so strong, it's far superior to the ninjas in the land of ghosts. Shun's face was pale, and his breathing became heavy. His clear eyes filled with disbelief. The power that Aizen showed was far beyond her cognition. Although Shun has not experienced the dark period when the sprites ravaged the ninjas, but the name of the Undead Legion is very familiar. The reason why the country of ghosts suffered heavy losses in those days was not only because of the powerful power of the sprites themselves, but to a large extent because of the immortality of the Undead Legion. Ordinary knife and spear slashes have no effect on them at all, and only destructive ninjutsu can instantly destroy the undead army. But how many people have that kind of power? Now Aizen's body didn't even move, and he destroyed the undead army with ease. He didn't even frown, and he was able to do it with ease. If the conspiracy of these two people cannot be stopped, the future ninja world will definitely experience a disaster. Shun's heart was flustered, and she felt more and more frightened. After getting in close contact with Aizen and seeing Aizen's strength, she finally understood why even a strong man like Ulquiorra called him an adult. Aizen really has the qualifications for Ulquiorra to follow him sincerely. What kind of identities do they have? What kind of conspiracy are they planning? Many doubts came to mind, and Shun's mind went blank. Her heart was full of despair, and she could only follow Aizen's footsteps and slowly approach the cave in a panic. This powerlessness made her suffer and suffer in her heart. It's not that Shun doesn't want to run away, it's that she can't do anything about it. Just a cold look in Aizen's eyes, she will collapse to the ground powerless. Go into the cave, Ulquiorra, you can finally restore your perfect body. Aizen smiled slightly and stepped into the dark cave first. Ulquiorra remained silent, following in Aizen's footsteps. Neither of them paid any attention to Shi Yuan, not at all worried that the jewel in the land of ghosts would escape. Shun looked at the backs of the two, gritted her teeth, and struggled in her heart. When she tried to take a flight, she found her feet were unusually heavy. The fear in his heart has turned into a pair of invisible shackles, which heavily locked Shun's feet. Even if she wanted to run away, there was nothing she could do, unless she could overcome the fear of death. The inside of the cave is bleak, like a treasure house that has been sealed for a long time, suddenly opened by foreign robbers. The smell of decay, ancient stone walls, dim traces. As soon as Shun stepped into the cave, she felt a sense of ancient vicissitudes coming towards her. What frightened her even more was the evil aura hidden in the air that plagued her state of mind all the time. Is this evil aura the legendary sprite? Shun's face was pale, trembling followed behind Aizen and Ulquiorra. The ironic scene appeared in 2.4. Facing the fear of the boundless darkness around him, Shun's heart actually longed for the protection of Aizen and Ulquiorra. Perhaps this is the sorrow of the weak. As Aizen once said, without the protection of the strong, the weak lose the meaning of survival. The three of them moved forward one after the other, gradually deepening. The cave that looks like a labyrinth is unimpeded by Ulquiorra's unique spiritual exploration. In less than a moment, they reached their destination. What caught my eye was a ceiling formation engraved on the ground, and what was sealed underground was the unique flesh of the sprite. This is the second update. The last update is locked. I don't know if you can see it. There are 8 more updates, which will be completed in these 2 days. Chapter 135 Reborn, 10-bladed steel skin on the seal formation engraved on the ground, faint fluorescent flickering, the interweaving of evil and divine power, formed an invisible barrier, preventing outsiders from stepping in. 4 tall stone pillars stand on the 4 sides of the formation. Each of the pillars supports a huge sphere. Due to the erosion of the years, the sphere is weathered, the surface is stained with rust. If they didn't clearly sense the looming evil power underground, no one would have imagined that this place turned out to be that crucial seal. Aizen stepped forward and tried to enter the sealing formation, but felt a huge resistance. This kind of power is invisible, yet extremely majestic. Sure enough, as recorded in Wang Quan's information, only the priestess can lift the seal and summon sprites. Aizen turned around and calmly looked at Shen, who was shaking and bowing his head, with a charming smile on the corner of his mouth. Then, "It's not too late, Shen, let's show the power of the witch." Asta looked up in amazement, not daring to look directly into Aizen's eyes. Because those eyes were all-encompassing, Asta was faintly frightened. Her psychological defense line has completely collapsed, like a body that has lost its soul, actually approaching the sealing formation on her own initiative. Alquiora, wait patiently. That indestructible body will return soon. Hearing Aizen's words, Alquiora was still expressionless, without any joy, no expectations, no mood swings, and even the most icy and ruthless stone was far less than his indifference. For Alquiora, it is enough for him to complete the task given by Aizen and destroy any threat. The only thing that can arouse his interest is the heart that he has been striving for. Aizen and Alquiora's eyes were focused on Shen, and when she took another step, she entered the seal formation unimpeded. "Woman, you should be glad you didn't disappoint Aizen-sama, hurry up and cast the spell." Alquiora's voice was as cold as frost, causing Shen, who was confused, to tremble and regain his sanity. She looked at the two of them timidly, and then looked down at the ground below, biting her lips and clenching her pink fists, struggling constantly in her heart. At this moment, Shen once again stood at the crossroads of fate. There are two paths in front of her. One is to obey Aizen's orders, which will release the source of sin and make all the souls of the ninja world utterly devastated. The other way is to disobey Aizen's orders and sacrifice his life for the sake of Daisuke. In fact, Shen didn't know she was being kept in the dark. She had always believed that the purpose of Aizen and Alquiora was to fuse the soul and body of the Sphinx and return to the ninja world. However, the so-called sprite soul has long been wiped out and disappeared into the long river of history. This critical choice puts Shen under enormous pressure. Unfortunately, under the invisible pressure of Aizen, Shen chose to surrender. After all, Shen is just a flower girl, and her carefree over the years has made her have a fragile heart. After the psychological defense line collapsed, Shen still succumbed to the fate that she could not resist. Faces, formations, solutions. Shen stood with two fingers side by side, swinging in the air. When her arm pointed to the top of the cave, an invisible wave emanated from her body. At the same time, the four rusted spheres actually glowed purple. Ziyuan stood on tiptoe, her delicate body floated in the air, and 3,000 blue silk fluttered, just like the holy goddess, bestowing divine brilliance. As if it was triggered by some kind of trigger, the sealing formation was completely recovered, and an unparalleled violent light erupted. Inside the formation, the rays of light radiated in all directions, and the holy white light shot from all around towards Shen in the center of the formation. Under the bath of divine light, Ziyuan's clothes disappeared inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, a flawless body appeared in front of Aizen. With a flawless body, an exquisite figure, a graceful curve, and a white and smooth skin, Ziyuan did not have any cover on her body, and was exposed to Aizen's gaze without reservation. As their bodies floated in the air, the pair of proud white rabbits jumped violently, showing a different kind of scenery. Everything is so perfect. At this moment, Ziyuan is like the darling of God, exuding infinite style. However, this fascinating scene soon disappeared. The divine light condensed into a white shirt on the surface of Shen's skin, covering that perfect body. Shen folded her hands together and recited the spell again. Boom! A huge roar sounded, and the entire cave shook like the sky and the earth. In an instant, a huge black pipe emerged from the ground and appeared in the center of the formation. After the coffin appeared, Shin's floating body fell weakly. She has used all her strength to complete the final unblocking ceremony. At a glance, the evil aura permeates all around. The mysterious rune on the black tube exudes a flaming purple light. Even if the soul is lost, the sprite's body is still powerful. It is for this reason that the 250 shrine maidens gave up their lives to seal the sprites in 2 different places to prevent nightmares from reappearing in the world. Crack! The black coffin shattered on its own, and countless purple tentacles burst out. These tentacles are different. Each tentacle has a hideous snake head at the end. They bared their teeth and confided snake letters. Although he lost his intellect, he was dominated by primitive killing. Aizen smiled indifferently and said, "Go, Ulquiorra, by fusing it, you can restore your indestructible body." Ulquiorra stepped into the formation and came to the body of the sprite. A strange scene happened. After seeing Ulquiorra's appearance, the tentacles that were originally hideous actually stood still, and seemed to feel the original fear. Ulquiorra stretched out his palm, and a burst of emerald green came out of his palm. The spiritual power of color. Ha! The spiritual beam entered the center of the sprite's body, and immediately, the evil purple light was replaced by a majestic green light. The sprite's body shrank rapidly, and finally turned into a purple-green light group that flew into the virtual hole at Ulquiorra's neck. When the light group completely disappeared, the surface of Ulquiorra's body was covered with bright light. Reborn, 10 Blades Steel Skin is back again. Chapter 136, A Destined Encounter. After the light group completely disappeared, Shin could clearly feel that the oppression that Ulquiorra brought her was even stronger. The steel-like tough skin is a unique symbol of the 10 blades. Now, Ulquiorra once again owns steel and has the capital to run wild. Lord Aizen, my body has completely recovered. Although he regained his rigid body, Ulquiorra remained expressionless. It seems that nothing in this world can move that cold heart. Let's go, it's meaningless here. Aizen turned around and was about to leave, but heard Shin's weak voice. Don't you want to unleash the dangers of the ninja world? There was no ghost in the imagination, and there was no resurrection of the dead army. Everything disappeared so suddenly and without warning. Asta was puzzled and didn't understand why the 2 seals were broken, and why the monster sprite didn't appear. Spider? It's really interesting. Why do you think we have the idea of releasing sprite from the beginning? Aizen rarely stopped, turned to Shin and showed a playful smile. When he saw the puzzled expression on Shin's face, he chuckled and said, "It seems that you still don't understand, Shin. In your eyes, the invincible monster has not existed since the beginning. What's more, a monster with only that level of power has no qualifications to fight under my command?" Aizen's rhetorical question left Shin speechless. Only then did she realize that it was her own random guessing from beginning to end. The sprite's soul has long since disappeared, and the flesh has turned into the steel skin of Ulquiorra. Shin's face was pale, as if he had encountered a thunderbolt. If even the legendary monster was easily killed by Aizen, how terrifying is his strength? Shin didn't want to think about it, she didn't dare to think about it. Aizen's various performances have made her a tacit understanding that the sprite is indeed dead. Any questions? The Witch of the Land of Ghosts. Aizen turned around indifferently, ignoring Shin's existence. Ulquiorra glanced coldly and ignored Shin. She is like a trivial ant, not even qualified to let Aizen face it. At this moment, Shin seemed to have something broken in his heart. She fell weakly to the ground, and the figures of Aizen and Ulquiorra in her eyes gradually shrank until they disappeared. Shin was powerless to stop everything from happening. She lost her way completely. This is the reason for the fear of the unknown and the despair of powerlessness. She didn't even know Aizen and Ulquiorra's intentions. Shin gathered up her courage and stood up strong. She wanted to stop Aizen and the two from leaving. She believed that with just a little delay, Konoha's reinforcements would arrive. At that time, Aizen will be unable to fly. At the edge of the cave, Aizen stopped, frowning slightly. It seems that she is not conscious. It's a pity, I didn't plan to attack her. Aizen slowly turned round, looking through the end of the passage in the cave. She saw Shin's running figure. Lord Aizen, do you need my help? Ulquiorra gave him a contemptuous glance, his eyes flashing with cold light. He could already feel the displeasure in Aizen's heart. Once Aizen gave an order, he would end Shin's life in the most succinct way. Let's go. The ant's struggle is just in vain, there is no longer any meaning to stay here. In the end, Aizen still didn't choose to start. In his eyes, Shin was just an insignificant person who couldn't make any waves at all. With his noble status, he naturally disdains to attack an unarmed witch. Aizen and Ulquiorra stepped out one step at a time, and their figures disappeared instantly. When it resurfaced, it had already appeared outside the cave. Lord Aizen, what's our next goal? Just as Ulquiorra's voice fell, his expressionless and cold face finally showed a slight fluctuation. He slowly raised his head, looked into the distance, and clearly saw two figures approaching rapidly. Looks like I've met a lot of old friends, Ulquiorra. A strange smile was drawn at the corner of Aizen's mouth, making it difficult to understand his inner thoughts. Not far from the cave, two figures approached quickly. One of them was wearing a cyan suit and a Jonin coat, looking energetic. Thick black hair, thick eyebrows, sparkling teeth. Konoha blue beast, Maitakai. The other was also wearing Jonin's unique coat. He has a body as straight as the barrel of a gun, and silver hair flowing in the wind. Even though his face was covered with a black mask, he still looked handsome. Konoha Copy Ninja, Hatake Kakashi. These two elite Jonin, who are well known in the country of fire, finally arrived at the most critical moment. A while ago, the two of them had a head-to-head fight with Aizen. It's a pity that in the face of Aizen's overwhelming strength, the two were powerless to fight back. If it wasn't for Toad Wentai's timely appearance, Kakashi and Maitakai would have died there. Under the blue-dyed knife. This time, it was destined for the three of them to meet again. The two got closer and closer to the Temple of Sealing, and they could clearly see Aizen's figure. Maitaki's eyes lit up with rage, and his fists clenched and cracked. Brush. Kakashi and Aizen's bodies landed steadily, facing off against Aizen. Aizen Kamiyuki never thought that you were the culprit of this spooky accident. Maitakai roared angrily, killing intent surging in his eyes. The last time Aizen gave him the humiliation is still etched in his heart, vividly in his mind. To my surprise, it seems that you recovered quickly from your injury, Maitakai. Aizen smiled slightly, turning a blind eye to Meitakai's anger. Calm down, Kai, don't be impulsive. Before we understand Aizen's true ability, we must be cautious, otherwise we will only be killed by him. Kakashi soothed Meitakai's emotions and stopped his impulses. Hearing Kakashi's words, a sneer appeared at the corner of Aizen's mouth. He said disdainfully, "You really care about your comrades, Hatake Kakashi. But you said that if you approached rashly, you would be killed. It's really funny. Whether you approach casually, cautiously, or not at all, the result is actually the same. What I'm talking about is not what will happen in the future. Because your end is an established fact that cannot be avoided. I owe 1 update today and 6 tomorrow, please subscribe. As long as the subscription goes up, the 5-day update is not a problem. By the way, I asked for some flower evaluation tickets. I haven't asked for a long time. Chapter 137 Ulquiorra's Strength. Great look, Maitakai. I've been recognizing it for many days, and I seem to see your awakened look." Aizen stood indifferently, neither drawing a sword nor showing any signs of action. He just stood there quietly, with a contemptuous expression on his face from beginning to end. Whether it was Matekai's beastly urge or Kakashi's secret observation, Aizen couldn't make Aizen move, even a slight step. Matekai's face flushed, and the two sleeves were shattered by the angry clenching of his arms, revealing dark and strong skin. Crazy killing intent condensed in his heart. When this murderous intent was brewing to a certain point, it was when Matekei shot. Don't be fooled, this is his usual aggressive method. Kakashi shouted anxiously, for fear that Matekei would act impulsive like last time. Kakashi still clearly remembers the scene at the beginning. Aizen didn't even raise his hand at all, just chanted in his mouth, and easily used the 6-Jang light prison to solve Matekei. This kind of terrifying power of raising his hands and feet to display a powerful secret technique has been engraved in Kakashi's heart like a nightmare. Inspiring generals? It's ridiculous, what's there to be afraid of? During that feast a few days ago. Did you forget the scene where you got down on your knees? You are actually dead. Aizen put her hands flat, and a gust of breeze blew, and the hem of the white robe fluttered in the wind. Aizen stood indifferently, taking care of the night sky. Damn it. I don't allow you to speak madly and despise the will of fire. A madman like you who betrayed your companions is only worthy of a maddened mind. The roar of excessive anger caused all the blue veins on his face to gush out. Matekei roared angrily at Aizen again, unaware that he had fallen into Aizen's trap. The inner rationality was gradually eaten by the cicadas, provoked by Aizen. Matekei, do you hate me? If you hate me, just let it go. Aizen's palm stretched out her sleeve, placed it on Jinyu Shuayu's sword hilt, and said coldly, I will treat you with this knife in particular. Kai, you must keep calm and support your consciousness until as Sarutobi arrives. Kakashi's pupils shrank, his face wet with cold sweat. His heart was always like a tight string, and he didn't dare to relax at all. Because Kakashi is very clear, facing an enemy of Aizen's level, as long as he shows a bad move, he will be dead to the point of death. Until the arrival of Sarutobi Izuma? It seems. You guys really believe in your partners. When the word partner was mentioned, a disdainful smile appeared at the corner of Aizen's mouth. If you don't trust your partner, it should be difficult for you to understand. Kakashi closed his eyes tightly, and when he opened them again, Sanguijade writing will eyes appeared. For me, the idea of companionship doesn't exist, it's only something the weak believe in. All I see is your end. Aizen's voice fell, and the palm resting on Jinyu Shuayu was slowly lowered. Obviously, he didn't even bother to use the Zanpakuto. Damn. I will make you pay for this contemptuous behavior. The anger in Matekai's heart had already condensed to the apex. He stomped on the ground with both feet, and jumped out like a whirlwind. His fists contained unparalleled anger, and slammed towards Aizen. This blow condensed all his hatred, an angry fist. However, what made Matekei even more unacceptable was that, despite his turbulent anger, Aizen still showed no signs of moving his footsteps, letting Matekei's double heads continue to enlarge in his eyes. Boom! A huge collision sounded, resounding like thunder in all directions. Matekei's fist didn't bombard Aizen's body, and Ulquiorra suddenly appeared in front of him. Ulquiorra's indestructible steel skin easily fell under Matekei's fist, unscathed. How is it possible, this speed? When did he appear in front of me? Matekei's eyes widened, and a look of surprise appeared. He didn't see through Ulquiorra's turn at all, and the other party had come to him easily. With your level of strength, you are not qualified to take action against Aizen's armor. There is boundless chill in Ulquiorra's icy and ruthless words. He had already concluded that the existence of Maitokai would pose a threat to Aizen, and even if such a threat was trivial, he would never allow it. Aokigahara slapped his backhand, and his hard palm hit Maitokai's arm like a heavy hammer. The huge force came out, causing Maitokai's body to fly upside down. Maitokai's figure quickly retreated, and two extremely deep marks were drawn on the ground. It wasn't until he came to Hatake Kakashi's side that he struggled to stabilize his body. It's terrifying. This kind of physical power is far superior to me. Maitokai looked horrified and couldn't believe Aokigahara's hard steel skin. Those frosty eyes, coupled with the indestructible steel skin. Maitokai even suspected that Aokigahara was not human, because he could not feel any emotional fluctuations in the latter, only the primitive killing. In fact, Aokigahara is not a human being, just an empty heart. Art fire escape ho fireball. Kakashi made a seal on his hands, and a huge fire escaped from his mouth. This time 2.9, he gathered a lot of chakra, trying to take advantage of Aokigahara's slack to solve the opponent. A heat wave hits, flames fly, and the temperature of the air rises dramatically. However, a scene that made Kakashi unbelievable appeared. After the huge fireball touched Aokigahara's body, it did not cause any damage. He just waved one hand, and all the flames attached to his body instantly vanished. Unscathed. This can't be true, right? Even a shadow-level powerhouse can't block the fireball technique with one hand. What kind of monster is he? Kakashi's heart was heavy, and he felt a strong life and death crisis. There are 5 chapters left today. Please subscribe and recommend your friend's book, Naruto, The Demon of Naruto Namiving Minato. Chapter 138, The Sixth Gate, Towards the Peacock. Unbeatable. This thought popped into Kakashi's mind when he saw Aokigahara's hands in his trouser pockets. Compared to Aizen's indifference, Aokigahara can be called inhumane. There was no emotional fluctuation in those emerald green eyes, as if the scorching flames couldn't merge with the frosty heart. What kind of monster is he, and what does he have to do with Aizen? Hatake Kakashi suddenly found that he was becoming more and more unable to see Aizen. Every time he met Aizen, the other party would bring him too much unbelievable. To get a strong man like Aokigahara to follow him with all his heart, this is a difficult thing in itself. Hatake Kakashi can clearly feel that the powers of Aokigahara and Aizen are almost the same, but they are fundamentally different. Although they all use spiritual power to cast spells, one is the power of the god of death, and the other is the power of emptiness. There is an insurmountable barrier between the two. Unless you use the power of Bennu, the thing of the gods. See? Human 11. This is the essential difference between me and you. Aokigahara stood quietly in Aizen's voice. In addition to her usual ruthlessness, her words contained a trace of killing intent. Why? You still show that look? Even in the face of such a gap in strength, you still think you can beat me, don't you? Aokigahara slowly raised his right hand and volleyed his 2 fingers to the position where Kakashi and the two were. In front of the fingertips, the green light condensed. An indescribable terrifying aura permeates the surroundings, like the awakening of an ancient beast, with a monstrous might, about to show the strength that will make humans fear. Flicker. The green light was on the verge of firing, streaking across the sky like a streamer, and bombarded heavily on the position where Kakashi and the two were. Damn it, get out of the way, Kai. Hatake Kakashi's face was ashen as his eyes were filled with boundless green light. The power of the virtual flashes beyond his imagination, and it is almost impossible to resist. However, the two are worthy of Konoha's elite Chunin. Even in this moment of life and death crisis, there is still no chaos. They calmly performed the teleportation technique, and the moment before the green light arrived, they escaped the impact of the beam in a thrilling manner. Finally escaped the catastrophe. As soon as Kakashi's voice fell, His lucky face stagnated in vain. After the illusory green light that bombarded the ground, it did not disappear as expected, but exploded in vain, turning into a green light that swept across the sky. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the hill where Kakashi and the two were before was completely submerged by the green light. The originally majestic mountain has disappeared without a trace. The spirits emanating from Void Flash eroded like a gangrene attached to the bones, and everything went into ashes. In the end, the green light finally disappeared after raging. What appeared in front of him was a barren ruin, which was very different from the previous towering scene. The figures of Kakashi and Maitokai appeared. They were awkwardly supporting their bodies, panting and short of breath. The clothes all over his body were shattered, revealing ferocious wounds. The bodies were covered in blood, countless tiny scars were densely covered, and shocking blood continued to flow from the wounds. Obviously, even if the luckily escaped the virtual flash, but also paid a heavy price. It's beyond my expectations to be able to escape the fictitious flash. But you are still far from being equal to me. Ulquiorra's eyes shot a little bit of cold star, but his eyes only hid a strong light gaze. Not because of his arrogance, but because of his innate pride in being a master. Take Kakashi, in the face of a strong man who is far superior to you, he still shows that look. This is not persistence, but arrogance. Aizen, who was quietly watching from the sidelines, finally spoke up. His indifferent eyes met Take Kakashi across the air, and sneered. The ant raised its head and looked up at the beast, which is a kind of arrogance in itself. But don't worry, the reason for your failure is not because you are too arrogant, but because you are too arrogant. It's simple. The pattern is too different. Nothing fancy, just honest contempt. Earth escape, split earth and turn palms. Take Kakashi condensed chakra in the palm of his hand, and slapped the ground angrily. A huge crack spread rapidly along the surface and blasted towards Ulquiorra, who was blocking Aizen. Not only that, Kakashi seals again. Soil escape multiple earth walls. The reason why he is called a copy ninja is due to the unique copy function of Shenyan. Over the years, Kakashi has mastered the ninjutsu of various attributes. The rocks around Ulquiorra's body shook violently, and 4 huge stone pillars broke through, forming an unbreakable stone barrier, blocking Ulquiorra's retreat. At this moment, the earth-shattering waves arrived at the same time, bursting suddenly inside the stone barrier. Let's take advantage of this now and leave. Before Kakashi's voice could fall, Maitokai stepped out and his body disappeared instantly. He jumped into the air, his muscles locked tightly, and the powerful root he showed amazing strength. 8-door Dungeon, Jingman, open. As Maitokai roared angrily, the chakra in his body flowed to the 6th acupoint, Jing acupoint, which immediately stimulated infinite potential. Facing the seemingly invincible Ulquiorra, Maitokai was forced to open the 6th gate. With his current strength, forcibly opening the 6th gate will only cause huge trauma to his body. But Maitokai had to do this, and he had to open the 6th door. Only by using the most powerful force can there be any hope of defeating Ulquiorra. After a few vertical passes, Kai's figure has come to the closed stone barrier. He clenched his fists tightly, and there were countless tiny lines on the top of his forehead. At this moment, Kai turned the anger in his heart into a war of words, and threw a deadly punch in front of him fiercely. After opening the 6th door, Maitokai's punches were very fast, so fast that he could rub the air into flames of magma. Bang bang bang. Countless hot flaming magma bombs centered on him and spread out around him, as gorgeous as a peacock opening its screen. To the Peacock. Chapter 139, A World of Understanding, for subscription. The flaming magma bombs violently radiated, forming a gorgeous scene like a peacock opening screen in midair. The temperature rose sharply, the moisture in the air quickly evaporated, and the terrifying flames raged in all directions like burning the sky and boiling the sea. It's a pity it's a mountain. If there is a lake here, the water will be evaporated in an instant. Aizen's eyes of Nakoi Wubo rarely fluctuated. The power of the 8 gates Dungeon caught his attention. Last time, Maitokai only opened the 3rd gate. Although the physical strength has increased significantly, it still cannot attract Aizen's attention. This time, with the opening of the 6th gate, Maitokai really exploded with astonishing power. For the justice of Konoha, my fists will definitely smash you to pieces. Maitokai gathered the strength of his whole body, held the belief of the will of fire, and threw a punch of the peak towards the front. One-hit kill. When Maitokai retracted his fist, the flames that filled the sky immediately dissipated. The darkness of the night returned to tranquility again, and the sky illuminated by flames returned to darkness. Nothing seemed to happen, only the thick smoke announced that an earth-shattering fluctuation had occurred. Guru Hate Kakashi swallowed heavily. Even he didn't expect the power of Zhao Peacock to be so powerful. As a close friend of Maitokai, Kakashi has always recognized Kai's strength. Despite being mentally prepared, the result was still far beyond his imagination. After receiving such a sharp attack, he should be dead, right? Hate Kakashi's eyes were fixed on the thick fog in front of him. Ulquiorra's breath disappeared completely, and his life and death were unknown. Has he been killed? Hate Kakashi's heart is complicated, and since he is uneasy, he is also looking forward to it. Maitokai jumped into the air and returned to Kakashi's side. Forcibly casting towards the peacock exhausted him, and all his strength was exhausted. The pain from the muscles made him frown, and the skin on his fists was damaged, bloodshot. If this can't kill him, then there's really nothing we can do. As soon as Matkei's voice fell, he saw the diffused smoke dissipate. They were finally able to clearly see the inside of the stone barrier. The original huge stone pillars collapsed, and countless pores appeared on the surface of the stone pillars. Bright sparks adhered to the surface, flickering like a ghost. What shocked Kakashi the most was that Ulquiorra did not have to die. Ulquiorra's clothes were torn, and black burn marks appeared on his fair skin. He gasped violently and stepped out of the closed stone barrier. Without a word, Ulquiorra finally pulled out the Zanpakuto that was attached to his waist. I was hit by my peacock in the front, and he didn't die. With the long sword drawn, does it mean that he didn't use all his strength before? Kakashi's face was horrified, and he felt the crazy killing intent surrounding Ulquiorra's body. The scorching temperature seemed to have dropped to freezing point. Ulquiorra finally got really angry. He gripped the chopper firmly, and the sharp blade pointed directly at Hate Kakashi and Maitokai. Finally let go of the so-called arrogance and turned against me. It seems that my offensive is still effective. Maitokai was not afraid of the coercion that Ulquiorra brought him, on the contrary, his fighting spirit was high. Ulquiorra ignored Maitokai's provocation, placed the blade in front of him, and said coldly, I think you are a target to be destroyed, that's enough. Kakashi could clearly feel the change in Ulquiorra's eyes. It was no longer emotionless as before, but a crazy killing intent. Don't panic. You don't have to relax, you have to tighten your nerves and be vigilant at all times. Because I can take off your head in an instant. Before Ulquiorra's voice could fall, his figure had already appeared in front of Kakashi. It took less than a second before and after, as if the obstacle of the passing space. Clang. Ulquiorra raised his sword and fell, and the Zanpakuto slashed from top to bottom. Suddenly, a long rainbow fell, and a huge wound appeared on Mat's body. Ulquiorra's speed completely surpassed Kakashi's cognition, and even the 3-column jade writing wheel I couldn't capture the trajectory of his movement. Done, Rachel. Kakashi deserves to be Konoha's elite Chunin, and he reacted immediately. Tears condensed in the palm of his hand, and quickly penetrated towards Ulquiorra's body. Ulquiorra couldn't ignore Rachel. After all, it was an S-rank ninjutsu with extraordinary power. He slashed at the thunderball in Kakashi's hand with a slashing knife. The lightning flashed, the flames splashed, and collided with fierce flames. Crack! A crisp cracking sound sounded, and the thunderball was completely shattered. But taking advantage of this gap, Kakashi pulled the seriously injured Maitokai and fled to the rear, pulling a distance from Ulquiorra. It's a smart judgment to use Rachel subconsciously. If it weren't for that, I'm afraid that Matkei's head would already be at my feet. Ulquiorra swung the Zanpakuto, and the scarlet blood dripped from it, staining the dusty ground red. I can't believe that you are so terrifying with all your strength. Kakashi's face was ashes as he looked at Ulquiorra with fear. If he had a bit of confidence before, then now even his own heart felt despair. Before Ulquiorra could speak, Aizen took a step forward, and a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Do you think you can take out us with all your strength? How naive. No, maybe you and I have a very different understanding of the word strength. In fact, there is already a world of difference. Aizen stretched out her palm, slowly pulled out Jingwashuayu, and said indifferently, let me tell you. The so-called strength. His voice disappeared instantly, and he reappeared in front of Kakashi and the two of them. That's what it is. Chapter 140th Beauty Reunion. With the falling of the mirror and the moon, blue spiritual power surged on the blade. A sword that is not fancy, a sword that is impermanent. This kind of ordinary way can vent the power to the fullest. As expected, Kakashi and Maitokai's bodies were almost cut off in the middle, and they were seriously injured. The white bones were exposed, and scarlet blood dripped. Kakashi and Maitokai were mortally wounded and once again fell powerless. Tragedy repeated, they still did not get rid of the shackles of fate, mercilessly fell to the ground, dying. Like a wild dog, it crawls under the feet of a lion, like a gladiator who fell to the ground and died, or a vulture shivering in front of an eagle. Kakashi and Maitokai's breath was sluggish, reaching the most extreme state. There was nothing they could do, and they could only stare at Aizen with desperate and resentful eyes. Maitokai, take Kakashi, with the strength of the two of you, you won't die immediately. Don't worry, I won't end your lives either. Aizen put Jingwashuayu into the scabbard and said coldly, I will let you fall into a pool of blood, smell the smell of your own blood, feel the fear from the depths of your blood, and finally die in despair and loneliness. What Aizen did was not kindness, but the most cruel method. Because the weak do not even have the calculations to choose the method of death. His cheeks were soaked with blood, and Kakashi's silver hair was also stained red. He didn't even have the strength to move his fingertips, only the boundless red in his eyes. Aizen and Ulquiorra walked away, and when they passed by the two of them, there was no pity in their eyes. Both of them are ruthless, and naturally they will not take this seemingly ordinary trifle in their hearts. After all, this kind of thing has happened so many times that it is really trivial. At this moment, Shin finally ran out of the cave of the Seal Temple. She ran anxiously, but saw a scene that made her desperate. Kakashi and Mat fell weakly in a pool of blood, dying. When Shin clearly saw the Konoha ninja forehead guards they were wearing on their foreheads, she was instantly frightened. Konoha's reinforcements also failed. Shin didn't want to believe what was happening in front of her. As the jewel of the land of ghosts, she was naturally able to recognize Kakashi's coat. It was a coat that only Joinin had the privilege to wear. The fact that the two Konoha elites couldn't stop Aizen's footsteps deeply shocked Shin's state of mind. The remaining hope in my heart shattered like a bubble. All the good dreams came to nothing. Konoha ninja is the only hope. If they are helpless, who can stop Aizen? Just like the war-torn era, Darkness covered the sky and blood covered history. Now, this scene will finally be shown. This time, it was not the nine-tailed beasts that made the ninja world tremble, but Aizen and his 10-blade army. Aizen, stop. I must stop your conspiracy. Shin stopped and drank with determination. Hearing Shin's words, Aizen frowned slightly. He felt a hint of displeasure. In the cave, he had already spared Shin's life. But I didn't expect the witch to be so ignorant and entangled again and again. As Aizen's loyal subordinate, Aokigahara is naturally very familiar with Aizen's actions. He could clearly feel Aizen's inner anger. Brush. There are no words, only neat actions. In the blink of an eye, Aokigahara appeared in front of Shin. He put one hand in his trouser pocket, stretched out the other hand and made a knife, taking advantage of the momentum to stab Shin's body. Shin's eyes were dull, there was only pure despair. In her eyes, Aokigahara's arm gradually enlarged, and in just 3 seconds, the steel arm would penetrate this perfect body. This time, just let me free. I'm sorry, mother. Shin closed her eyes in despair, and crystal-clear tears dripped from her eyelids. Clang. There is no bloody imaginary, and no ruthless slaughter. A crisp collision sounded, breaking the solemn atmosphere. A clear white mark appeared on Aokigahara's arm, which was knocked away by the sudden attack of the shuriken. There was a deviation in the hand knife, and Shin was lucky to escape. This is? Aokigahara frowned slightly and looked indifferently at another steep mountain. A burly figure appeared. He had a strong body. Although he is young, he has a face that has been through the vicissitudes of life. A coat that symbolizes joinin, and belongs to the unique forehead of Konoha ninjas. This mysterious man is also Konoha's elite joinin, Sarubayasuma. Aizen, I finally found your trace. The two sharp shurikens in Sarubayasuma's hands spun rapidly, like two small whirlwinds spinning at high speed. Previously, it was precisely because he threw a shuriken with chakra that Aokigahara's arm flicked open when he let down his guard, saving Shin's life. Sarubayasuma stared at Aizen angrily. His eyes only filled with murderous intent. If it is said that Matakai's killing intent towards Aizen came from the latter's abandonment of his partner's beliefs and contempt for Fire's will, then there is only one reason for Asuma Sarutobi's killing intent towards Aizen, the revenge of killing his father. Although the death of the third Hokage was a conspiracy led by Orochimaru, it was Aizen who finally ended the third Hokage. That slash killed the 3 generations of Hokage who used to dominate the world of ninjas, leading to the end of a generation of legends. Asuma swore that no matter what the cost, she would kill Aizen with her own hands to avenge her bloody revenge. Asuma Sarubai, I didn't expect you to come to the land of ghosts too. It seems that your heart is beyond my expectations, and you have recovered from the grief of the loss of your loved ones so quickly. The corner of Aizen's mouth outlined a playful smile. The provocation in his words was obvious. Not only him, but also me, Aizen. With the sound of a silver bell-like sound, a beautiful figure appeared beside Asuma Sarutobi. A beautiful face, a slender figure, and smooth skin, making people think of a big white rabbit. This woman is almost flawless, the most outstanding creation of heaven. The sunset is red. Chapter 141 Pure Tears, subscribe. The sunset is red. This beautiful and moving beauty, the mentor of Aizen when she was lurking in the past, finally appeared in front of Aizen again. At the beginning, in the war that destroyed Konoha, Yuika was besieged by Sand Ninja and had no chance to contact Aizen. Originally, she thought that Aizen died in Gaara's hands, but when Aizen reappeared, it made Hongui feel ecstatic. But God's will is tricking her, and before the ecstasy in Hongui's heart dissipated, Aizen did something unexpected to her. A sword slashed down, ending the lives of the 3 generations of Hokage. This scene, especially like a thunderbolt from the blue, cast a haze on Yuika's heart. Even to this day, This scene is still vivid in my mind. At the back, Kurenayui even suspected that she was living in a dream. Whether it's a terrifying reiatsu like the ocean, or an unstoppable ghost art, all deeply shocked Yuika's heart. She couldn't imagine that the once gentle and humble Aizen classmate turned into an indifferent and ruthless demon. At that time, Konoha was like hell on earth, completely controlled by Aizen's clutches. When Blue died after escaping from Konoha, Hongui felt fear in her heart, as if she had lost something as important. 2 months of getting along subtly made her establish a special feeling in Aizen. This kind of feeling comes from appreciation, which is a kind of longing for talented young people. What's more, Aizen's performance is so perfect, no matter when and where, it can exude a unique charm that makes people fascinated. I don't know when this unique feeling took root in Hongui's heart. During the days that Aizen left, this affection did not disappear, but grew vigorously. Just like the centuries-old wine, it has become more hearty and delicious as time goes by. The fateful arrangement made the two meet again. One is Konoha Joinin, who is on a rescue mission, and the other is the culprit who broke the seal of the Sphinx. It seems that the sky has played a big joke on Aizen and Yuong. The reunion of the two was not a cry of joy as imagined, but a confrontation with the tip of a knife. Aizen, we meet again. Hongui stared at Aizen for a long time. For some reason, she felt heavy and powerless in her heart when she said these words. The reunion scene was not what she expected. The joy in expectation does not exist at all, only the gloomy cold against the background of the blood flowing on the ground. Kurenayui's voice sounded, causing Aizen to stop and turn to look back at her. Lan Ran was silent, her eyes were full of waves, and she couldn't see her inner thoughts at all. I didn't expect that the place where we meet again would be in the land of ghosts, alas. Kurenayui sighed helplessly. There was so much lost emotion in this sigh. In other words, Kurenayui was disappointed with what Aizen did. As early as in Konoha, Hongui already knew from Danzo's mouth how difficult this mission was. If the crisis in the country of ghosts cannot be rescued, the entire ninja world will be implicated. The kind-hearted Hongui hated the culprit of this accident. This kind of behavior that may lead to the loss of civilian life and the turmoil in the ninja world is not intended to be a frenzied behavior. As a Konoha ninja who always believes in justice, Hongui is eager to eradicate the culprits behind the scenes. On the other hand, Kurenayui has another purpose, which is to find clues about Aizen near the land of ghosts. There is always a knot in her heart that has not been resolved. To solve the bell, you still have to tie the bell. Only by finding Aizen to confront him can you solve the doubts in Yuika's heart. Unexpectedly, good luck tricks people. Uired's two purposes perfectly overlap, and Aizen is the culprit of everything. Why can't I see any emotional fluctuations in your eyes? Have you really become so ruthless? Aizen's figure appeared in Ui's beautiful eyes, her indifferent expression and her ruthless eyes were like a sharp blade, which made Yuika's heart cramp. Originally, Hongui still had a glimmer of hope in her heart. How much she hoped everything was just a nightmare. In her mind, the scene of reuniting with Aizen appeared countless times. Perhaps there is warmth, the joy of reuniting after a long absence, and the germination of feelings that have been hidden for a long time. However, the reality is cruel after all. At this moment, Kurenayui finally confirms that Aizen has changed, and is no longer the gentle and humble Aizen classmate in her mind who unites with her companions. The current Aizen exudes an icy temperament all over her body, as if she is repelling people from thousands of miles away, and it is accompanied by a strong coercion. This kind of coercion even felt palpitations. Aizen continued to be silent, her eyes did not have any emotional fluctuations. His heart is like a hard rock, and it won't turn up any waves at all. Don't you want to respond to me? Kurenayui's expression darkened and she sighed sadly. She didn't know that Aizen could stop for her. It was already the biggest concession. You must know that Hate Kakashi and Matakai, who are also Konoha Elite Jonin, have been slashed by Aizen's sword and are struggling to death. Forget it, since you don't want to respond to me, I only have one last request. Can you agree to me? Hong-Ui forced a smile on her face, showing a charming smile on her beautiful face. She said slowly, do you remember that day? We had a conversation by the river on the eve of the Chunin exam. Is what you said true? Hong-Ui's face was slightly flushed, and there was a hint of anticipation in her beautiful eyes. This is the reason why she pursues Aizen so hard, just because of the deep-rooted feelings in her heart. As long as you can get the answer you are looking forward to in your heart, everything will be satisfied. Aizen's expression was calm, and she didn't speak immediately. He and Duikane looked at each other, their eyes intertwined. Finally, Aizen's lips parted, wanting to say the answer. However, before his words were spoken, his pupils contracted suddenly. Aizen could clearly see that not far behind Yuika, a charming figure was gradually approaching. Clear and transparent eyes, there is a trace of poignant beauty in the big watery eyes. The tender and smooth skin was slightly reddish due to excessive joy, like a red apple, pure and moving. Hinata. Hinata trotted all the way and came to Yuika's side. When she saw Aizen standing across from her, a tear fell from her clear eyes. This is a pure tear. This is the 9th chapter of the last 2 days, and the last chapter may be released after 12 o'clock. These 3 days are 5 shifts, by the way, please subscribe. Chapter 140 to the end of the song is scattered, for subscription. The innocent eyes of a girl, tears fell, and tears welled up in her clear eyes. It was a tear that contained mixed emotions. With the ecstasy of reunion after a long absence, the haunting figure in his sleep finally appeared in front of him. It was still that familiar face, although this face did not have the gentle smile of the past, it still made Hinata satisfied. Being able to see Aizen again, her dusty heart was finally melted by a warm current. Pure tears, what I see is endless longing. Beyond that love affair, what I see is the faint sadness of parting. At this moment, when tears ran down the corners of her mouth, Hinata realized the taste of missing. Hinata and Yuika are not the same. When the illusion of Aizen's death in Gaara's hands occurred, Hinata fell into a coma because of excessive sadness. 790. So she didn't witness what Aizen did with her own eyes. During the time of the coma, Aizen was the only figure in Hinata's mind. It was this tall figure that gave Hinata great hope and faith. It makes Hinata tenaciously overcome grief and regain his longing. Even though everyone around him regarded Aizen as a traitor, Hinata still did not give up hope. She couldn't believe it, nor did she want to believe that Aizen would do these appalling actions. Sometimes I think of the encounter, and sometimes the separation is unforgettable, just like in the dim light. Some people are intoxicated with joy, and some people are helpless to give up. From the beginning to the end, Aizen was still the gentle and kind image in Hinata's heart, and that handsome face was always filled with a heart-warming smile. Aizen-san, I finally found you. Hinata wept with joy, and her delicate body trembled slightly with joy. She never dreamed that the figure she was concerned about in her dream actually appeared in front of her eyes. This feeling is like a real dream. If this was a dream, Hinata would never wake up. She just wanted to live carefree in a dream, and Aizen would appear around her every day, and that was enough. When Aizen saw Hinata, there was a rare wave in her eyes. If Kurenayui's existence only made Aizen stop her blood-stained hands, then Hinata's appearance caused a slight fluctuation in Aizen's mood. Whenever she sees the innocent and cute Hinata, Aizen always thinks of another person, Mori Hinata. The two have the same essence, they are both so pure and kind, pure and budding. After 2 months of contact, Aizen realized that Hinata is a girl who is weak on the outside but strong on the inside. On that day in a ramen restaurant, Hinata bravely spit out her heart to Aizen, telling her misfortune as the patriarch of the Hinata clan. Aizen not only listened quietly, but encouraged Hinata instead. "Let's laugh, everyone will be unhappy when the sun is obscured by dark clouds." To this day, Hinata still remembers it in his heart. Long time no see, Hinata. Even Aokigahara hadn't met her, so after seeing Hinata, Aizen spoke up rarely. A gentle and kind smile appeared on the corner of Aizen's mouth again, just like the smiles when the two of them looked at each other at a ramen restaurant. "Great, Aizen-san, you're still alive." With tears of joy dripping from the corners of her eyes, Hinata made a move that no one expected. She used the teleportation technique to come to the flat ground below, and ran towards Aizen on the opposite side desperately. "Hinder, don't approach him at will. Have you forgotten what happened to Kakashi and Guy?" Sarubayasuma could only hurry in the back. He never expected Hinata to be so impulsive. This kind of behavior is like a sheep in the mouth of a tiger, and it will only lose his life in vain. Aokigahara saw Hinata who was approaching, and a cold light flashed in his icy eyes. Although Hinata was unarmed, he still regarded him as a threat. Aokigahara's palm moved towards the Zanpakuto at his waist, but when his palm was completely on the hilt, Aizen stopped him. "No need to shoot, Aokigahara." Aokigahara's pupils shrank suddenly, and he could clearly feel that there was a hint of chill in Aizen's words. Obviously, Aizen was dissatisfied with Aokigahara's sword-drawing behavior just now. "Yes, Aizen-sama." Aokigahara stepped back consciously and silently guarded behind Aizen. "Classmate Aizen." In the blink of an eye, Hinata had come to Aizen. She stopped and cried with joy. With a bit of doubt, but also with a bit of joy. Hinata hesitantly came to Aizen and grabbed his shirt tightly. "Sorry, I made you worry, Hinata-san." "Really?" Aizen stretched out her palm and stroked Hinata's hair. There was only intense concern in the words. "It's Aizen's hand. As before, it's wide and warm. This smell, Aizen's scent, keeps washing my soul." Hinata shed tears of happiness, tears shed because of excessive longing. Staying by Aizen's side, she felt a kind of warmth. "You've become haggard. I'm really sorry. I didn't expect that I would hurt you so deeply." Aizen stroked Hinata's hair lightly, her words seemed to have some kind of magic power, constantly warming Hinata's heart. Hinata took the initiative to bring her head close to Aizen, feeling this rare order. If it was a dream, she'd rather never wake up. "It doesn't matter, as long as you are still alive, Aizen-san, it doesn't matter." Hinata snuggled in Aizen's arms and said happily. Aizen looked at Hinata in her arms, her pupils deep. There was a flash of regret. He suddenly remembered the scene that seemed familiar back then. In the council room of room 46, Mori Hinata Tsing 3.4 was pierced by Essence Suizuki's sharp blade because she was snuggled in Aizen's arms. Will this scene repeat itself now? Aizen slowly placed her palm on Jinyu Shuayu's sword hilt, her eyes twinkling. As long as he is willing, the sharp sword light can pierce through Hinata's body in an instant. In the end, Aizen didn't do anything. He let go of the palm that held the hilt of the sword, and whispered in Hinata's ear, "Farewell, Hinata classmate." Aizen broke free from Hinata's snuggle, and her body instantly appeared 100 meters away. He glanced indifferently at the 4 elite Chunin, and did not intend to do anything. The appearance of Hinata changed everything. Perhaps it was out of guilt for Mori Hinata, or because she hoped to keep that perfect image in Hinata's heart. With Aizen's order, he and Aokigahara disappeared into the darkness at the same time. Chapter 143 The Goal, the Country of Grass. The old departed, and the song ended. The storm-like separation lost the peace and end of the world. The figures of Aizen and Aokigahara silently disappeared into the dark night, The night was hazy and it was hard to find a trace. The speed of Shunbu and Rinktsuan exceeded everyone's imagination. When they reacted, Aizen and the two had disappeared. Classmate Aizen. The most lost is Hinata. Hinata. This beautiful girl looked sad and lowered her head in despair. Snuggling in Aizen's arms, sniffing the familiar smell, Hinata seemed to be immersed in a happy dream. When she simply thought that she would never leave again, Aizen broke free from her hands and left helplessly. Farewell, Hinata-san. These words of goodbye, which contained guilt, kept echoing in Hinata's mind. Like a thunderbolt from the blue, Hinata was at a loss. A long-awaited, cruel parting. The taste of parting haunts my heart. Parting is a kind of sadness, an autumn water that cannot be measured with eyes. I was struck 11 by that galloping thought. Hinata-san, how are you? Kurenayui ran all the way and came to Hinata from the other side of the hill. She looked at the vast night ahead and sighed in disappointment. The answer she was looking forward to was not obtained from Aizen after all. Hongui had imagined that if Hinata did not appear, she would get a satisfactory answer. For some unknown reason, when Kurenayui saw Hinata snuggled in Aizen's arms, she felt a pain in her heart. It's not selfishness, it's not envy, it's just pure longing. It wasn't until Aizen left again that Hongui's longing hidden deep in her heart erupted like a spring. There are not too many words, only mutual resonance. Kurenayui bent down and hugged Hinata's body tightly. At this moment, the two are no longer a teacher-student relationship, but partners who have experienced the taste of parting. Ah, is it really worth it? Saryutobi Asuma quietly looked at Yuika's back from behind. Her vest was full of different flavors. Almost all Konoha ninjas understand it, and Saryutobi Asuma has always had a strong love for Yuika. On weekdays, Asuma can also be close to Yuika. Gradually, the relationship between the two gradually became closer, from a stranger who met by chance to a close friend who talked about everything. It seems that the gap between the two is getting thinner and thinner. Originally, according to Saryutobi Asuma's estimation, as long as he persisted with his heart, in time he would surely capture Yuika's heart. Unfortunately, after Aizen appeared, everything changed. Although Asuma and Yuika will still take a leisurely walk together as usual, enjoying the quiet time of the afternoon. It's just that the words in Hongui's mouth are inseparable from classmate Aizen. When the two enjoyed a delicious afternoon tea in the Maruko shop, the topic could never get around Aizen. This rising star, who belongs to the future of Konoha, occupies a more important position in Yuika's heart. In the past 2 months, Saryutobi Asuma felt more and more that his status in Yuika's heart was declining day by day. Until later, it was completely replaced by Aizen. Not only did they meet less often and less, but he even chose to refuse Asuma in order to go to Ichiraku ramen with Aizen to taste ramen. This sad scene is still etched in Asuma's heart, vividly in his mind. On that day, Asuma saw Ui and Aizen chatting and leaving Bing. Her heart hurt like a knife. He didn't understand that the years of hard work he had put in would be completely disintegrated by Aizen in less than 2 months. Now, seeing Hongui hugging Hinata and crying in a low voice, Asuma Sarubai remained silent. He understood that he had lost, and could no longer capture Yuika's heart. Because that heart has left her body and will always be pinned on Aizen's body. Ugh. After a heavy sigh, Saryutobi Asuma silently came to Kakashi and Matakai's side. Looking at the two people who fell to the ground and were struggling, Asuma felt that the three of them were exactly the same, and they were all tragic. This is all thanks to that sinful man, Aizen Kamaku. The appearance of Aizen changed all the trajectories, making their original life of infinite beauty turned into a mirror. The reality is cruel. In the face of the huge power gap, Saryutobi Asuma has no room for resistance at all. He buried this hatred in his heart and silently took care of Kakashi and Matakai. Although Aizen's knife almost took their lives, with their tenacious will, the two survived hardships. coupled with the timely appearance of Hinata, Aizen stopped doing it. Otherwise, Kakashi and Metokai have long since become two corpses. Mikoshi silently came to Hinata and Yuika's side, her beautiful eyes eclipsed. She couldn't understand the sadness in Hinata and Yuika's heart because of the loss. But as a woman, she could feel that broken heart. The cool breeze at night was blowing bleakly, the ground was covered with gravel, scarlet blood was flowing, and it was accompanied by that sad cry. This is destined to be a tragic night, there are too many joys and sorrows. On the other side, border 990 of New Mano country. Aizen and Ulquiorra relied on a speed unimaginable for ordinary people, and easily came to the edge of the swamp country. Along the way, Aizen was silent, neither the lightness of the past nor the domineering power to control everything. His eyes were unexpectedly calm, like the calm lake water. Without the wind, there would be no ripples. Although Ulquiorra was silent, a shock surged in his heart. During the virtual circle period, Ulquiorra once followed Aizen for a while. After years of contact, he had never seen Aizen's face appear so calm. Does this mean what human beings call the heart? Ulquiorra silently followed Aizen's footsteps and asked, "Lord Aizen, what is our next goal?" Hearing Ulquiorra's words, the peace in Aizen's eyes instantly disappeared. He regained the confidence that he had in control of everything in the past. Aizen smiled slightly, and said indifferently, "The next goal, the country of grass." "The country of grass?" "That's right, there is the treasure I want to get, the box of bliss." Chapter 144, Box of Bliss. Second more. Our goal, the box of bliss in the land of grass. When he mentioned the box of bliss, Aizen's eyes flashed with anticipation. When he joined the root organization that Danzo belonged to, he secretly obtained a lot of secret information. Not only about the secret cooperation between Orochimaru and Danzo, but also about other ninja countries. As the underground tissue of Konoha, the purpose of root tissue is to nourish Konoha, the big tree, so that it can grow vigorously. However, the best way to protect a thing is to eliminate everything that threatens it. Over the years, Danzo has used his intelligence network to continuously collect secret information from major countries. He even had some information about Akatsuki's organization in his hands. The injury of the three Nagata back then was also the result of Danzo and Sancho Hanzo secretly working together to kill with a knife. One of the pieces of information that caught Aizen's attention the most was the box of bliss. According to the intelligence records, Aizen learned that the box of bliss is a mysterious box that can fulfill the wish of its opener. According to legend, it is the ultimate weapon in ancient times. There are 4 faces on the 4 sides of the box, namely, happy and angry. Funeral music. These 4 faces represent 4 different forces, which meet and merge with each other. Live with enlightenment, move with enlightenment, and die with enlightenment. Aizen doesn't care about the origin of the box of bliss, it doesn't make any difference to him whether it is an ancient weapon or not. Aizen has always believed in only his own power, and he doesn't care that the box of bliss has the power of 4 different emotions. What attracts Aizen the most is the heaven-defying function of the box of bliss, which can make a wish of the person who opens it come true. Being able to realize wishes is essentially the same as Bennu. In Aizen's heart, Bennu is a god's thing, which can break the boundary between the god of death and the virtual, guide the thoughts in the heart and realize it. Only this level of power would interest Aizen. Now, the box of bliss has the same function as Bennu. Does this mean that the box of bliss also possesses unimaginable power? It was this question that drove Aizen to embark on the journey to the land of grass. He longed to solve the puzzles and decipher the power of the box of bliss. If the Ark of Bliss can fulfill the wish of its opener, as recorded in the intelligence, then Aizen's road to the throne of heaven will be unimpeded. Let's go, Ghost Lantern City in the land of grass, rumored to be where the box of bliss is hidden. The corner of Aizen's mouth outlines an evil and charming arc. Stepping out one step, the figure disappears instantly. Ulquiorra's eyes were indifferent as he followed Aizen's footsteps closely. He doesn't need to understand what the box of bliss is. He just needs to obey orders and follow in Aizen's footsteps, and that's enough. Time flies, and the night has passed in the blink of an eye. The morning light shrouded the earth again. In this quiet moment of the morning, everything recovered and everything was back on track. The country of grass is located on the border between the country of fire and the country of earth. It has been a buffer zone for wars between the two great powers since ancient times. In the Third Ninja War that year, the Battle of Kamabashi Bridge that shocked the ninja world happened near the country of grass. Although the country of grass is quite a distance away from the country of ghosts, it has been shortened exponentially under Aizen's Shunpo. In just one night, Aizen and Ulquiorra rushed to the border of the country of grass without stopping. In the land of grass, when the morning sun shone on the earth, Aizen and Ulquiorra appeared on the top of a high mountain. Their white robes fluttered in the breeze under the breeze, and the powerful aura emanated freely, causing the animals on the mountain to shiver. Is this the country of grass? It really is more prosperous than the country of ghosts. Aizen stood on the top of the mountain, taking in the surrounding scenery. Although there are many continuous hills under the mountain, compared with the country of ghosts, which is full of mountains, there is a world of difference. Although the country of grasses are the weak and weak countries can only survive in the cracks between the two big countries, the land of fire and the land of earth. But the broken ship still had 3,000 nails, and the dead camel was bigger than a horse. After all, the geographical location of the country of ghosts is too remote, almost on the edge of the entire ninja continent. What's more, next to the country of ghosts is the country of snow that is covered with ice and snow all year round. Remote, cold and sparsely populated, this is the true portrayal of the land of ghosts. But the country of grass is different. It is located in the center of the two countries, and it is also the only way for the people of the two countries to communicate with each other. So no matter how weak the country of grass is, it will not be as sparsely populated as the country of ghosts. On the contrary, there are small achievements, and there are dense crowds in many towns, which are prosperous. However, the most criticized thing about the Kingdom of Grass is that their force is too weak. As we all know, in the ninja world, almost every country will have its own ninja village. Ninja village is a village inhabited by ninjas, equal to the military power of a country. Most of the villagers in each ninja village are ninjas. They will open bookstores, restaurants, etc. in the village. But most ninjas are ninjas who perform tasks for the village to earn money and fight for the country during wartime. The village will also train young villagers to become ninjas to continuously replenish their blood. Although the country of grass also has a grass ninja village. But the strength of the grass ninja village is too weak. Although he has established good diplomatic relations with Konoha, he has been inactive due to domestic political corruption. Although the ninjas of the grass ninja village are good at studying ninjutsu from other countries, they are a ninja village who are good at learning, but they are still useless and cannot change their weak nature. It's too weak, there are no ninjas who can turn the wind and waves. I didn't expect the legendary ancient weapons to appear in such a desolate country. Aizen shook his head in disappointment. Wherever he looked, he saw only weak genin. And even the number of Chunin was very few. Even the two elite Chunin Kakashi and Meitakai still lost to Ulquiorra, unable to touch a single hair of Aizen at all. Not to mention these insignificant grass ninjas. After traveling all over the country of ghosts and the country of grass, Aizen realized the cruelty of the ninja world. The reason why the 5 major countries have been able to dominate the ninja world for many years really depends on the unshakable power. According to the records of intelligence, Ghost Lantern City is located on an isolated island in the northern part of the country of grass, surrounded by the sea. let us uncover the secrets of the box of bliss. The corners of Lan Ran's mouth raised an arc, as if to cast a chill on this bleak morning. Recommend my friend's new book, The Strongest Summoning Heroes. I hope everyone can collect it. Chapter 145, Foreshadowing of Fear, Ghost Lantern City, for subscription. This is an endless sea. The surging waves and the roaring wind make this isolated island a forbidden area. The steep terrain surrounded by the sea, the steep mountain road with cliffs and cliffs. It is said that the ghost city of Ghost Lights, a prison entrusted by various countries to hold criminal ninjas, is located in such a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. With the cold sea breeze and the low night sky, the island seems to be shrouded in a conspiracy cloud of suspicion. There is only one way to reach the ghost city. Therefore, the guards on this road are very dense. On weekdays, Join-in, who usually sees the dragon in the grass without seeing the end, will be heavily guarded here. There are many prisoners with deep sins in the city of Ghost Lights. Due to the settlement of the 5 major countries, these criminals who committed serious crimes were all sent to the desolate Ghost Lantern City. Facing the iron-like guards, it is undoubtedly difficult to escape from here. Even the mighty Jonin cannot escape. Therefore, in the 5 major countries, all ninjas have a common understanding, that is, stay away from the Ghost City. Once you are thrown into the Ghost Lantern City prison, it means you have to face the never-ending darkness. The cold bars, the brutal torture, and the dehumanizing struggle between prisoners can only make people feel hopeless. 573. No matter how firm your will you have, living in such an uneasy environment all day long will eventually lead to the collapse of the psychological defense line and the hopeless death of Dugu. On the small road leading to the isolated island of Ghost Lantern City, 2 figures walked indifferently. From the outside, they are no different from ordinary samurai of the Kingdom of Grass. However, their eyes were like ice spirits like death. If someone notices the eyes of the 2, they will feel a dead silence in their hearts, which makes them suffocate and fear. Due to the twists and turns of the road in the country of grass, even if there is information about the ghost town in Aizen's memory, it is still impossible to find the coordinates of the ghost town right away. When the 5 major countries planned the Ghost Lantern City, they spent countless efforts and manpower, and finally chose the most dangerous place. Surrounded by the ocean on 3 sides, this unique terrain is like an insurmountable moat, which makes people stop. In the end, after a lot of hard work, Aizen and Ulquiorra finally found the lonely island of Ghost Lantern City with dangerous terrain. However, out of absolute confidence in their strength, Aizen and Ulquiorra did not choose to hide their whereabouts. They don't need to do it, and they don't bother to do it. Anyone who tries to stop them, just like the ants blocking the car, will only be crushed by the huge wheel. The power that Aizen possesses is what drives the wheel to turn. This is Ghost Lantern City, it's really different. Aizen stopped, looked at the huge prison towering ahead, and sighed softly. What comes into view is the prison occupies almost the entire area of the entire island. This prison is so different, it can almost be called a small town. The unique terrain, the fierce guards, the powerful warden, and the overlapping of many factors make Ghost Lantern City seem unbreakable, which is also the heartache of every prisoner detained in Ghost Lantern City. Once imprisoned, it is like falling into boundless darkness, and it will only sink more and more. Even if you are a kind-hearted person, you will eventually become a murderer who destroys your humanity. Lord Aizen, it seems like a desperate situation here, but it still can't be compared with the cruelty of the virtual circle. A look of contempt flashed in Ulquiorra's eyes. Along the way, when he heard that Ghost Lantern City prison is known as the most dangerous prison in the human world, anticipation arose in his heart. However, Ulquiorra was disappointed when she was on the road to the ghost town in person. Compared with the cruel virtual circle, It is like a paradise. The virtual circle, the geographical space where the virtual and broken faces survive. It is different from the prosperous environment of the soul world, and it is not like a city with streets and buildings in the world. The virtual circle is a real barren land. There is only one boundless desolate desert, almost monotonous and desolate white. In the virtual circle, there is no so-called human warmth, nor all the emotions and desires. Because there is only ruthless emptiness here. After years of sorrow and torment, or accelerated by external factors, each undead finally degenerates into nothingness. Void is characterized by a void in the body, which represents the emptiness in their hearts. Due to the loss of the soul, each virtual only uses the purest killing without any emotional will. This situation is especially visible on the most common virtual reality. Years and months of fighting, after countless devouring. An ordinary phantom constantly devours other phantoms, then it is possible to evolve into a great phantom. Dixu possesses a formidable strength that far surpasses that of ordinary ones. Most have general appearance and relatively low abilities. However, Dixu moves slowly, and under his intellect, this is the lowest Dixu, Killian. When Killian emerges from the swarm, it evolves into Ashukas. Each Ashukas has a Hayek and has strong abilities. At that time, most of the broken faces and 10 blades under Aizen were at this level. However, evolving into Ashukas is not the end, they still need to keep fighting to evolve into Vastord. Vastord has the strongest ability, surpassing the Death God Captain level. Alquiora experienced countless battles and eventually evolved into the most powerful Vastord. So to him, the so-called cruelty and desperation of Ghost Lantern City are just a joke. It really disappoints me. The gods here are not as strict as the legends say. Whether it is with the virtual circle or the corpse soul world, it must be like the light of the firefly and the bright moon with bright A's. The two cannot be compared at all. Aizen shook her head regretfully, and there was only that creepy coldness in her eyes. He doesn't care about the life and death of the ants at all. At this moment, in Aizen's eyes, there is no doubt that the people and ants in the entire Ghost Lantern City. Destroy this gate, Alquiora. Hearing Aizen's order, Alquiora slowly raised his 2 fingers and aimed at the gate of Ghost Lantern City prison in the distance. The green light in front of the fingertips quickly condensed, and an emerald green light blasted out. Flicker. Chapter 146, Unstoppable. Killing it was another phantom flash, which was simple and rude. The emerald green beam contains terrifying energy that erupts like a volcano. The seemingly unbreakable gate of the Ghost Lantern City prison disappeared in an instant. With almost no resistance, the magnificent iron gate shattered and turned into powder. Alquiora put down his hands and followed Aizen calmly, as if he had done a trivial thing. Indeed, in terms of his strength, even if he loses most of his strength, he can still run wild in the ninja world. Alquiora, who can return to the blade twice, deserves to be called the head of the 10 ninjas. Oh, Alquiora, the movement caused by your phantom is too much. Aizen smiled slightly, but there was no blame in the smile, but she was satisfied with Alquiora's neatness. It doesn't matter, Aizen-sama. Humans simply have no chance of winning. Alquiora put her arms back into her trouser pockets and said indifferently. Oh? Is that so? It seems that ninjas are nothing more than that in your eyes. The corner of Aizen's mouth raised a strange arc, and asked tentatively. No matter how many times they get up, the ending will never change. Because above me, there is still your power, Aizen-sama. There was no fluctuation in Alquiora's eyes, and he still had that indifferent expression. Let's go, it seems that humans are going to resist. Aizen stroked her palm with an evil smile, and stepped to the isolated island of Ghost Lantern City step by step. At this moment, there is chaos in Ghost Lantern City prison. The sudden and violent fluctuations caused inexplicable panic in everyone's heart. This fluctuation is an enemy attack. The guards near the gate were the first to react, and they roared in panic, their eyes filled with unbelievable horror. They clearly know how strong the prison in Ghost Lantern City is. It is an iron gate built with the strength of the 5 major countries. Even the ninjutsu with the full strength of the ordinary Jonin cannot shake the iron gate. However, this in their eyes, Tao was impregnable, but it was easily smashed by Ulquiorra's flicker. This kind of destructive power can never be achieved by human beings. Enemy attack, enemy attack, enemy attack. The important thing was said 3 times, and the prison guard sounded the alarm and shouted desperately. Suddenly, the figures in Noda's Ghost Lantern City flickered, and countless noises broke the silence. Not only the guards on guard, but even the prisoners were confused. Detained for many years, they have become desperate and have lost their vision for the future. For them, the only thing they can do is to waste their time and waste their life hastily. Countless figures flickered, and the guards in every corner of the ghost city hurried to the prison gate. When they arrived here, they saw 2 figures standing indifferently on the collapsed iron gate. Aizen, Ulquiorra. Intruder, immediately report to Lord Yue, there are 2 intruders. A slightly fat guard swallowed his saliva in embarrassment and drank loudly. Under his order, several figures quickly ran towards the towering tower behind. This high tower is located in the deepest part of the entire Ghost Lantern City prison, and Yue works here on weekdays. Yue? It seems that the black box of bliss is inside the tower. Aizen's eyes looked into the distance, and she clearly saw the pitch-black tower. As early as in Konoha, through the information recorded by Danzo, he learned that Yue was the controller of the entire Ghost Lantern City prison. Yue, the supreme ninja of the Land of Grass. Do nothing. The reason why he was selected as the controller of Ghost Lantern City by the 5 major countries was because he could use a ninjutsu called Fire Escape, Heavenly Prison. The technique of Heavenly Prison can occasionally limit the concentration of chakra by prisoners, making ninjas lose the opportunity to perform ninjutsu. Once they leave Ghost Lantern City or stay away from Yue, the Heavenly Prison technique will activate the burner to death. Any ninja will never be able to leave the ghost town and use ninjutsu until the jutsu is lifted. This heaven-defying ninjutsu is like an invisible shackle, which locks the prisoners firmly, confining them to the isolated island of Ghost Lantern City, never leaving an inch. The reason why the prisoners in Ghost Lantern City are left in despair is not only because the world here is cold, but also because they cannot control their own destiny and can only spend the rest of their lives in fear. Let's go, Ulquiorra, no need to waste time here. Just as Aizen was about to take a step, dozens of well-equipped guards rushed out around her. Wearing shiny silver armor and holding sharp katana swords, they quickly surrounded Aizen and Ulquiorra. Put down the weapons on your waists, and capture them without your hands. If you dare to trespass into the ghost town, you will be killed. The samurai's cold and ruthless warning contained a deadly killing intent. On weekdays, they faced unarmed prisoners who couldn't perform ninjutsu, and they were able to suppress the prisoners' rebellion with almost no pressure. After a long time, these warriors gradually formed a noble state of mind. Living in this cruel environment for a long time, surrounded by sinful prisoners, makes them think of themselves as superior. Too long of comfort has made them arrogant and ignorant, mistaking Aizen and Ulquiorra for nothing more than bluffing desperados. Let it go? It's a ridiculous statement. Aizen slowly stretched out her palm to her waist, placing her palm on the hilt of the Zanpakuto. He took out the mirror and said in a cold voice full of disdain, "What on earth did you just rely on to say such arrogant and ignorant words? It seems that the long-term closed days have caused your hearts to expand and you have already lived in an illusion. Then, I will use absolute power to show you the cruelty of reality." Aizen waved Jingwashuayu and slashed down with a sudden sword. There was no abnormal noise, and no movement. All the warriors opened their eyes angrily, their eyes dull and silent. Boom! The bodies of dozens of samurai were shattered at the same time, turning into the blood mist that scattered all over the sky. Until the moment of death, all that remained in their eyes was the inability to directly panic. Chapter 147. The Wrath of Inaction. Moths to the flame. The blood mist filled the air, and there was a pungent bloody smell in the air. Aizen's sword that contained chills killed dozens of samurai in an instant. How is this possible? What kind of monster is he? Countless people's pupils shrank suddenly, feeling the world spinning. They couldn't imagine what they saw. Those were dozens of reloaded samurai, and they were killed just like that. Maybe even Lord Yue can't do it, right? This idea popped into the minds of countless people at the same time. The reason why they are afraid of Yue is largely because of the overbearing seal of Hao Dungeon Prison. Because once you take half a step out of the ghost town, the chakra in your body will burn violently, and in the end, you can only let out a painful wailing in the burning flames, and die with despair and unwillingness. No matter how many ants there are, they can't hold the breath of beasts. Aizen walked forward holding the essence of Water Moon, and there was no blood on the sharp blade. Before Aizen's Zanpakuto didn't even touch his body, the dozens of samurai turned into blood mist. Talk and laugh in ashes. After this terrifying scene, the commotion in Ghost Lantern City stopped immediately. Everyone looked at the blood mist flying all over the sky in awe. Their eyes were dull, their steps were heavy, and despair was born in their hearts. No one dared to step forward anymore. Instead they stepped back and distanced themselves from Aizen. Humans will always reveal their nature in the face of fear, even if the prosperity was high a moment ago. When faced with a life and death crisis, no one can only abandon their beliefs and choose to escape. This kind of escaping behavior is not fear, but instinct. Quick! Go and inform Lord Yue, we can't stop him anymore. The captain of the guard trembled, his feet numb and trembling due to excessive panic. In his eyes, Aizen's figure quickly enlarged, approaching step by step like a dazzling death. Shunbu. Aizen contemptuously despised the captain of the guard and did not intend to take action. He even disdained to kill shrimp soldiers and crab generals. That kind of behavior is completely meaningless. But Ulquiorra was different. He could clearly sense the killing intent in the guard's eyes. If it weren't for excessive fear, these guards would have swarmed to kill Aizen and the two of them. Ulquiorra raised his fists and bombarded forward quickly. The green spiritual energy condensed into powerful virtual bullets, which exploded like pear blossoms in a rainstorm. Boom boom boom. A huge roar sounded, and the virtual bullets hit every guard with lightning speed, and it exploded. The white bones, piercing red blood, and broken limbs all over the floor. The originally crowded square suddenly became empty and silent. Because of the indiscriminate attack of virtual bullets, even the prisoners who fled everywhere lay down their guns innocently and died of despair. As Vast Ord, Ulquiorra has no humanity at all. As long as it is determined to be a threat, it will definitely be wiped out. This is also the reason why Aizen was able to hand over the Xui Palace to him with confidence. Ring. Ulquiorra took one step forward and quickly disappeared. In the depths of the isolated island of Ghost Lantern City, in front of the most eye-catching tower, Aizen and Ulquiorra appeared one after the other. The two of them each possess the top space movement techniques of Shinigami and Xutsong, and their speed is far superior to that of ordinary ninjas. In terms of speed, I am afraid that only the fourth Hokage's Flying Thunder God can be compared. When Aizen appeared in front of the tower, Bennu, who had been sleeping all the time, unexpectedly changed. Bang bang. Bang bang. A violent heartbeat sounded, and Bennu awakened rarely. Its surface glowed blue and seemed to be attracted to something in the dark tower. It can make Bennu awaken for a short time. It seems that the box of bliss is in this black tower. Aizen's eyes filled with intense anticipation. If the purpose of coming to Ghost Lantern City is just to rely on guesswork, then the awakening of Bennu clearly judges that the box of bliss is in this black tower. Let's go, let's open the door of this destiny and let Bennu fully awaken. Aizen just took a step, and a fiery sword made of flames fell from the sky, rolling the hot wind, pointing directly at the key point of Aizen. Fire escape, heavenly prison fire sword. With the sound of a majestic figure, the fire sword has come to Aizen. As long as one more second, the sharp fire sword will penetrate Aizen's body, and the internal organs will be burned to ashes by the hot flame. Boom! Unexpectedly, Aizen did not evade. He just raised a finger and easily touched the tip of the fire sword. Vigorous spiritual power emanated, covering the surface of the fingers. It was actually blocked. To be able to point to my heavenly prison fire sword at the moment, it seems that you all came well prepared. A middle-aged man who was nearly 35 years old appeared. Perhaps because of his stern face all day long, there were a few forehead lines on the middle-aged forehead. The originally indifferent eyes were replaced by a look of shock. Naturally, this middle-aged man is the supreme controller of Ghost Lantern City, and he is also the famous Jonin in the country of grass, Yue. Although he had overestimated Aizen in his heart, Yue still didn't think that Aizen could crotch his heavenly prison fire sword with just one finger. This kind of thing is ethereal and incomprehensible. Who are you, and why did you trespass into Ghost Lantern City? Don't you know that this is a territory jointly owned by the 5 major countries? Breaking into Ghost Lantern City means you have to bear the anger of the 5 major countries at the same time. Yue roared loudly in 4.2, trying to use the momentum of the 5 kingdoms to oppress Aizen. However, all this was in vain. The long-term closure has basically cut off Yue from the outside world. He didn't know that not long ago, Konoha suffered a catastrophe, and the culprit of all that was Aizen. There's a lot of nonsense. The controller of Ghost Lantern City, you have to hand over the box of bliss and then withdraw, that's enough. Lan Ran's eyes flickered, and an unparalleled spiritual pressure spread. Yue's face was pale, and he felt a deep sea-like oppression on his back. Although he struggled, his knees fell to his knees. Under Aizen's terrifying spiritual pressure, the aloof Ghost City controller could only kneel in despair. The 5th update, please subscribe, flowers, and reward. Chapter 148. The chapter opened by Sin Yue fell to his knees in despair. His pupils only panicked like deathly silence. He couldn't imagine that Aizen could easily crush his tall and straight spine with just one reiki. This scene is like being in the palace of Void Knights back then. Aizen made the 6th-ranked 10 Blades Grimcho fall to her knees with just her Reiatsu. In the face of the wrath dominated by the virtual circle, the 10 blades that can be proud have to bow their heads, not to mention a mere human being. Don't you understand? You can choose to hand over the box of bliss, or persistently disobey the order and leave one wrist. Aizen frowned slightly. There was a hint of displeasure in the cold and ruthless voice. In order to defend dignity, at the cost of life, this kind of behavior is certainly valuable. But blind obsession is just ignorant behavior. Yue worked hard to support it, and was unwilling to end it like this. He has not realized the wish that he had been looking forward to for 10 years, and he has not seen the familiar figure, so he will never give up easily. Who are you, and why do you know the existence of the box of bliss? Yue's doubtful question filled his heart with puzzlement. For many years, he has been hiding the news of the box of bliss, in order to prevent leaks and attract the coveted ninjas of other countries. After all, the box of bliss is an ancient weapon, and these 4 words themselves mean strength. Coupled with the ability to defy the sky, no matter who he is, as long as he is the first to open the box of bliss, he will have the chance to have his wish come true. Yue deliberately planned to release his son who was trapped in the box of bliss. A slack that year caused his son to be sucked into the box of bliss, resulting in an irreversible mistake. Although Yue exercised cruel rule in Ghost Lantern City Prison, slaughtering prisoners, the methods were cruel and dehumanized. But as a father, his ruthless heart hides his love and longing for his son. Are you puzzled about our identity? I'm sorry, the stubbornly resisting bug can't be detected by the cheater after all. Without too many words, Aizen waved Kyoko Shuayu and slashed down quickly. In an instant, scarlet blood splattered, and the broken arm floated in the air. Ah! You devil, you cruel executioner! Yue cried out in pain, and there was a piercing pain from the wound. One of his arms was cut off by Jinghua Shuayu, which was horrific. Unwilling, despair, pain. At this moment, Yue's heart was entangled with many emotions. He has always been the devil of the Ghost Lantern City Prison, the devil in the hearts of all prisoners. Ironically, Yue, who made all the prisoners' voices change color, was like a powerless ant, kneeling in front of Aizen. Are you still trying to struggle? Aizen raised Jinghua Shuayu, and the killing intent in her words was obvious. Seeing the Zanpakuta hanging above his head, Yue finally felt the fear of death. Is it to let years of painstaking management be turned into pieces, or is it to sacrifice the hope of family love in exchange for life? Both options will cast a shadow over the mind of inaction. No matter which option he chooses, he is not destined to be the final winner. In the end, the reason for survival overcomes desire. Yue gritted his teeth and said unwillingly, the box of bliss is at the bottom of the Black Tower. Only I can know the exact location. Then take us there. Aizen put away Jinghua Shuayu, and the bland sentence contained an irresistible order. Yes, my lord. Yue pretended to bow his head respectfully, and a fierce gaze was hidden under that bowed head. Yue's eyes flickered, suddenly bursting out, and one hand quickly slapped the seal towards Aizen's upper body. Fire escape ninjutsu, heavenly prison. In just an instant, Yue's palm was attached to Aizen's body. After he succeeded, he quickly backed up and opened a short distance from Aizen. I finally succeeded. Although the power of the seal has been lost after losing an arm, it is still enough to seal your power. Yue laughed wildly with excitement, and his hideous face was filled with murderous intent. No matter who it is, as long as it is in the fire escape prison, the chakra in the body will be sealed. A ninja who has lost chakra is like a tiger who has lost its fangs. However, no matter how arrogant Yue was, Aizen still didn't change his face. He stared at Yue silently, as if he was watching a clown jumping from a beam. Seal my power? It's ridiculous. Aizen sneered disdainfully, not even moving her eyebrows. A seal of this level, I can easily break it with just my spiritual power. Lan Ran's thoughts moved, and the majestic spiritual power surged out like an ocean, instantly shattering the seal of Ho Dungeon Prison. How can that be? Yue felt a turbulent storm in his heart, and even suspected that he was hallucinating. For 10 years, he has held the position of the prison chief of Ghost Lantern City, which cannot be shaken at all. Not only does it benefit from the strength of the Shangnin level, but it also relies on the unsolvable fire escape prison. Once hit the fire escape prison, the chakra in the body will be sealed. No one has been able to break open in 10 years. Now Aizen not only broke the seal, but that appearance seemed to be easy and effortless at all. The most relied on forbearance 673 technique failed, the hope that still existed in the heart was shattered. Yue sighed heavily, and lost the mentality of resistance. Shunbu. Aizen's figure disappeared, passing through Yue's body like a phantom. The sharp blade of Jinghua Shuayu split his body in half, and the blood was as bright as the red glow that had dyed red for a long time. Pat. Yue fell to the ground powerless with his eyes wide open. At the moment before the temporary, all hatred turned into clouds, and only the figure of the son who had been thinking about for many years appeared in his mind. After 10 years of firmly controlling Ghost Lantern City Prison, the fate of this elite joinin from the grassland has finally come to a tragic end. The moment Yue died, the scarlet lines on all the prisoners disappeared. The Ho Dungeon prison lost its function, and they regained the power they dreamed of. Aizen and Ulquiorra disappeared and entered the underground space of the Black Tower. Appearing in front of the two of them is the huge black box, 5 meters high, occupies almost half of the underground space. The surface of the black line is like a lifelike face, with 4 eyeballs regularly distributed on it, and an evil aura faintly exudes. Ancient Weapon, Box of Bliss. Chapter 149, The Collapsed Ghost Lantern City. Is this the Box of Bliss? It's not an ancient monster. The breath flowing in it has already made me feel the excitement of Bennu. Aizen put her hands out, her eyes full of anticipation. The moment he came to the Box of Bliss, the Bennu in his arms unexpectedly sent out a slight fluctuation. This means that Bennu is interested in the power of the Box of Bliss. Lord Aizen, there seems to be a ceiling formation on the surface of the Box of Bliss. I am afraid that a lot of abilities are needed to remove this formation. Ulquiorra's eyes flickered, and his 2 fingers stood side by side in the air. Flicker. Without any words, Ulquiorra already understood. Before Aizen could issue an order, he took the initiative to issue a flicker, trying to break the seal. It's just that they discovered something unexpected for both of them. When Ulquiorra fought against Kakashi and Matakai, a single flick was enough to make these 2 elites endure heavy losses. But when this phantom flash bombarded the surface of the Box of Bliss, not only did it not cause any damage, but a black vortex appeared on the surface of the black box. After the black vortex appeared, an indescribable terrifying suction burst out, instead absorbing all the energy contained in the virtual flash. Buzzing, several black ripples turned up on the surface of the Box of Bliss, and an evil and dark aura awakened, sweeping across all directions like a storm. The strong wind blew, and the blue-dyed robe fluttered, and the soft black hair fluttered in the wind. His body was as stable as Mount I, and no matter how powerful the wind was, it still stood still. It actually absorbed. For the first time, Ulquiorra's frosty face wavered. His pupils shrank suddenly, and he let out an unbelievable exclamation. Ulquiorra is the highest-ranking Vastord, and his strength far surpasses that of the captain of the Soul Society. The virtual flash, which contains a lot of spiritual power, is enough to break mountains and crack the earth, and it is not a problem to kill ordinary ninjas in seconds. However, not only did the full effort not cause any damage, but instead was absorbed by the Box of Bliss, causing Ulquiorra to lose his composure for the first time. Don't be surprised, Ulquiorra. Since it is recorded in the intelligence that the Box of Bliss is an ancient weapon, it naturally has its advantages. Aizen put away Jing Washuayu and walked to the black treasure box step by step. Every time he took a step, the breath on his body rose by 1 point. When Aizen came to the Box of Bliss, the spiritual power in the body was released without reservation. Terrifying spiritual power spread out, and the entire underground space suddenly turned into a sea of spiritual power. The ethereal spiritual power in the past has been condensed into substance, and it is as accessible as raindrops. The towering stone pillars vibrated violently, luxurious decorations fell from the air, the lime on the walls fell off, and countless cracks made up for it. Under the influence of blue dye spiritual power, the palace that was standing still began to fall apart. Ulquiorra raised his eyebrows. He was not afraid of Aizen's release of Reiatsu, but uncomfortable with the unparalleled ocean of Reiatsu. Even though Ulquiorra possesses powerful strength, there is still a feeling of suffocation in this sea of spiritual energy, forcing him to try his best to adapt. Aizen-sama's strength is still the same as before, unmatched. Ulquiorra silently looked at Aizen's back with a firm gaze. Since the so-called heart cannot be seen, why not follow the powerful force that can be seen in front of you? After the vortex on the surface of the box of bliss absorbed the power of Void Flash, it expanded even more. Finally includes the entire box of bliss turned into a chapter of Evil Face. This evil face is filled with terrifying magic lines, and the flickering aura of evil spirits emerges from it. Roar. The evil face let out an earth-shattering roar, the mouth of the abyss opened, and the spiritual pressure that filled the underground fear suddenly turned into a stream of spiritual energy and was sucked into it. Aizen wasn't surprised, and didn't try to stop him. He quietly waited for the arc of bliss to absorb spiritual power. When the black vortex absorbed Ulquiorra's phantom flashes earlier, Aizen guessed that a huge amount of energy was needed to revive the box of bliss. Sure enough, every time the arc of bliss absorbs to a certain level, the volume of the evil face will expand again. After a period of frantic absorption, the box of bliss reached saturation, and the huge face was completely integrated into it, covering the four sides of the black box. Ha! A huge beam of light shot straight into the sky, and the entire underground space could not bear the enormous pressure and fell apart. Let's go, let's witness the opening of this good show together. Aizen's voice fell, and his figure disappeared instantly. Ulquiorra was taken aback, and the figure disappeared. The sky was shrouded in black clouds, and a huge beam of light shot straight into the sky. While all the prisoners were still immersed in the joy of liberation, there was a huge tremor on the ground of Ghost Lantern City. Lightning flashed in the dark night sky, and the whole island was crumbling. The expressions of joy on everyone's faces froze in vain, replaced by the fear of unknown disasters. What happened? Isn't Yue already dead? The prisoners panicked and fled towards the crumbling gate. They fled desperately like bereaved dogs. In the face of life and death, these seemingly murderous prisoners finally showed a weak side. It's over, everything is over, Ghost Lantern City Torah the bottom is over. The guards couldn't care less about intercepting the fleeing prisoners, and they had already lost their minds in fright. After Yue's death, the guards who were usually condensed into an iron plate became a mess of loose sand. In the face of life, the so-called justice and the so-called responsibility are not as good as bullshit. Boom. With a huge roar, the true appearance of the box of bliss was exposed to everyone's eyes. Open the box of bliss. Aizen raised her hands high and shouted loudly. Suddenly, the black face covering the surface of the box of bliss exuded a dazzling red glow. Coquettish red, accompanied by evil power. The four huge eyeballs disappeared, leaving only the big mouth that devoured everything. Stab. The abyss opened its mouth wide, revealing the dark and silent space inside. This ancient weapon that exists in the legend will finally show its unpredictable power. Chapter 150 The Teenager Who Falls into Darkness. Subscribe. The box of bliss was cracked open with a shocking crack, through which the black light flickering could be clearly seen. An unpleasant chakra breath leaked out, penetrated the capillary pores on the surface of the skin through the flowing wind, penetrated into the blood, drilled into the bone marrow, and reached the deepest part of the heart. The chill of fear filled my heart, and an invisible force filled the air, making all the escaped prisoners and guards put a heavy shackle on their feet. Like a heavy shackle, forcing them to stop. The cold wind roared into the palms of their hands, and many people's backs were already wet with cold sweat. In an instant, the dawn that escaped the sky was drowned out by the boundless darkness. Fate seems to have played a big joke on them. Years of expectation and years of waiting are only for the years of escaping from the bars. It's a pity that there are too many sorrows in fate, like a river flowing against the current. The interlocking cause and effect made them unable to escape the clutches of fate in the end. What is that? A monster? A prisoner screamed in surprise, and in a trance, he seemed to see a look in the endless darkness. This gaze does not have the emotion that human beings should have, only the cruelty from the depths of hell, as if coming from the darkness of time and space, is deeply engraved in my heart like a nightmare, lingering. The prisoner stood there helplessly, trembling all over, and his outstretched hand was still pleading. It wasn't until his eyes swept to the stream of people around him that they were trembling like him, and he took a deep breath. The prisoner's heart is like a plank that is about to sink in a torrent. Although it is constantly shaking, spinning, and resisting, it cannot overcome the river of fear and sink into boundless fear. Those eyes that represented darkness became clearer and clearer. In the darkness, a figure walked out and gradually appeared in everyone's field of vision. A delicate face, half of the broken grey shirt, black eyes as elegant and docile as the stars in the dark night. This is a boy about 14 years old. The small smile sketched on the corner of the mouth, with the vicissitudes of the years and the 10 years that have been ruthlessly taken away. The boy who once made Yue care about day and night, Wugu. Until the temporary moment, Yue's eyes were still Wugu's figure. The unfortunate tragedy of that year was an irreversible fault. The reason why Yue embarked on the dark road that never returns is to revive the son Wugu he cares about most. It's a pity that time has made people, and some tragedies in the world have no solution, and it is a dead end. This wish will never come true. The so-called monster turned out to be a boy. Even Aizen was surprised. According to the experience of the country of ghosts, an existence that can be called a monster must have a grim face like a sprite, with an ugly face and a disgusting aura. However, Wugu's image is completely different, with a fresh appearance with a bit of youthful innocence. If he hadn't seen him come out of the box of bliss, no one would have believed that he was the monster sealed in the legend. Wugu stepped out step by step, looking around in confusion. His line of sight was full of frightened prisoners. Looking at this familiar land, Wugu's memory seemed to return to 10 years ago. At that time, he used to live carefree and speechless in the Ghost Lamp City. As the son of Yue, he was respected everywhere and lived heartlessly every day. If the script continues in this state, Wugu will live the rest of his life smoothly. Unfortunately, there are two tragedies in life. One is to live in a carefree paradise, enjoying the joy of life happily. The other is to fall into the boundless darkness, and can only spend the rest of your life in despair. Wugu officially experienced this ups and downs of life, and her life changed from comedy to tragedy. When the picture in his mind was fixed on the tragic scene that year, the only trace of emotion in Wugu's eyes disappeared. The remaining humanity in him completely disappeared. The 10 years sealed in the box of bliss not only failed to bring him spiritual comfort, but instead caused his fragile heart to be eroded and gradually fell into the boundless darkness, which was irreversible. Wugu hugged his head in pain, his delicate face turned hideous due to excessive pain. His hands held his head tightly, and his sharp fingernails were deeply embedded in the skin, piercing scarlet blood. What? Wugu raised his head to the sky and roared, letting out an incomprehensible howl of pain. His heart seems to be doing the last struggle. The remaining humanity, the fallen demons, the two are constantly fighting for the possession of this body. Sure enough, this young man is just an empty shell. His heart has been occupied by the lingering fear, completely lost himself, and reduced to the incarnation of a monster. Aizen stood calmly in front of Wugu. There was no panic in her eyes, only the same disdain she always had. He said sarcastically, "If you want to be strong, don't shy away from fear in your heart. Fear is not a weakness. To be strong is to make your enemies more fearful than you. Looking at the fear of death, this is the peak of fear, and it is also the limit. This young man has reached the limit, and the monster we were looking forward to is finally about to appear." Aizen's voice just fell. Wugu roared exhausted, his hands swelled violently, turning into two huge claws. The veins were clinging to the surface of his skin, as if they were about to burst out. Wugu's upper body cracked, and black wings exploded from it. His body continued to rise, and his bones continued to elongate. Originally, his body was less than 2 meters, but in an instant it became more than 10 meters tall. 2 huge black wings cover the sky and the sun, and strange magic patterns are densely covered on them. Wugu's rosy face faded, gradually turning pale and colorless, eventually turning into an abhorrent deep black. In the end, he used all his strength to let out roar, and his entire head swelled rapidly, turning into a completely different appearance. There is no delicate face, no gentle eyes, and no thin figure. Some of them are just the hideous that has fallen into the boundless darkness, the murderous intent to exterminate human nature. The former youth Wuga has completely disappeared and turned into a legendary monster, Satoru.